Alrighty, let's get her going. Nerves are kicking in a little bit. I cannot lie. The nerves are kicking in a little bit. But without further ado, let's get this one started. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the 12-hour charity live stream. Let me fix the camera. I haven't had time to be able to see where the camera's set up. There we go. Welcome to the 12-hour charity live stream where we're gonna be raising money for BC Children's Hospital. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. We have a lot of stuff planned. Hi, Jake's Takes. See you in the chat right away. It's nice to see you. But yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun. Our current goal is down there. I don't know if that's gonna refresh or not. Hopefully it does. As hopefully some donations come in, it does refresh so that we can see. I don't know exactly though if it's gonna be able to refresh, cause your boy is not great at getting stuff done in time. So I was waking up at 9 for some reason today and getting the last little bit done. But without further ado, welcome. We're going to have a lot of fun. We have a lot of creators coming on, joining us. We're going to talk Canucks. You know, there's a lot of Canucks news recently, so that's good. We get to talk a lot about the Canucks. We're going to be doing some gaming, and we're going to be doing some VR gaming as well. I have my VR headset over there. Yeah, and apologies if my nose runs a little bit. I have a little bit of a cold, so it's going to run a little bit faster. But without further ado, let's get into the schedule. Let's see what's going to happen throughout the stream. Starting off, we're in the intro. For the first 30 minutes, we're just going to be introing the stream, having some fun, talking. And then 10:30, I'll bring questions to you guys. If you guys want to answer them, type in chat. We'll talk about the Canucks, we'll talk about the GM hires, what you guys think, all that stuff, draft. And then at 11 o'clock, we're going to be having Nux Memes on the stream. So at 11, Nux Memes will join us. We'll talk all the stuff that I just said that I'll talk about with you guys. We're going to talk all Canucks, all the news. We're going to talk the playoffs as well. So yeah, it's going to be fun to have him on. And then we're going to do some Be a Pro. I set up a Be a Pro. It's set up on my PlayStation at the moment. I'll get it going. We're going to do Canucks Land Be a Pro. We'll start it from scratch. And yeah, so 1 second. This is washroom break, but I'm just blowing my nose. There we go. We're going to be seeing that a lot. So, yeah, Be a Pro, and then it's going to be 3 straight creators. We're going to have a lot of fun. We'll have 3 straight guys. We'll have Canucks Clay on at 1 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, we'll have Sarah Loves Hockey on. And at 3 o'clock, we'll have Nothing is Perfect. There will be little buffers in between those, so we might go over in time with those, with the creators, talking to them. We might go under. We might go on time, so there'd be a 30-minute buffer between all those. So talk to the chat, have fun, talk about what they talked about. Then after that, some chat interaction, some time in between. We're gonna do a live franchise mode from 4:30 to 5:30. I have a live franchise mode set up. Hopefully, we're able to get a good amount of it done. If not, I can move it over if we need to do more. We need to have more time for the franchise mode. I will push some stuff back. I was thinking of doing a Kahoot. Now, I can't find a really good Canucks Kahoot, so don't know if that's going to happen. We might move straight to Sporkle if that's the case. So I think I'm going to change that on the schedule. At 6 o'clock, we'll do Sporkle, which we'll do some Canucks trivia and stuff like that. And that will run, I'd say, till 7. And then 7, might do some Hockey Sense Arena. Maybe I'll switch Hockey Sense Arena up. So 6:30 to 7:30, we'll do Hockey Sense Arena. I'm going to just do the playing, which is free. You can play regular season games. I'm very bad at it, though. So you guys get to make fun of me. At 8 o'clock until 9, we'll have Headspace Hockey on. They'll come on. They'll chat about the Canucks. That's our last creator that we'll have on. Then we'll have chat interaction and wind down, as that will end the stream, as that will take us exactly 12 hours later. So yeah, that is the schedule. That is the stream. We're going to be here. We're going to have fun. So yeah, let's get her going. Whatever you guys want to talk about, honestly. What's the Canucks, they just signed. I made a video yesterday talking about how happy I was that Ryan Johnson is the GM. get a Gatorade going here because I am thirsty. I'm happy that Ryan Johnson is the Canucks GM. I'm happy that the Sedins are presidents. I wish that we had a president that had a little bit more to know about hockey, and like the trade side stuff and the signings than the Sedins. Right, all of these guys are fresh and brand new. Ryan Johnson probably knows the most. So that sense worries me culture wise. I think it's really, really good. I think that they set a good precedent with these hires about what they want from the future of this team. But yeah, should probably talk about. I think it's in the description. I'll double check. I don't know if I'm able to double check actually. No, I'm not able to double check. Let me load it up on my YouTube then, and I'll mute the YouTube. Am I able to mute the tab here? Mute site. Boom. Where in the description, if you want to go donate. So for donations, any amount helps. Don't feel like you have to donate too much. Any amount helps. Any amount will, mean truly a lot. If it's $1, $20, it doesn't matter. Any dollar means the world. What else? Where am I rolling here? If you're unable to donate, share the live stream. We're going to be going for 12 hours, so we have a bunch of time to bring people in. If you think people would want to donate, if you know people with BC Children's Hospital connections who would love to donate to a great cause, do that. The link, though, is in the description of this live to go donate. You can check it out. I could also create a QR code through it, so let me do that real quick. Get support. Is that where I go here? Still trying to figure this out. No. Oh, there we go. QR code. Save image. Let's see if I can get this set up here. Add a source. Image source. Browse. This guy. Bang. A little QR code, and we'll place it right down here. Boom. That QR code, if you scan it, will take you to the donate link as well. But the link is also in the description. So you can either do the QR code, you could do the link. All of that is in the description and on the screen. So yeah, there we go. Now I talked about the charity stuff. I remembered to do that. Let me take a break to blow my nose again because it's back. Okay, back. All right. So Ryan Johnson, Sedins, very happy about the hires. I kind of went over like my basic thoughts of it. They need to hire some nerds though. They need some nerds. They need some guys who are good with analytics, good with cap, good with other stuff. I don't know. They need some nerds in there so that they can help them out. With all the stuff that they're like their weaknesses, because I think their big strength is player development. Another big strength of theirs would be culture. That would be a huge strength. So those guys are definitely good at like those parts of hockey ops. I definitely trust those. But everyone has their weaknesses. You need to fill out your weaknesses with good people that you trust and that you know can actually help. So a guy like Judd Brackett for scouting. I don't think that's realistic, but it's just an example. Judd Brackett for scouting. Some people for analytics, some people for capology, and make sure that you're really like nailing everything. But just because you're not a master of all the trades that it comes to working out being a GM, being a president, doesn't mean you can't fill people around. No worries, you're working. You don't have to watch the stream. You're working. You're working. I totally understand. I find it hard to watch at my job. If I was watching a live stream at my job, let's say, I'd be going home and watching the live stream without a job. Yeah. So where was I at? I was still talking about the city and hires. Yeah, the city and hires. Um, Good hires overall. And yeah, they just need nerds. That's all they need is they need nerds for like capology, scouting, analytics. Like they need to bring in some people around them, and I feel like they will. Another big thing they have to do is they have to bring in Manny Malhotra. You can't really make it a whole new Abbotsford guard without having to without bringing in Manny and keeping Adam Foote. It just wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense. I wouldn't understand it if that's how they did it because it's just like, come on, you got two, you got three of like the big parts of why Abbotsford was really good development wise and won a Calder Cup. Um, and you're gonna not bring Manny Malhotra. You're gonna keep a guy who actively hurt the team with his coaching style. They're going to make that move quickly. I don't think it's going to be within the next few days. I'd say by Friday, next Friday. Don't know if they have the same announcement schedule as Rutherford and Alvin, where it's like every other Friday they make a big announcement. But they probably will do it within like as quickly as the Leafs did it with Berube. Fire Foote, hire Manny, and then probably, I don't know, maybe draft Caleb. I don't know. I'm not high on Caleb Malhotra. We do need centers, and I understand the need of like just if he's there, you think he's good enough, you pick him at center. Sure. I really like Alexis Joseph next year, and he could be third overall. And I feel like big. I think he's 6'4" already, like huge. He plays for the Sea Dogs, I think. Very very good center. Yeah, I'm excited for Alexis Joseph next season. Obviously, Landon Dupont is the goal, but I'm more sold on him than Caleb Malhotra. Not sure why. Just feel like he could be a better player than Caleb. We're in 2:10:14. Time's gonna go way slower than I thought it did. I filled this out in 30-minute increments, and time will go slow, way slower. What else is Canucks news recently? The draft. We could talk about it. My two picks that I really want are Carson Karels and Chase Reed. Obviously, I want Ivar Stenberg, but I don't think Ivar Stenberg's going to be there. I feel like Carson Karels has like really, really good potential that could be untapped. That we could see would be really nice to go pick up. Like even if we trade down, like if Chicago wants to move up, or whoever's picking at 5, is it the Rangers want to move up? That's totally fine. Get Carson Karels if you can. Chase Reed, I feel like, is the best pick if you don't get Stenberg. I know a lot of people are like, Caleb Malhotra is that pick. For me, it's Chase Reed. I feel like he has the best potential. I feel like he has the closer potential to become potentially a franchise player than most of the other picks that are around the 3 to 5, 3 to 6 range. Keaton Verhoff, not really too sold on him. Didn't have that great of a season with North Dakota. I like the size. I feel like he still can become a good player. I think Chase Reed just has the better, higher ceiling than Keaton Verhoff. So that's why Verhoff kind of dropped for me. Gavin McKenna, obviously number one. I'm not going to be honest. I'm not going to be sad if they take Malhotra. Yeah. Yeah. We gotta get the best player, even if it doesn't fit what we need. Yeah, honestly, we need everything though. So like, whoever we pick kind of fills a need, right? Our wingers are very weak. The only like young good winger we have potentially is Jonathan Lekermack, and I know a lot of people aren't too sold on him, because he hasn't made the big jump yet to the NHL. Um, who else? Not really anyone else. So you could say Liam Ogren. About it for wingers that are young, like Linus Carlson, you can't really count. He's 26, late bloomer. If he plays good for the next 2 seasons, he's going to be a big trade chip. Like, we could be able to get a good, decent pick, I'd say. Maybe like a late second round pick for Linus Carlson if he continues playing as good as he's playing. Because he could be very valuable in the middle six role with a playoff team. So yeah, it's like Lekermacki and Ogren, and depending on how you view Ogren, Lekermacki is our best wing prospect right now. What else? Defensively, we have Boyum, we have Vilander. Like a lot of people think we're set defensively, but the right side, Vilander isn't a top. Vilander isn't going to be a top right-handed defenseman. He could probably be a solid top four defenseman, second pair, maybe a number three. He maybe could turn into your like number two defenseman. Probably not, but probably like a number three or like a really, really good number four defenseman. We need a guy like Carson Carroll's on the right side who will shoot up our depth chart, be one of the top guys on the right side, and yeah, could help us out a lot if we pick up a guy like Chase Reed. Carson Carroll's, I think the same thing about. Could definitely shoot up past Villander in terms of depth chart and really add to our defense core. Like if you think the defense core is solid at the moment for the future, then just if we pick a couple more, how good could it be? Because especially because you don't know who's going to hit their ceiling, who's going to hit in the NHL at all. So you got to pick a bunch. Goaltending, we have Medvedev. Kind of just wait on that. Maybe pick up some stopgap goaltenders if we're ending up trading Demko or Lankinen, and then slowly move. Wait for Medvedev. Maybe pick a late round goalie, like a third or fourth round goaltender this year, and see if they develop decently. Who else? What else? Wingers. So centers. Center is the only thing we have Braden Coots for prospects for center. So picking Caleb Malhotra isn't bad because you can never have enough centers. And if you have a center that can't play center but needs to play higher up in the chart, just move him to wing. So easily to move him to wing. So yeah, that would be like the gold standard is pick as many centers as we can. I just really like Chase Reed over Malhotra. So yeah, that's why I want Reed over Malhotra. It's just I think he's a better prospect. Nothing to do with Malhotra in terms of like. I mean, I'm not really too sold on him because I don't know. It's really hard to do what he did. Go from I think it was just okay points in Junior A with Chilliwack, all the way up to what he did with Brantford. It's insane. So yeah, like don't want to knock his season because it was great, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just not as sold on him for some reason. I feel like I need to watch a little bit more tape, especially on a lot of these guys, because yeah, I haven't been able to, and I really want to. I used to when I was younger in like middle school and high school. I was a scouting nerd. I would watch highlights of all the players. My biggest draft that I did that for was 2018, where I remember making mock drafts, wishing how we would get Quinn Hughes. I was so sold. Like I liked Dahlin, I liked Svechnikov. Brady Tkachuk was a solid power forward prospect, but I was so sold. I was like, Quinn Hughes is the guy. If we don't get Quinn, am I able to get rid of this? Thank you. If we don't get Quinn Hughes, we're not gonna do too great in this draft. Let's go to the 2018 draft. Actually, I want to see around that spot. Like I remember my mock draft for it, so I will go to the 2018 draft. Let's nerd out about hockey. This was my favorite draft to cover, so I will go. I got Elite Prospects pulled up. Mia Gaming. There we go. So yeah, Elite Prospects. My top was I think I had Rasmus Dahlin. So I had Rasmus Dahlin, Andrei Svechnikov, Jesperi Kotkaniemi, because the rumors were there already when I made it that the Montreal Canadiens would probably go with the center like Kotkaniemi. So we had him up there. Like what a not great pick. Like this is at the stage as well where they shouldn't have been drafting for position. Like they should have gone Brady Tkachuk or they should have gone Quinn Hughes. I had Brady going to Ottawa. And then I think I had Philip Zadina going to Arizona, and I had to make like a big reach pick. I forget who it was. It might have been this. I might have gone Barrett Hayton. I might have saw some rumors that Barrett Hayton. I don't think I did go Barrett Hayton. But I was like, I think I was like, Quinn Hughes is going to Detroit in my mock draft because I had Philip Zadina going to Arizona or Ottawa because I was really high on Philip Zadina. Wrong. Yet again, I mean, he was a top 6 pick. A lot of people were high on Philip Zadina. He did drop a little bit, but positional need. I'm sure he would have gone higher if they took best player available when it comes to draft time. I found my way, I think, to get Quinn Hughes. It might have been Adam Boqvist, which insane. Adam Boqvist went this high. Kratsov going this high as well. Like, really struck gold in this Zadina to Kratsov area, because then you get Bouchard. Wallstrom's not too great anyway, playing for the Barracuda now. So that's fun to see. Um, Wallstrom, Dobson's solid with the Habs right now. Delandria, honestly, I forgot Delandria was a top 15 pick. I remember him having some good hype. I do remember. Did not know Denisenko was that high of a pick. Martin Cote. I remember Martin Cote as like a NHL, whatever was like this main draft year. You would always either trade for or take Martin Cote because he would be like a decent steal. I think in the second round at that time. Oh, Jet Wu. What hype we had for Jet Wu. We could have taken Romanov at least after that. Ryan McLeod. Jack Drury was there as well. Scott Perunovich, not as great, but Faravari, Marchenko, Dursey. Oh, like all these players we could have took over Woo. That was the thing about this Judd Brackett, Jim Benning thing. Like Quinn Hughes, great pickup. Best pickup, you can't say Bouchard's better. Dobson, no. I don't think there's anybody else in this draft range that you could say is better. No, not even. And then you get Jet Wu in the second round, which a lot of people were high on Jet Wu. He was like a very sought after second round pick at the time, at least for me. Ryan McLeod, Alexander Romanov, Jack Drury, Faravari, Kirill Marchenko. Like, imagine having Kirill Marchenko on this Canucks team right now. Man, Akil Thomas had some hype, especially after the World Juniors. Sean Dursey. And then, Jack McBain would have been solid. And then we take Ty Madden, who we ended up trading. Didn't become anything. We actually used his value, which I like. Jordan Harris, Ty Emberson, Locko. I wouldn't say this one's... Oh, there we go. Lucas Dostal. Linus Carlson. So we could have just had Linus Carlson. And then Connor Dewar. And then I don't think we had a fourth round pick this year. No. But we did. Utanen, Spencer Stasny, Sharon Govich. Well, I mean, you know what? You could be a troll about it. You could wear the Quinn Hughes shirt as a troll because he got eliminated from the playoffs. Rock and roll it and just say I'm wearing it to celebrate the fact that he's out of the playoffs. You could do that. Sharon Govich wouldn't be a bad pick down here. And obviously, these are more like, Erison. You take a shot at a player. It's not really too, like, dead set on who it could be. But, like, their late round drafting was not great. Not at all. I had a sheet about it. Like, here's Slave, Tucker. Maybe Tucker, that's it. Right? Like, it's hit and miss when it comes to the late rounds, but like your second, third, and fourth round drafting should be a little bit better. Where hey, Curtis Douglas, like it's the same with the 2017 draft. Am I able to go to the 2017 draft as well? Let's go actually back to 2015. I want to see. So 2015 was the Connor McDavid draft. We had a nice first round pick in Brock Besser, a very good pick. Now this is a stacked draft. Travis Konechny has more points overall, more games played. Besser wasn't, like, he was the second last best pick in this first round of insane picks. Eichel, Strome, Marner, Hannafin, Zaka, Provorov, Ransky, Meyer, Rantanen. Even Lawson Krause is decent. Guriana wasn't that big of a hit. Zabroil, no. Jake DeBrusk, Senishin. These three picks. Three picks, and then the three picks after, man. I know everyone talks about it. It's just so fun. Eriksson X, solid. Samsonov in the first round as well. And then in this draft, Sebastian Aho in the second is crazy. Sebastian Aho in the second is crazy. Do we have a second round pick in this draft? Doesn't look like it. So we had a third round pick then. No, okay, this wasn't a great... Oh, we did. Guillaume Brisebois. Anthony Cirelli. Even Keegan Colasar. Vladar Hill, Montemo. I would only say Anthony Cirelli for this one. Novak would be solid. Better than Brisebois. Better than Breezeball. No knock against Breezeball. He's fun in Abbotsford. Where else do we have picks here? Alexander Carrier right after we take this guy. Matthew Joseph as well. Matthew Joseph was picked the same year as Sorelli. Connor Garland. There we go. Could have had a guy right away. Ethan Bear, former Canuck as well. Nose is running a little bit. Wrong one. Yeah, like I didn't have a. I don't think I was doing scouting at this time. I really got into it around 2017. No, around 2018 was the first year I really got into it. So that was my big one. Going back here, late rounders. This is kind of hit or miss. Like Troy Terry. Who would have thought Troy Terry? Adam Gaudette. We picked him. Never mind. That's a solid pick. There you go. Adam Gaudette just didn't do much with us. For a 5th round pick, very very good. Just wish that we kept him. Mount Giappani in the 6th round. Then we take Lucas Jacek. This is where hit and miss territory, so who could have thought Matt Waugh would have been something raw. 2016. Let's go there. I'm having fun doing this. I like going back and looking at old drafts. Matthews, Line. This is a year I didn't do my scouting, and I probably would have had Matthew Tkachuk over Oli Levy. Everyone did. Man. This is horrible. Like, at least you got 128 points from Jesse Puljujarvi in his NHL career. You got 3 in 41 games played from Oli Levy in 3 seasons. Whilst Matthew Tkachuk, right? Obviously, we don't like Matthew Tkachuk, but even you could have taken Clayton Keller. And without that little bit that Tocchet, he played with Tocchet, man, I feel like he would have been way higher point totals. Like, such a great player. I really like Clayton Keller. Alexander Nylander, remember the hype that he had. Sergachev. That was a great pick. And then the trade for Drouin. Jost. Brown, McLeod. Don't talk about McLeod. McAvoy. Like, even Charlie McAvoy. Sergachev, if you want a defenseman. Jacob Chikrin, even Logan Stanley. He's got more games played. Cholowski, I remember Dennis Cholowski being like a solid, like he still had some potential. Later on. So you'd always like trade for him in like an expansion draft when you do an expansion team and like pick him up on a cheap trade. Put him on your 3rd pair and try to develop him because I think he had like low top 4 or medium top 4. Man, I feel like Kiefer Bellows is at one point that as well, being like a good depth player. Tage Thompson, great pick. Yeah, so this is like the one where we missed on the 1st round pick, very bad. Then our 2nd round pick, we don't have one. I don't see one. 3rd round pick, Will Lockwood. Adam Fox. I'm sure Adam Fox wouldn't have played with us, but we at least got some value from him. Not too many picks haunting us here. That's good to see. We like to see it. 4th round. Anyone haunting us here? Well, we didn't make a pick in the 4th round. Sweet. Candela. Isamont. Beck Malenstein. How fun would it be to have Beck Malenstein kneeing goalies on our team? That was brutal. Brendan. Sorelli and Hagel. Jacob Stukel. Brendan Hagel. Jesper Bratt. Oh! Twist the knife deeper. Hagel and Bratt. Imagine those guys in Canucks Blue. Like, it's not like we're getting... I don't think Albos even played with us. It's not like we're getting, like, okay players. Like, we're missing on some big hits. And we're picking guys who didn't play for... I know, like, look at how many players didn't play. But remember Ty Ronning? I remember Ty Ronning had decent potential in one of the NHL games. and I always draft him. So I think this was NHL 16. I would always draft him, or I'd always trade for him because he had decent potential. You could try to turn him into like a middle six guy. That was really fun. This one, for this draft, I had Nico Hischier 1. I did have Nolan Patrick 2. Oh, wow. I don't remember doing much else. Miro Heiskanen and Cale Makar. Cale Makar at 4 was insane. Elias Pettersson at 5. Makar's about to pass Pettersson in total points. Like, I just wish Pettersson would pick it up and, play as good as he can be, man, because he could be so good still. Like, he's still technically leading the draft He's leading the draft class by 1 point. He's leading all centers by a lot. And then, is it going to sort by total points for me automatically? No. Jason Robertson's close. Robertson probably passes him next season, but Hischier could pass him as well. But yeah. Still leads the draft class, man. He still has it. I know a lot of people don't believe it. I think he still does. It's just got to get it back. Whether it's here or elsewhere. Natchez was a great pick. I remember Natchez would go like 6th in NHL. Would it be NHL 17, right? It would be the draft year. Because it would be the 17-18 season would be NHL 17. So maybe NHL 16. I forget what year it was specifically. But I remember Martin Natchez had like top 6. NHL video games knew what Marty Natchez was about because he's turned it up the last few seasons. Nick Suzuki was always high on him when he got drafted. Thought that he would probably get drafted around here. How's it going, Swerve and Irvin? Excited to have you on later. We are looking at draft classes because I am a nerd about draft classes. I like going back and looking at draft classes. Because I did it before where I went and looked back at, I think it was Jim Bennings, so I haven't gone back to these ones in a while. And I'm having a lot of fun. I don't know about, I think I'm out nerding a lot of people. And yeah, Robert Thomas, great pick. Josh Norris is solid if he doesn't deal with injuries. Filipino, solid pick at 21. Injuries as well. Yamamoto, legend. Oilers legend. And was on the Tucson Roadrunners team that got eliminated by the Abbey Canucks on their way to the Calder Cup. P.O. Joseph, Canuck legend. I say that, he's probably not returning. Henry Jokiharju. I remember the hype I had with Henry Jokiharju. Same thing. I would trade for him and develop him. Tolvanen was like if you had a really good player and you want to pick up a really good solid prospect because he always had like medium elite potential for some reason. I think so. I think he did. Try to remember if he did or not. Nicholas Hag, Jesper Boquist, Jason Robertson in the second. This draft for Dallas, insane. I skipped over Jake Ottinger, but you get was that their first? No, you get Miro Heiskanen. We all know about it. Jake Ottinger. The 2016 draft class is in the NHL right now. The 2016 draft class. I was just looking at it too. From the Canucks 2016 draft class. Oli Ulevi, it can't be. Can't be Oli Ulevi. Gaudette was 15. We're just looking at this draft class. How am I forgetting? I don't want to go look. I feel like that's cheating. Was it Albos? Was that who I saw? Was it Albos? Might be right with that one. I don't think it's Albos. I remember his name. I forget if it was in the NHL or not. It's not Jet Wu. That was 15. I'm trying to think. I was just looking at that draft class. How am I forgetting? It's not Ulevi. He's playing out in somewhere. Playing somewhere. He was doing really good with his team out there, wherever he is. I'm looking. I'm looking. Swerving. I'm giving up and I'm looking. NHL teams. Hello? 6 players. It has to be Albos, right? It's not Stukel. It's Albos. Okay, yes. Alrighty. Sweet. I got it. Albos. Yes. Alright. I was just looking at it. I'm surprised. Where is he playing now? I gotta go see. The Flyers. That's right. That's right. Yes. The Flyers. He was hurt, but he played 42 games. He got 10 points. With the Flyers. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even recognize that. The connection was made as soon as I saw that he was on the Flyers. Dang. That would have been a decent pick to keep, eh? That's another thing. Keeping the picks. Jared McCann. So many ones where we just traded. Too many picks. Where was I with this draft? Oh, Cole Lind. Why's nobody taking Cole Lind? I don't know. Why is nobody taking Jason Robertson? Why is nobody taking S2 Lucerainen? Why is no one taking Alex Texier? Cole Lind, by the way. That is so random. It is. It's fun how, like, you could just take a guy in the 6th round in 2016 and then 10 years later he's, I think in his second season on a completely different team, was able to work his way up. Good for him. That's a good story right there. Him able to work his way up and get there to the NHL 10 years later. Well, it would be more 9 years later, but yeah. Why is nobody taking Cole Lind? Fun fact, Cole Lind was on the Dallas, not the Dallas Stars. What's their AHL team's name? It's still the Stars. The Texas Stars? The Texas Stars team that was eliminated by the Abbey Canucks on their way to the Calder Cup trophy. Yeah, and Jesse Puljujarvi was on the Charlotte Checkers team that the Abbey beat to win the Calder Cup. I remember a lot of these players. It's not really like fun fact. That happened last year. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. Oh, my Yona Gadjevich. I remember the hype I had for Yona Gadjevich. And yes. Yes, hashtag thank you, Jim. Jim Benning. We're going through Jim Benning drafts, and it's making me want to wish I never was a Canucks fan. Thank you. Thank you. The fun facts are going to be mainly related to the Abbey Canucks for some reason, because that's all I can think of right now. It's the only fun facts I'm throwing. Back. All right, there we go. Jonah Gadjevich. And I remember when he got claimed off waivers by the San Jose Sharks one season because he lost his waiver ineligibility, was eligible for waivers. We had to put him on waivers. Yes, 2016 was insane for that. What else? What other draft was like that? Isn't 2015 decent like that as well? So 2 to 6 are all on different teams. How's it going? Nothing is perfect. I'm doing great. We're excited to have you on at, is it 3 o'clock? How am I already forgetting? 3 o'clock. We are currently going through drafts and I'm nerding out whilst we wait. Oh, we're here. Okay. Yeah, Eichel's on a different team. Marner's now on a different team, both on Vegas. Strome's on a different team. Hannafin's on a different team. Zaka's on a different team. Provorov's on a different team. Rensky's still there. Meyer's on a different team. Rantanen's on a different team. Kraus. Gurrianov, I don't think is the NHL anymore. And then 2016. Yeah, Matthews, different team. Somewhere elsewhere. Different team. Keller's still there. Yeah. And then this draft, Nico Hischier, still on the team he was drafted by. Nolan Patrick dealt with a lot of injuries, moved around a little bit. Still on the same team. Cody Glass, the same thing. Moved around a little bit. Elias Anderson threw his silver medal into the stands and never really made it after that. That was fun. I remember when he threw that silver medal into the stands, watching it live, just being like, What are you doing, dude? Why? Why would you throw your silver medal? Be happy you won silver at the World Juniors. Nope. Throws it into the crowd. What an idiot. What an idiot. I'd do the same thing. 28. Is that where we were? No, we were at 20. No, we were at 2018. No, were we at 2019 already? Were we at 2017? And I'm tripping. Hey, what the hell? We're at 2017. We were at 2017. We're still going through this draft, having fun. I think Mikey DiPietro. Remember that? Was really hyped about him. Him and Demko, the new 1-2 duo. Morgan Geeky would be so fun to have. Morgan Geeky would be so fun to have. I don't mind this pick though. Stuart Skinner later as well. Cale Fleury. Mikey Anderson. Jack Rathbone. The hype around Jack Rathbone. We really hype out. We really hype players up. Like, we really hype players up. Remember the Akito Hirose hype? Like, Jack Rathbone had a lot of hype. I think he's in Providence with the Bruins. 26. Goalies can bloom late. He goalie of the year in the AHL. Two-time All-Star team. Best AHL goaltender. Won a Memorial Cup. Providence. In 45 games, he had a 930 with a 1.91 goals against average. And in the playoffs, I don't know, I think Providence got eliminated, so 931 with a 1. Insane AHL numbers. Really, really good AHL goaltending. Had a shutout in one game with the Bruins. I don't know if it was a full game. Oh, is there... They don't show, like, the amount of saves? No. No win record. He's not doing too bad in the AHL. It could be a Shilov's thing where it's... He's just like, look at his numbers in Providence throughout. Like, this is like his weakest season in Providence. With Abby, he was not that great. With Utica, he does better in the States than he does in Canada. But yeah, turning into a very solid goaltender. I remember that he was a part of the conversation when it came to Linus Ullmark and Jeremy Swayman. Yes, we had very, very low standards before Hughes. Yeah, I remember he was a part of the conversation when they were talking about Ullmark and Swayman when they were like, oh, if we move on to the Mount, we have DiPietro to move in. And they brought Korpisalo in. That kind of threw a wrench into everything. I don't know why they brought Korpisalo in. Like, I get for money, but you could have brought DiPietro up and tried him. Let's see. Jack Rathbone, yeah. But I don't think there's any real big pick but besides like Drake Batherson, but that's pretty much way later in the draft. In the round, at least, to Jack Rathbone, so not too bad. Mikey Anderson would be the best pick, but not really too many great picks there. Gunnarsson, I think he had a little bit of hype. Defenseman Sebastian Aho, Noah Cates, Flyers. Oh, speaking of a Galvis, Thomas Galvis. He may be almost an overager, but I think he's should have some decent hype for this draft. Could be one of those young, late. He'd be a late bloomer probably, but like a Lane Hudson light. Yeah, you never really know when it comes to drafting. Like we were looking before, like Hagel and Sorelli were late round picks. Like just insane finds for and now we're moving to the sixth round. This is like you take your shot at a guy and maybe I remember Petrus Palmu. Matt Broussard. Not really any big hits late in this draft. Maybe Morgan Barron, but not too high. Morgan Barron, Quebec Nordiques franchise mode legend. Morgan Barron grew to like an 86. That team, insane growth. Like I think had Ryan McLeod grow to an 88. We had Michael Misa, Logan Stankoven, who grew to 90s, but like Brazo grew to an 88. Insane. Back to 2018. We'll go late because we already did the first round for this one. Jet Wu, Romanov. We already did the second round. We already did all this draft? So I think I was going through it, and then I was like, oh, hey, let me show you why Judd Brackett and Jim Benning were really good at picking early round, but not late. Yeah, we did this whole draft already. 2019. This is what I wish we could have back. Jack Hughes, Capo Caco, Kirby Doc, Bowen Byram, Alex Turcotte, not a great pick of 5. Sider, Cousins, Broberg, Zegras. We went Podkolzin. Now, at the time, defensible. Very defensible at the time. Vasily Podkolzin was seen it could be like a top 2, top 3 pick. I think 26. Yeah. He came to the NHL as a free agent. What would have been his draft year? Let me Google that. What? Did he? I forget that. Did he actually butcher his name? Oh, I forget that. I remember watching the draft too. I wanted to go to this draft too. I really wanted to go to this draft as well. 2010 it says. It says Artemi Panarin 20 he was first eligible for 2010. So I think it's 3 years of drafting, so it'd been 2010, 11 and 12. He would have been eligible for, and comparative to the 2010 draft, Taylor Hall, Sagan. Like, how could he not go in the 2012 draft at least? Like, I think it was, that's what he said. Vasilia Poshalev. The one time someone's mispronounced a name and it worked out was Claude Giroux. Um, I think that was it, right? It was Claude Giroux. Um, this draft was very weak. Now, it probably had something to do with him not wanting to come over from Russia or just being unable to, and then coming over late. But Phil Giuseppe, what a pull. A part of that Abbey Canucks team that won the Calder Cup. um, Teddy Bluger. This is a good depth draft. Martin Hook, Damon Stevenson. Does he still play? Forget. Jonas Corpusalo, Jujar Kara, a part of that Abbey Canucks team that won. Mackenzie McEachran was in this draft. Jimmy Vesey. The Jimmy Vesey hype was insane. Where's our guy? Isn't he this draft? Or is he different draft? Was he 2014? Whoa! Nightbot going crazy. Apologies, Clay. I set it up last night. Nightbot going insane. Let me fix that. Nightbot, you're going too crazy here. Chat moderation. You that. Okay, we should be good. Clay, I apologize. Let's see if I can fix it. Nightbot going hype. Can I change it? Am I able to change it? Oh my god. This is the thing about trying to figure something out right away. I think I gotta do it on YouTube. Yeah. Okay, I think I fixed it, so it won't be too bad. I turned off all like the stuff that would just be like it thinks it's spammy. Settings. There we go. We should be good. I think we should be good. Decently set up. Alrighty. Let's continue. We're almost at the time where Nux Memes will be joining us at 11, so that'll be fun. We'll be here to talk some Vancouver Canucks. I have some questions pulled up on a document here. That'll be fun. But yeah. Still going through this. Essa Lindell, not a decent pick. Which draft are we at? Well, how far back did I go? Gossosphere. Yeah. Was he not? I thought he was second round 2012. Was he 2011? Which one was Kucherov? There it is. 2011. Kucherov. Insane steal. That's the thing about Russian players. You never really know where they're going to go. Even recently, we'll go to the 2020... Is it 2023 draft? Matvei Michkov. I'd pick him over David Reinbacher and Dmitry Shimyshev. ...2023... We're already here. We want 2024. Where is he? The guy who just scored his first playoff goal. Demidov. Over Caden Lindstrom. Beckett Seneca's a good pick over Artem Levshinov as well. I would go Celebrini, Demidov, Beckett Seneki, I think. That's what I go with this draft so far, but it's pretty close. Like, Z Boyum, you don't really know with this draft yet because it's only been a little bit. Like, Matt Vigradin, not too bad of a pick. I wonder who could have had this pick. I wonder who originally had this pick and could have made a really solid pick, potentially picking Matt Vigradin, even Emil Hemming, and Chernyshov looks really good at the moment. I mean, only 28 games played, but 19 points in those 28 games played, and he looks really good when he comes down with the Barracuda to play Abbotsford. We just skipped a bunch of drafts. I did skip a bunch of drafts. We'll set this over to just me, and I will get set. Oh my god. My webcam is glitched out. So let's fix that. If I just reset it, should be good because I use my phone. Games played is a good metric to use, yeah. I think that's what Steve Dangle used in his trade tree videos when it comes to players. Just me. There we go. Camera fixed. His trade tree videos, he would use that as an example because points is good, but also you can set points are good, but you can set games played helps because it's like more man games played, the more time you get with the player. I don't know where I was trying to go with this. I think my brain got racked for a second. Turn my video off for this then. Audio on. Start. Alrighty. So we're currently awaiting Nux Memes for his 11 o'clock segment. Just getting the whole Zoom meeting and stuff set up in advance. Am I able to do that? I forget how I was able to do that. Got to blow my nose again. That was just a wipe because I had my mic on. Just me. I thought that you were able to do it in a way where you can like set it up. I gotta move around because that hurt to stand up for some reason. I've been sitting down for a little bit. Oh, I thought there was a way where you can like edit a thing while you were scene collection. Oh, baby, chance. Because I'd have to wait for him to come on though for it to be able to set that up. First time doing Zoom live. I've done Zoom before, so we should have a decent setup when it comes to it because I had Nothing is Perfect on for my podcast, so we should be decently set up for that. Questions we have Sporkle pulled up. We'll do Be a Pro after. Hurt a little bit just from sitting down and then having to stand up. I feel like if I sit down for the whole 12 hours, the first time I stand up for real, they might give out and I might fall, which is fine. It's fine. Falling's fun. Oh, just having to sit down, like it's the same thing when I drive home from work. Let's see. Oh, not too bad because I stood up already. Get the legs moving. That's what we gotta do. Oh, wake them up a little bit. All right, let's continue to look through these draft classes as we go here. So, I know I'm only 1 hour. You know what though? If I get up and stretch every hour on the hour, we'll be good. We're only 1 hour in, but if I get up and stretch, we will be fine. Um, we got. Just make sure I sent him the right link. All right, he should be hopping on soon. We'll have Nux memes on. We'll talk the Canucks. I don't know how he does 24. Insane. I thought about doing 24. And I was like, no, I can't do it. I can't do 24, especially with how much sleep I need because I'm very bad at getting sleep when it comes to like during the week for work. So Pepsi. Oh, I don't have any Pepsi. Thank God I'm not doing 24. Don't got any Pepsi. Don't got any Pepsi. I got Gatorade Zero, and I got some Sprites in the fridge. Um, we're at 2019. Keep looking at 2019 for a little bit. Jack Hughes, Capo Caco, Doc, Byram. I don't know about how to feel about Byram because I think he's good now, but he had a slow start. I feel like that's exactly what I should think about Byram. Podkolzin, Boldy. How nice would it be to have Boldy right now? How nice would it be to have Matthew Boldy right now? And how nice would it be to have Mr. Saturday Night? That game's tonight. Oh, what time is that game? Can't type ESPN. 5? What am I doing at 5? Oh, the franchise mode. Dang it. Dang it. Oh, I wish I could watch that. I guess I could put the game on. I have my iPad. Actually, you know what? I'm charging my iPad. So I might be able to put the game on my iPad and react to it while we do stuff. But I won't be able to do like a main watch along for the game. That game's going to be so good. I want Montreal to win. Montreal versus Carolina, Vegas versus Colorado would be some great series. And also it's Saturday, so we could see a Cole Caulfield night because he's just insane on Saturdays. It's weird how it works out with NHL players, where some of them are just insane on Saturdays. Or like just specific days of the week or specific months. Like Jake DeBrusk is always good in November. That's a weird one. Jake DeBrusk being insane in November. What else here? McMichael, solid. I like McMichael. It was on some good World Juniors teams as well. Jackson Lacombe, what a great pick down there. Niels Hoglander right after. Hoglander's like not a bad pick. Like he's gotten games played. He's got the most games played in this round. Now, how useful are those games played? Not too great. How's it going? We got Nux memes. I gotta put my headphones on. Pardon? I'm going through draft classes and going insane about how bad Jim Benning and Judd Brackett was great first round drafter, but not a great late round drafter. Is what I kind of.
Had a guy in mind and was not
Yeah,
listening to check it on anything.
yeah. All right. I think I should have everything set up. All right. How's it going? How have you been the
I'm
last few
good.
days?
It's been chilling. I mean, I would have loved if we had a first or second overall pick to talk about here, but
Yeah, me
what are you
too.
gonna do?
We're gonna drop in the lottery. That's what we're always gonna do. I can't drop you down there because then the stream. I'm trying to figure everything out. Sorry.
It's all good.
Get my document over here. There we go. Questions are set up. Everything's good to go. So, without further ado, there's the biggest news of the week for the Vancouver Canucks. What are your thoughts on the hires of Ryan Johnson and the Sedin twins as co-pohos?
Co-Pohos, I love the name. I think it's great. I mean, like Ryan Johnson would have been one of my top choices, and
Yeah,
just from the press conference, you can tell he has a vision for this team, and he was probably the right pick after all of the gymnastics that they did to get to this point. For the Sedins, I mean, I don't understand how anyone is possibly upset about that
yeah,
at all.
uh-huh.
It's just a bunch of doomers, I guess.
Yeah,
But like nobody cares more about the Canucks than the Sedins do. They've dedicated all of their lives since 1999 to
yeah,
this. Like even when they retired, they stayed in Vancouver instead of going back to Sweden, and then they took on the jobs within the organization. Like they bleed Vancouver, and I can't think of a better choice for president. And people say like, yeah, they're inexperienced, but look what happened last time we got an experienced president
yeah.
for that role,
Oh
Jim
yeah, it
Rutherford.
wasn't great.
I think I'm willing to take my chances. What are your thoughts on those?
I really, really like it. I was high on Evan Gold because I wanted more of a nerd because it's a change of direction based on like what we've had in the past. But Ryan Johnson really sold me. I went to a season ticket event in Abbotsford. He made a speech, and it got me so hyped that I was sold on Ryan Johnson. I really like the pick. They're really good developers. What they've done in Abbotsford with player development is really, really good. And I feel like they're gonna be good enough to go find some people around them to fill out the gaps that they might be a little bit weaker at, like scouting and analytics and stuff like that. I really like it.
Yeah, I'm hoping for that too. Like looking for new AGMs and
Yeah,
the analytics department. I want newer, fresher faces with an outside look at the team because I think
yeah,
that's important to bring in at a time like this. And I also really liked Evan Gold, but I think I've definitely grown more comfortable with Ryan Johnson after the press conference and after the interviews he's given,
yeah.
because he clearly has a good head on his shoulders. And I mean, he's been in the organization for so long. I think he deserves this opportunity.
Yeah, that's the thing where a lot of people are like, well, he's just a part of the organization that like brought us to this place, but it's also like he was more of a back like sure he's an AGM, but he was also a little bit more of a backseat role to it where he gets to see what they did wrong and what they did right and he can go in and implement his way of thinking and bring in like do the stuff they didn't do. Like, and the big thing is culture. Like, that's the big thing that they're talking about. What did you think about all the stuff that they said about culture in that press conference? Because it got me hyped.
I liked that they said you have to lay that groundwork first before you can be a good team.
Yeah.
Like they really emphasize that. And I mean, it's just something that we really have to care about as Canucks fans at this time now because of how bad the culture's been recently.
Uh-huh.
The good news is that after the trade deadline, things got better. Everyone said that the team was fully different after the trade deadline,
Yeah.
which I don't know what that says about Connor Garland, but
Yeah.
I won't speculate.
Which kind of sucks
Um,
because I did like Garland.
Yeah, I mean, I was very happy to trade him, and now hearing everybody be so happy after he left,
Yeah.
I'm more happy to trade him. But yeah, like you gotta build that culture, and it seems like they're already progressing towards that. And I think the Sedins said that they also noticed this team get better over the last 3, 4 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
And it is important to build a winning culture like they had in Abbotsford in 2025. It's not just about showing up to work and playing your best, but playing your best as a team. They need to
Uh-huh.
be a team. They haven't been
Yeah.
connected enough these
No.
past 2 seasons. And now, like, we're trending towards a better culture. And these guys, I have full faith in to implement that.
Yeah, it's kind of like the perfect, like, even if they don't finish out the rebuild, it's kind of like the perfect start hires because you get to establish that culture, and all the players that were here and will be here for a long time will know what to expect. And if they ever have to make a GM change where it's just not working out on the hockey side, that culture is set of knowing what to do and what to really bring in. I really like the hires and what they've been saying about the culture as well. One person that might be affected from the culture, hopefully positively, is Elias Pettersson. Now, I don't want to ask you if you think he's going to bounce back because that's just been a topic of discussion for way, way too long. But do you think that this could help him not become a 100-point player again, but at least get up to 60, 70 points and up his trade value?
I'm hoping it can benefit him, and I'm not too worried about the trade value, like
Yeah,
whether he stays on the Canucks or whether he doesn't. I'm more worried about him because, off the ice he had a really tough year,
yeah,
and I'm worried about him as a person as well as
uh-huh.
as a player. I
Yeah,
think that these changes will help him because they were already asked about him, and they already talked about, like emphasizing the importance of coming to training camp prepared, using the summer to make sure that you're prepared. And I'm sure they're going to make sure that he is prepared. And I think he wants to be too.
uh-huh.
I don't think he wants to play like this. He definitely wants to be better. It's just been tough ever since the tendonitis. He hasn't been able to get back to it.
Yeah,
I think the really rough part is that if we had McKenna or Stenberg, if we were going to get pick one or pick two,
uh-huh.
um, we would be having a very skilled young winger to put beside Elias Pettersson. And now, unless Stenberg can drop to three,
Yeah,
that probably isn't going to happen. So I think that that is a barrier. The fact that he just hasn't been playing
yeah.
with great line mates. Like all of last year,
It was,
his line mates were Evander Kane and Jake DeBrusk. And like
yeah,
DeBrusk scored, but he only scored on the power play. So Pedersen just, he was definitely weighed down. I mean, he didn't play great, but he was also really weighed down.
yeah,
I am hoping that these changes and maybe changes within his training regime will make him more of an effective player, whether we trade him or not. I just want to see him play well again.
uh-huh. Yeah, definitely. Oh, I had a question lined up right after that. Oh yeah, Adam Foote. I want to turn over to Adam Foote. So a big topic of conversation right now is the coaching hires. What are they going to do? My big thing is that the coaching hire would be the first show of direction that they're actually, all the talk they can do about what they want to do with this team. The coaching decision is the first decision that could really make it real and show what direction they're wanting to go in. What other things that they can do, probably from now to the draft, that would show you that they're really pushing towards this new direction for the Vancouver Canucks?
I mean, definitely, bringing in the analytics department, bringing in
Yeah.
new agents, that's definitely a big thing. And
Uh,
um, yeah, on the line of Adam Foote firing him.
yes.
Um, but other than that, like just making the right smart moves. It's kind of hard with the draft because they seem to be really attached to Caleb Malhotra, and
Yeah.
it's like fine, but beyond just the draft, like I think Jake DeBrusk has to go.
Yes.
I don't think he serves much of a purpose here at this point. I don't think he wants to be here
No.
anymore. So I think getting him out would be a big step. I want them to take on a bad contract
Yeah.
at some point in the summer. I think that that could really set my mind forward for a rebuild because all those teams that rebuilt, they all took on bad contracts and got assets and then flipped those players for more assets along the line. And I
Uh-huh.
think that's something that the Canucks should jump on early. Like, if there's any chance of Darnell Nurse waiving his no move clause,
Yeah.
I think you absolutely have to jump on that because you would get very good assets for taking on a contract that bad. And at this point, cap space doesn't really matter. I think we have like $25 million to work with this summer. We already have most of our lines filled up.
Uh-huh.
I think using that cap space on a bad contract to get assets and then hoping that player turns into something tradable for more assets, I think that's something you got to do. I want to see really good asset management from them this summer and beyond.
Uh-huh. One that's not really technically a bad contract, but be a very good asset flip kind of thing. He probably gets put a part of a package for another trade with a different team, but Evan Rodriguez, Florida needs a little bit of cap space. He's only $3 million, and on an elevated role at the Vancouver Canucks. Do you think that he could be turned into maybe a little bit more than what you could get for him, or do you think that's kind of like a stagnant piece?
I definitely see some potential in that for Evan Rodriguez. I think he's a good player. He would probably fit on the second line or
Uh-huh.
maybe even first line beside Pedersen because who
Yeah,
else do we even have
yeah,
right now? But yeah, just guys like that who are, maybe maybe over the hump in their career, over the hill a little
yeah,
bit. Not like towards retirement or anything, but
yeah.
past their primes. Guys like that who, their current team doesn't have too much of a role for, but that we could turn into a good player for someone else. And Evan Rodriguez definitely fits the bill for that.
Uh-huh. Patrick Laine was the one that I wanted at this deadline because I felt like we could
Yeah.
have got like a big, like that could have been even value. You could have upped a Pedersen's value by taking a guy like Patty Laine back for Montreal. Let's move over to the draft. So you talked about them wanting Caleb Malhotra. I want to know who is your pick at three? Is it Caleb Malhotra or is it someone else?
I think I I like Caleb Malhotra and I will like him if we pick him, but I don't think he's a third overall pick. I think in that spot, I would turn off my brain, go best player available, and best player available for me is Chase Reed. Assuming Gavin McKenna and Ivar Stenberg are off the board by
Yeah,
then, Chase Reed, I'm happy to go with him at third overall. And then, I mean, that kind of has our right side of defense set,
yeah,
unless, of course, we win the lottery next year and get DuPont,
yeah,
in which case I don't know what we do.
yeah. No.
Um, I floated this up yesterday and I floated it up on my story. And a lot of people don't like the idea of it, but I don't want to fully rule out the idea of Vigo Bjork at third overall.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm so high on him.
People are like very hesitant because of his size and because, his SHL stats aren't eye-popping, but he's an 18-year-old being the
Yeah.
first line center of his SHL team and he played well. And he isn't like getting bullied out there on the ice. I mean, maybe he can work on his physicality a little bit, but he has all the tools to really, really succeed. And I'm not saying that you have to pick him at third, but I think
Uh-huh.
you can't rule him out, especially with the World Championships going on. He's the youngest player for Sweden ever. If he has a good tournament here, that could really, catch the eye of some people in the front office. And I think that wouldn't really be the worst pick. Obviously, we also still have Marco Rossi, and he's a smaller center as well.
Uh-huh.
But I assume at some point Marco Rossi is going to get traded out of here, maybe towards the end of his contract.
Uh-huh.
So I really don't hate the idea of bringing in Vigo Bjork.
I was just looking at this. What would you think about trading down to six with Calgary and picking up possibly either the 28th overall pick, the or Vegas forfeit their second round pick, the 28th overall pick, yeah, or early second round pick, and take a Vugo Bork at six.
I actually also saw that mock trade. I don't know if it would happen, but if it would happen, like I already thought from like January, if we lose or when we lose the lottery, I don't hate the idea of trading down because I feel like there isn't a crazy big gap
Yeah.
between the third best player in the draft and like the eighth best player in this draft.
Uh-huh.
So I don't hate the idea. It's just if the Canucks were to trade down, first of all, and then take Viggo Bjork, I think half the fan base would lose their minds
Yeah.
at that decision. So that kind of worries me because I don't want to create a bunch of division in the fan base immediately for this front office. But I really don't hate the idea of it because I don't think there's a big difference. And if you can get Vigo Bjork at sixth overall, like I think that's totally worth it to also add more assets at
Yeah.
the end of the first, start of the second. It's just would Calgary care enough to move up to third? That's really
Exactly.
the question because they're already in a spot where they can take one of the guys in this tier of player.
Yeah.
So would they care enough?
I don't know. I'm kind of set on the same as you, where a lot of these players are kind of like the same bracket of skill and maybe to potential. Another one that really intrigues me is Carson Carroll's. I don't know if you've seen a lot about him. Do you think that he has the most sneaky upside when it comes to this range?
I am a big fan of him, and I did also like obviously the big thing for him in the media was him saying that he wants to go to a Canadian team, he wants to bring the Stanley Cup back to Canada, and how could you
Uh-huh.
not love that? I mean,
Yeah.
that fits what a lot of the fan base wants. And I think I don't hate that idea at third overall because you already have Zeev Buyam, who's a good offensive player.
Uh-huh.
Adding in Carson Carls, you have a good two-way left-handed defenseman, and I think that those two would fit really well as the first pairing defenseman and the second pairing defenseman in either order. I really don't hate that idea. I do think Chase Reed would be my pick just because
Yeah.
look what happened in 2016 when we didn't go best player available and we drafted for a position. We got Oli Olevi instead of getting Matthew Tkachuk.
Yeah, we just went
Like
over that.
sometimes you just have to take best player
Yeah.
available. And in this case, I do still think it's Chase Reed, but I could definitely be sold on a couple other guys, and Carl's is definitely one of them because I think he's probably the best two-way defenseman in this draft, and he has his personality definitely checks out, and I think that would be really good for our culture as well. Just a guy who wants to be in Canada, bringing the cup back to Canada, clearly wants to win.
Uh-huh.
I really don't mind that idea.
Did you see as well, going back to Vigo Bjork, Sidney Crosby at the World Juniors, or not the the World Championships? Vigo Bjork was getting interviewed, and then he ran into Sidney Crosby shortly after, and Crosby had high praise for him. Do you think that ups his draft value even with his size?
I definitely think that plus just the fact he's even at the World Championships and
Yeah.
played a good game against
Uh-huh.
Canada, that's really good for his stock. I mean, he's now making these headlines. He's getting himself into the main media more. I think that this could be a very big tournament for him. And I mean, the best, well, not the best player in the game, but like the biggest name in the game,
Yeah.
Sidney Crosby, having praise for you, like that is going to help your draft stock for sure. So I think that more eyes are going to be on Viggo Bjork now, and Crosby's probably partially to thank for that. I'm excited to see how well he does for the rest of this tournament because
Uh-huh.
if it's a big one, that could really turn some heads.
Yeah. Now let's move later into the draft. We have the 24th overall pick and the 33rd overall pick. We also have 41 as well. I don't know if we'll go that far back, but who are your ideal picks at 24 and 33?
Well, everybody is thinking the same two guys,
Yeah.
which is the Ruck twins,
Uh-huh.
obviously, and I'm absolutely not against that. I just don't know if Liam Ruck will still be available at 24 at this
Yeah.
point because
Uh-huh.
his stock rose so much throughout the year.
Uh-huh.
If he is available at 24, I think you jump on that immediately because I
Yeah.
think that if he's available at 24, Marcus is going to be available at 33.
Yeah.
The two twins coming in and drafting two twins, what a story that would be. That
Yeah.
would be just amazing. Beyond that, like I haven't dug into it that deep. There are definitely some names that have turned my head, like Mathis Preston,
Uh-huh.
Yegor Shilov, Nikita Klepov, guys like that, who could definitely be available there. Maybe Wyatt Cullen, if he could possibly still
Drop.
be available
Yeah.
at 24. There are definitely some good names there. I do think if you can't get the Ruck twins, you definitely take a forward with one of your picks and probably a defenseman with the other pick.
Yeah.
I guess depending on what you do at third overall, because at some point in those top three picks, you need to draft a defenseman for sure. And if you're taking Malholster at third and you're taking a forward at 24, 33, I think you have to take a defenseman. I know we're a little more sorted out on defensemen than we are on forward, but we still need to add to that. Like the left side of defense, we still need to add to that for now. So ideally, that's where I'd see them going. But yeah, obviously the Ruck twins are on the top of my mind and every Canucks fan's mind because we have picks so close to each other and we
Yeah.
could potentially get this done.
One player that I'm really high on based off his World Juniors performance, and Jason Bukala, put a knife into that hype a little bit with his talk on Canucks talk, is Thomas Schrenko. He very impressed me so much at the World Juniors. Do you know much about him? Do you think that he would be possibly a good pick at 41 or maybe 33?
I mean, I don't know like a crazy amount of him, but I definitely remember him having a very good World Juniors
Uh-huh.
on that team. I mean, so much of that team had great performances. So I guess you also maybe got to take that into account a little bit. Maybe his play was elevated because of the team around him playing so well too. But
Yeah,
I mean, if he's available at 41, like that is absolutely not a bad pick. I just don't know if he will be. And there's another guy from that Czech team that's available
Thomas
mid-teens,
Galvis.
right?
Was it
Yeah,
Galvis or the defenseman,
maybe.
or is
I, I can always hit up elite prospects right now, but there's some good stuff.
Shrenko was actually the Slovak team, not the Czech team.
Oh, Slovak.
Yeah,
Yeah. Right, yeah. But
Nemec.
nah, I don't think Nemitz is that good.
No,
There's
Nemec is
someone good available from the Czech team.
trying to look as well. I got the Tankathon order up, so I don't really see what they're.
I always just go to elite prospects. But yeah, no, that's not a bad pick at 41. I think at 41, like I don't really care who they pick as long as it's not like some gamble. Like at 41, you take best player available. And
Yeah.
I think at that point, you just hope that somebody has fallen down
Uh-huh.
that far. Another guy that we could take at maybe 24 is Xavier Villeneuve,
Yeah.
who I know a lot of guys are really high on. I don't know if he fits us that well because he's kind of similar to Zeev Buium.
Uh-huh. And on the
Um,
left side as well, so
yeah. So it might not make too much sense, but it might be if he's available at like 33, if he makes it through the first round of the draft, I think you absolutely take him at 33. You just
yeah.
I don't care at that point about the fit if
Yeah.
he's available at 33. Like this is a Lane Hudson type of player
It's about
that
value
I
at this
don't think you
point.
can pass on if he drops that far. I think it would be silly to.
What do you
Oh,
think?
I think it's Oh, Novotny. Novotny is the guy I was
Oh
thinking.
yes, Novotny. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
very high though. They up here
Yeah.
he has up 14. I really like Novotny, and he was pretty low in the draft boards to start the season, but he rise so much that it might just be an
Yeah, because
unrealistic pick for us to grab.
his World Juniors was really good. But maybe they can trade up too.
Yeah.
Trading up is always possible.
Uh huh.
We have so many. We have
10.
33. We have 41. We can make some moves to
Uh
try
huh.
to get the guys that we want.
Yeah, all about for this season really it's all about trying to create value with your draft picks. So you got to really take the guys who you think could give you consistent value throughout when it comes to their prospect years. So let's turn over now to what's happening in hockey right now, the hockey that is being played on the ice. How excited are you for Mr. Saturday Night to finally get a Saturday night game in the playoffs against Buffalo at home in Montreal?
It is crazy that they were nerfing him for so long by
Yeah.
not having Saturday night games. Yeah, it's going to be an electric game. I've only been able to watch two of the five games of the series so far because I've been at work through the other ones. I've been watching them at work anyway, but
Uh-huh.
I'm very happy to get to sit down and watch this one. And I kind of hope Montreal takes it tonight just so that I
Yeah.
can actually see it happen. But there is also a part of me that wants to see a game seven. Alex Tuck currently has 0 points in 5 games in the series, which
Yeah.
is insane.
Uh-huh.
Tage Thompson has been getting dominated at 5-on-5.
Uh-huh.
That whole line has been terrible at 5-on-5, like their worst line, and that's their top line.
Yeah.
Montreal's big guys are coming alive. Alex Newhook has been crazy. Like
So
ever since
good.
he scored the game winner, the series winner in the Tampa series, he just hasn't slowed down. He just keeps scoring. And
Yeah.
Kirby Doc and Alex Texier, they've also been coming alive on that line. I really like this Montreal team, and of course, a lot of people are like, okay, whoever wins this is going to get destroyed by Carolina. And I said that too. But I think at this point, if this series goes to seven, Carolina's going to be off for like a week and a half before
Yeah.
playing another game. And I think that that could really be a factor in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, I this Montreal team is just getting me so hyped. My buddy's a Montreal fan, so I've turned to cheering for them. I've adopted them for these playoffs, and they're a fun team to adopt. Like a really good mix of size and skill on that team. Carolina plowing through the playoffs at this point. I know it was I think the two worst teams in the Eastern Conference that they moved through, but do you think that they really have made a statement so far? Like, obviously they have, but do you think that it is a true statement, or could they be on fraud alert?
I don't think they're on fraud alert. And I
Yeah,
think that, I mean, they've just been playing so well. They've been playing lockdown, and Ottawa was not that bad. Like, people are like, oh, they only played Ottawa and Philadelphia, but Ottawa was a good team
yeah,
that Carolina just made
yeah.
look bad.
Uh-huh.
Like, they had solid offensive pieces. Brady Tkachuk didn't have a point. Tim Stützle had 1 point. They locked them down.
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, the line of Hall, Stankoven, and Blake is just going insane. It's the best line in the
Yeah.
playoffs by far to this point. They haven't even had their bigger guys come alive yet.
Uh-huh.
Like, Aho's been okay. Svechnikov has not been good. Jarvis has not been good enough. And
Yeah.
Ehlers, you want more from him as well. It's that line plus like Keandre Miller, who have been carrying the load, plus Freddie Anderson, somehow, like noted playoff choker Freddie Anderson,
Yeah.
who wasn't even good this season, suddenly has like a 940 in the playoffs. I
Uh-huh.
mean, I think that's scary for any team to go up against, like the fact that their big guys haven't been doing enough yet. And even Gostisbehere, who's like point per game, he hasn't been putting up a lot of points either.
Uh-huh.
I don't I if they don't make it to the Stanley Cup Finals this year, if they choke in the Eastern Conference Finals again, I don't think they're ever making it to the Cup
No.
Finals. This year, it's kind of just on the most silver platter that it possibly could be for
Uh-huh.
them.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of this Carolina team and hoping that they would finally make it over the hump in terms of the Eastern Conference Finals. But yeah, if they don't do it, they're never going to with this core. Moving over to the other side, the Western Conference, the Colorado Avalanche have been, doing us good, eliminating Quinn Hughes from the playoffs, which was really fun to see. Do you think that they'll be able to handle Vegas pretty easily, or do you think this is going to be the closest series for them?
I don't know if it's easy,
Yeah.
especially with the way that Mitch Marner's playing, but
Uh-huh.
I have a lot of my hopes pinned on them. I already had my hopes pinned on Colorado just because of that Minnesota pick and because I wanted Quinn Hughes eliminated.
Yeah.
But now I think they might be even more pinned on Colorado because I just hate Vegas so much. I just
Yeah.
want to see them so bad.
Yeah.
And Colorado, clearly the better team in this series, but Vegas has been missing Mark Stone. If they can get him back, that's huge.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, like I think they can make it a series. I just really hope that Colorado can overwhelm them. I hope that Colorado can get Lehkonen back and be at full strength. Hopefully
Yeah.
Makar is also fully healthy. I would say I think it will be the closest series. I think it's going to go to six, but I want to still have faith in Colorado to win this.
Yeah, I picked Colorado going to the Stanley Cup Finals at the start of the season or at the start of the playoffs. So hopefully they're able to make it there. Which team that from like the earlier rounds that got eliminated earlier was a surprise to you? You thought that they would go far. Now Tampa is a big one, but is there a team maybe like a Utah or an Anaheim that you thought would go far? Maybe a Pittsburgh.
I definitely thought Pittsburgh would at least beat Philadelphia. I
Yeah.
think their big guys kind of shied away
Uh-huh.
in the first three games and also in that last game. But um, I'd probably say Edmonton, honestly. I
Yeah.
didn't think they'd get first round bounce. They just are clearly fatigued from the past two seasons making it to the Cup Finals. And
Uh-huh.
I thought that them against an inexperienced Anaheim team would result in like not an easy Edmonton win, but definitely Edmonton advancing. And instead, Anaheim just like locked them down. Like Lacombe was crazy in that
Yeah.
series just to turn around and not be very good against Vegas.
Uh-huh.
Um, I definitely wanted more from Ottawa. I don't think I ever expected them to beat Carolina, but I definitely didn't expect them to get swept. And they played so well to end the season too. I think they were just such a better team than they showed in the playoffs, and now everybody thinks that they sucked
Yeah.
when in reality they were really good all season. It was just their goaltending wasn't making saves.
Uh-huh.
And then you get to the playoffs and everything has flipped. Linus Ullmark was crazy
Yeah.
and the offense didn't do anything.
Uh-huh. Um, do you think that Montreal's power play might be at risk if they do move on, knock on wood, and face the Carolina Hurricanes because of how good they were able to shut down that Ottawa Senators power play, even on 5-on-3s?
Yeah, I Carolina definitely turned more into a defensive team at the start of playoffs. I mean, they've always been a good defensive team, but this year in the regular season, they were the second best offensive team, and that's kind of how they were winning games because their goaltending wasn't good at all.
Uh-huh.
They were outscoring all their problems, but now Freddie's making saves, the defense is locking it down,
Yeah.
and yeah, I mean, their penalty kill has been crazy. Now they've got to face Philadelphia's power play last round, so I'm not gonna that's like a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Like Philadelphia's power play has been the worst each of the past like 4 or 5 seasons or whatever. But
Uh-huh.
against Ottawa, like yeah, they faced 4 or 5 on threes, didn't give up a goal. I think they only gave up one power play goal in
Yeah.
like 21 attempts in that series. And Ottawa's power play looked silly. Like
Uh-huh.
I went to game three in person. I saw the minute and a half 5-on-3 where they just didn't get anything done at all. Like it
Yeah.
looked like even strength basically. And I think that could be a very rough thing for Montreal, especially when they've just gotten their big guys to start going. I do think Montreal's power play is better than Ottawa's, and I think that Lane Hudson especially will help them to get past that. But I definitely think if Carolina can just do Carolina things and shut down that top line, it's probably going to be tough for the depth to continue on at this level.
Yeah, like I think Montreal could be in big, big danger. I mean, they're already, I feel like, ahead of schedule as it is already. I take this season as a big win if they make it to the conference finals, but I'm not sure if they make it past Carolina, but it should be a good series. Are out of like I'd say the big three potential breakout stars, who do you think is the number one breakout star? I'll open it up to like anybody you think it could be, but the big three for me are Jackson Blake, Logan Stankoven, and is it Zach Benson? Keep
Mhm.
forgetting his
Yeah.
first name.
It's Zach, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
He's been great. I haven't really gotten to watch a lot of Buffalo games, which is
Yeah.
so weird. Like I
Uh-huh.
missed so many games Buffalo Boston, and I've missed so many Buffalo Montreal games, so I haven't been able to see
Yeah.
all of what Zach Benson's done. But I've only heard really good things about his game, and whenever I'm watching, it seems like he's always in there. And I mean, he's only 20 years old too.
Yeah.
Uh, Notably, I don't know if you went through that draft class, but the Canucks passed on him.
Yes.
He went the pick right after
Are you
Villander, but
okay with it though that we got Verlander still, or?
I like Villander.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it, but I think at that point the pick was definitely Benson, and I think
Yeah.
Benson is going to go on to be better. It's
Uh-huh.
not a bad consolation prize to get Villander because I
Yeah.
think he's going to be a solid top four defenseman.
Uh-huh.
But like having Benson right now, like he would fit us pretty well.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think Jackson Blake in round two really came alive.
Yeah.
I think that whole line really, like even Taylor Hall, who I know was an MVP, but he kind of fell into the shadows a little
Yeah.
bit the past couple of years. Like he has been quite possibly on Conn Smythe trajectory
Yeah.
right now. So I think that whole line just coming alive has been really crazy to see because nobody's even close to them. Like
Uh-huh.
they are quite clearly the best line in playoffs. I mean, you can also make the argument for Marner coming alive in the playoffs finally,
Yeah.
being the best player in playoffs right now, I would think. I don't know if I would get a lot of arguments against that.
No.
And then I would have argued Jackson Lacombe, but he was so bad against Vegas that I guess
Yeah.
I can't argue that anymore.
No. Um, trying to think. Yeah, we'll just do one last question here. So, what is a bold prediction you have for the Vancouver Canucks? For you can go as far as you want. You can go 5 years down the line, just a year down the line. Do you have a bold prediction that you think might happen, but probably won't happen for the Vancouver Canucks?
That is a tough one
Yeah.
because I really don't know what to expect right
Uh-huh.
now. It's so hard to try to predict anything with this team. Um, Hmm. Oh, you know what? I think a lot of people have started to become really low on Jonathan Lekremecki, and
Yeah,
I'm still high on him.
me
I think
too.
people don't see him as as good as they should. I think Lekremecki is awesome. I This year was rough for him because he was a little bit injury prone.
Uh-huh.
Um, in the NHL, maybe his numbers didn't look the greatest, but he also was getting shoved on the fourth line because Adam Foote doesn't know what to do with the young guys.
Yep.
I think coming into this season, if we get to put him on a line with Pedersen, I think that could really benefit both of them because he just has such a wicked shot.
Yeah.
And I think my my hot take will be 20 goals for Jonathan Lekremecki next season. I think his shot is so good, and I think there just aren't enough players on the Canucks who can score, especially if we trade Jake DeBrusk.
Yeah.
I think that Lekremecki would benefit from that if he can stay healthy. I mean, in the AHL this past season, I think he only played 21 games and had 13 goals or something
Yeah.
crazy like that. Like when he was back in Abbotsford to rehab after his injury, it felt like he was scoring every single game, and some of the shots that he had were just insane. Like I think he really has the tools to be a 20 goal scorer next season as long as he can stay healthy, but health is a really big factor for him. I still believe in him though.
Yeah, I go into a lot of the Abbotsford games where he was playing. It felt like he was scoring every single game, and I got a great view of some of those goals and just the way that he was able to. There was one goal where he was looking into the opposite corner and just bang, shot top shelf, other
Yeah.
side, rips it. Like, I think the only thing he needs, other than staying healthy, is just consistent NHL time because they say he needs to get used to the physical game in the NHL, but it's really hard to do that if you're not playing him in the NHL and keep shoving him down in the AHL.
Yeah, I mean, and this is why we kind of I know this isn't all Foot's doing, but Foot doesn't give him the best opportunities even when he plays in the NHL.
Yeah.
And this is why we need to fire Foot because he can't deal with the young guys.
No.
Like look at him go to Abbotsford, play for Manny's team, and he's scoring because Manny knows how to deal with the young guys, even if it wasn't a good season for Abbotsford, kind
Yeah.
of out of his hands. Um, yeah, I mean, I really believe in Lekremecki, and look at his training camp or preseason from the past season. Him and Coots were dominant. It
Yeah.
got Coots a spot on the roster for
Uh-huh.
opening day. Like, I think he can still be a really good player, and I mean, he's only 22, so
Yeah.
there's a lot more for him to give. I saw Jay Fresh on Twitter post about 2020, what was it, 2022? 2022, I think, right?
Yeah. Maybe.
He posted about 2022 draft picks that need to prove themselves now, or else they probably will never prove themselves. And Lekremecki was on that just because he hasn't played a lot of NHL hockey. I think this will be a big season for him. I think he's going to solidify himself as a full-time NHL player.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that although a pretty realistic take because you could see it happening with a coaching change, it could still be bold depending on what happens with the coaching. Nucko, thank you so much for doing this. Thank you for being a part of this charity. I truly, truly appreciate it. Thanks for coming on the live stream as well. It was a great time.
Thank you for having me. It was my pleasure. I was very happy to come on here. I always love yapping about the Canucks, so
Uh,
you didn't really have to twist my arm to get me to do this or anything. I'm wishing you the best of luck with the next, let's see, how long do you have now? Like 8 hours?
yeah, something like that. I think it's 8 or 9 hours now.
Okay. What, you know, no, it's got to be more than that.
12, 10,
I'm
10,
bad with time zones
10,
and stuff.
10 hours.
10
12,
hours. Okay.
yes.
You got 10 hours left. I
Uh-huh.
believe in you. Who else are you having on?
I got Sarah Loves Hockey, Canucks Clay, Nothing is Perfect, and Headspace Hockey coming on throughout the rest
Awesome.
of the stream. Yeah.
Okay, so you'll keep busy.
Oh, yeah.
You'll stay active. I believe in you. Good luck with this.
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks for coming on.
No problem. All right, have a good one.
You as well. Alrighty, that is Nucko. Nux memes coming on. What a great time. What a great chat. Really, really fun. Would like to have him on the podcast again after. Very, very insightful. Definitely has done more scouting on the draft class than I have as my camera. Moved around a lot, and I do got to take a little break to blow my nose. Hopefully you did hear him. My technology getting the stream all going was not great. If you didn't, I do apologize and I will fix it. And yeah. So yeah, all right, let's move in. What's the next thing we're gonna do? What's on the docket now? I'm hot. This room, although this room is usually cold, having the jersey on with a shirt underneath is not great. Um, for me right now, I am really, really, really hot. I'm sweating. Let's move into the next thing. Is it's Be a Pro. It is Be a Pro time. So let's get that loaded. Let's see if I can get it loaded quickly. And then I'll take a little break just to go outside. It is nice and cold outside. So I'll get the work on that a little bit. Let me mute the... Yeah, you definitely did hear him. That... Whew. Stand up, go take a little break, go outside. I'll reset my camera as well before I come back. And we will start up the Be a Pro. Hopefully it's still loaded. I forget if... I might have to redo all of that. So I'll probably redo that like off. And for the live chat, I apologize. I don't have the live chat on the screen. I had a tough time setting it up right before. So yeah. That will be about it. All right, while this loads, I will go do that. So let's get her going here. So I'm going to switch over to the washroom break, go down. All right, I'm back. Chell still hasn't loaded. For some reason, it's not loading. Let me reset it. Close game and open it. You want to see something funny? I got to take my headphones off for it, though. There's a slant in my room, and it goes to, like, down there. So if I roll, it just doesn't stop. And then I got to work my way back up. It's annoying, because sometimes, like, I'll be playing games, and I'll go back like that, and I'll just end up sliding. Are we not going to load the game? Cannot connect to the server, cannot verify your license. We got the glitch going here. Game is glitching out. It won't load. I'm going to reset my camera real quick. Back, camera's back. How's it going, Thomas? We just had Nucko on. We had a great talk. My PlayStation, I'm going to restart it. Won't load. Chell, we were going to do Be a Pro. We're having a bunch of fun here. We are almost 2 hours in. Almost. Out of 12. So we still have 10 hours to go for the stream, which is fun. We got a bunch of fun stuff lined up. We got... Be a Pro now. And then after Be a Pro, it is Clay and Sarah. I'm keeping... Sorry, I'm trying to load up Chell while doing this at the same time. Also, a friendly reminder now. I just did that with my mic on. I do apologize. A reminder right now, if you guys are watching and you guys want to go donate, the link is down in the description to donate to BC Children's Hospital. This is a charity stream. Our goal is down there. We're past our goal of $750. We're currently at $1,000. It's counting one donation twice, so we're at $1,145 raised. I'm going to go check it just to see if it's updated at all. If we have had any donations, then I will thank. There we go. We have one donation. Let me go check it. Thank you, Anonymous, for sending $50 in. Truly, truly appreciate it. Man, I was expecting like a bunch of $1 donations. The fact that we're receiving $50 donations. Whoever did send in that $50 donation, thank you. Thank you so much. So our goal is now more realistically like that. I wonder if I could refresh it. There we go. There we go. I refreshed it. I did refresh it. Okay. If I continue to be a pro, it probably won't be. I might have to set up the be a pro again. It's probably gonna go to the one that I play offline. And we might start up a be a pro series. It is my offline one. Maybe this is the start of a be a pro series. We're gonna name our guy Canucks Land. We're gonna go through the World Junior Championships. We're gonna go through the Memorial Cup. We're going to play... Apologies. We're going to play quick games. I need a mute button where I can just press be a pro. I press continue again. Just take a break 1 sec. Gotta dry. Got a bat in the cave. Save and exit. Back to just me. I do apologize about my nose. If you guys don't know, I don't know if I've talked about this on the channel. It runs insanely fast comparative to other people, so I do have to blow it a lot. Zachary McNally, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. I'm currently trying to load up a Be a Pro, and I keep pressing continue on my old Be a Pro. We're getting it going now. All right, we should be set up. Turn on desktop audio for gaming, move over to gaming, and there we go. Be a pro, loaded up. You guys can see my full name. That's not great, but whatever. I think it's my full name's in the charity thing, so it doesn't really matter. But Canucks, capital L, land, back A and D, boom. We'll do it, Matthew, Canucks land. My first name is Matthew. Skater, goalie. Okay, so it's just skater. We're gonna do. Should we do a fun nationality? As I'll move this over. Should we do a fun nationality or should we do Canada? Should we go basic and do Canada? I don't know. Maybe we do Kazakhstan, USA, Switzerland, Sweden, Slovakia. Depends what World Juniors this is. We play with Thomas Ranko. Galvis is probably on this Czechia team. I'm forgetting. We'll just leave it at Candela, I guess. Handing is right. I'm going to go random. I'm going to go not spin a wheel because I don't think I'll be able to set up a wheel that fast. We'll just close my eyes. We are, unless it's American, Swiss. Sweet. All right, we're Swiss. We're going to play on the Swiss team. For Be a Pro, let's load into it. For the draft wise, we want for looks, we'll do that. Save. Just keep it basic. Looks like me a little bit. Maybe I have longer hair in real life. We're going to go through the Memorial Cup, and the team that I wanted to choose was in the dub. I want to play on the Seattle Thunderbirds. We're going to play with Braden Coots and Rudy Murka. I don't think Minio's on this team as well. So let's move into it. Start career. Is there going to be a cutscene? I forget. I haven't done this Be a Pro in a while. I've only done it once this season. Be a Pro is not really a great mode for the NHL games.
Let's kick off the Q&A session. with our first question. Go
Okay, we're doing
This
questions.
is a pretty incredible opportunity for you. World Juniors, representing your country, going into the semifinals, elimination.
I'm gonna turn off this.
How are you feeling?
I'm here to elevate my teammates and make a real impact. I want to seize the opportunity. I want to prove myself as belong at this level. I'm gonna go with confidence. We're gonna go confidence with this one.
You're up with the next question.
We know how much coaches prize versatility. What positions are you best suited to playing?
Thank you, Thomas. Yes. Yet again, link is in the description if you want to go donate. There's a QR code. I got to copy paste it. If I go to Just Me, this little QR code down here, if you want to scan it real quick, will send you over to the charity as well. Go donate. Our goal, as you can see, $750. We've already upped it. We're at $1,246. As I'm going to pick the position of, we got to go center, unless you could do a secondary position, center right wing. That's what we'll do. Center right wing. Oh, we should have done left for the handedness.
Player, but for anyone who's never had a chance to watch you play before, how would you describe your play style?
Is this Trance? Is this Trance? What do we go with? I think we're just going to go with sniper. Just get the shot going. We need to score a lot of goals.
When you think about what got you here as a forward, what's your primary skill set?
That's totally Drance. Is it not Thomas Drance? My shot is second to none. I think that's Drance, Clay. I totally think that that's Drance. Wrist shot, power, offensive awareness. Let's get the accuracies up. I think that is Drance.
Every NHL skater has
That has to
a
be.
ticket, but what are some of your secondary skills?
Speed. You gotta go speed. Agility and speed.
What would you say is the X factor that you bring to this team?
Quick release or 1T. Quick release.
Unfortunately, we have to wrap it up there. Thanks, everyone.
And I'm pretty sure you know how it used to be James Sabalski for the... It used to be James Sabalski for like in the on the menu screens. I think it's Sat. So they just got a bunch of Vancouver guys, which is nice to see. They just rated Sportsnet 650 for people to talk for this game. Zeev Boyum. Well, we got to go against Zeev Boyum here. Sim to next game. Let's get up to it. Let's get into our first game. Oh, we got to talk to Macklin. No.
It's Macklin Celebrini calling. Our agent gave me your number. I know you're excited about the semifinals at the World Juniors, and you should be. This is going to be one of the most fun games of your career, and you should enjoy it. There's going to be lots of scouts out there, and they'll be watching you, seeing how you do. So just show them how you play the game. Good luck and have fun.
No life behind the eyes when he's saying that one. It's probably awkward doing it, so I don't want to knock Mac at all. But yeah, even if you got Bedard, it would have been much better. Let's go. Let's just do win the next game, get 2 points. I want to get 2 points. I don't like the forum score. If I have a goal of getting 2 points, I will push. Look at that jersey. Isn't the Swiss jersey just beautiful? Thomas Drance already doing scouting on me. You know the Canucks fans want me in the building already. Let's play the next game. We'll do 10-minute periods, and if I feel like it's too long, then we'll go switch it up. So we got an hour until our next guest, which is Clay, who is in the chat. We'll talk mainly we'll talk about the GMs. We'll talk about all that. But before that, we got to play Team Finland. That's cool. The Swiss anthem. Cheering. It's loud in my headphones. I don't know if it's loud for you guys. I'm going to take my headphones off so I'm not yelling. We'll sim to next shift. I'm on the second line, probably. As, I forget who's on this Finland team, but we're on the power play. Canucks land. Finds a guy over. A shot. Ooh, Rippinen with a great save. Isn't Rippinen in the last World Juniors? He was a pretty solid goaltender. Herrenstrom as well was a really good goalie. Our first shift, we find a pass for a shot. That's really nice to see. Thomas Drance taking notes in this crowd. So he can talk on Canucks Talk about how good this Swiss prospect is. A great defensive play. Tries to move it up. Gets bumped by Vesterainen. He'll dump it in. I gotta pause. One sec. I gotta switch over to my actual monitor for Chell. Because the delay is not helping out here. Will it load? It's loaded on there. Will it load here? Here we go. Okay. This will be better. We're able to get around this guy? Yep. Cut in the middle. Shoot! Oh, goalie was playing the side that we went and made the shot on. Vesterainen, big hit. They pick up the puck, sends it over. Meyer. Not Timo Meyer. But, oh, we tried to go for a poke check on... I'm not saying that guy's name. Mietinen, we get the poke. Meyer sends it up. Oh, we can't get around the D-man. We could have had a break there. Our shift's getting a little long. Way's going to get it around. We might be playing with Basil Sensonen. We'll just dump and get a change. Responsible hockey. We're playing responsible hockey here. We're not going to be a little rat like I was in real life. We'll throw the hit when we see it. We won't check anyone from behind. We won't try to fight anybody, because we'll get kicked out. Oh, tried to go for a tip there. Just wasn't able to get it. Oh, almost got the stick on it. As they make a great play, my teammate won't let me go through as I try to rush up. I need to be the third man. At least I'm the center. Get through. Oh, sends it to the middle. Send it back over. Find me again. Oh, a shot. Nice shot. Gonna move. Oh, I skate right into him as I'm trying to look for a pass. Kangas, a nice hit down there in the middle. Shot. Oh, he just hits the post. Stay out of here. You're not going to make a move on me. Get it up. Meyer. I'm with you. Oh, skies it. I got quiet. I was waiting for a pass over, maybe to make a shot and score. We need 2 points. Our team play is up to a B- so far. We're only in the first period, though. Are we going to get another shift? We will. Finland makes it 1-0. Emil Hemming on Neuenschwander to make it 1-0. Big draw win. Shot blocked. Try to get the puck. Try to get the puck. Nope. They're going to get it out. Haltunen cuts to the middle. Hellenius. Oh, it's Costa Hellenius on their team. Yeah, this is the line we got to try to shut down here. Johnson. Nice. Oh, I don't mean to do that drag every time, but it works a good amount of the time sometimes. It didn't work there, but we'll get it. Hellenius to Haltunen. He'll dump it in. D-Man gets there first. I throw a little pick on Hellenius. And we have a break. We have a potential break. Come on. Protect it. Send it over. Shot blocked. Meyer. Oh, he just missed the net. Come on, Meyer. You got to pick that up. Repidin's going to cover it. We might get pulled off. Decent shift. Decent shift. Wasn't able to get a shot off on that break, but nice pass to Meyer. And he just missed the net. Hopefully able to do better. My mic is on, just making sure. I can't see all my audio things at once right now. Boom. Drop. Slap shot. In front. Oh, I had the rebound opportunity. Little cycle play. Send it over to Johnson. His shot. Tipped. Meyer. We don't get an assist, but we're on the ice for a goal. As Meyer, Simon Meyer picks it up. Maybe Simone. Great play by us. We get it over to our D-man after cycling it up. A shot blocked, or stopped in front. And Meyer picks up the rebound and puts it in. We tied the game at 1. We're on the ice for a goal. We're still out there. A minute 12 left. Might be able to. Yeah, I knew he was going to send it up that way. Unable to get to it. Big hit. Might be. I don't think that was late. Probably 1 second count. Send it over. Meyer. Oh, rip it in. Able to stand up save that one. As I just kind of throw it right into his chest. They're going to keep us out there for the draw? Yes, they will. Sweet. 28 seconds. We got this. Too late on the draw. Oh, we got a poke check, but Hemming able to pick it up. 20 seconds to go here in the first. Hellenius gets around us. Haltonen, what a bad play by us. Not great defensively. We did a fly by Hellenius. He finds Haltonen. And we were on the ice for a goal. We helped set it up. And now we're on the ice for a goal against. We lose a draw again. Haltonen, big hit. Able to stop that chance. A shot. Stopped by Neuenschwander. He'll cover with 0.9. We're going to head into the second. Down 2-1 against Finland. You could only play one game, right? Or do you at least play in the bronze? Hopefully you get to play the bronze medal game. Hemming get a shot on goal. I'm losing these draws. I was holding my grip. Nice play. Look at the flyby. And then I stopped my D-man from being able to cover Hellenius as well. Not great defensive play from Canucks land on that one. We received another donation. I need to go check that out in a second. How can you donate? Donation is down in the link down below. There's a QR code on the screen right here, right now. You can scan that QR code as well. But there's a link in the description as well. You can go onto the site there, and donations all go directly to BC Children's Hospital. And yeah, I appreciate it so much if you do. As we set up another goal, we get an assist. That's a point. Apologies, Simone Meyer. Another goal, his second of the game, and we get the secondary assist. On that one is we get the puck up, we send it to the middle, and he just has a great passing lane over. Oh, great patience. The lane stays open. The lane stays open. Some great patience. Moves the puck over nicely, and boom, he roofs it. Now can I pick up a goal? We need to pick up a goal. Finland picked up another one before we were able to get back on the ice, as Aaron Kiviharju is on the ice as well. They're stacking their top line. Oh my god. Miettinen gets right in and scores. What a goal. That was just quick and easy. Not much to do on that one. I mean, we probably could have defended a little bit better, but pretty quick. Are we getting benched on the ice for 2 goals against? We're on the ice for 2 goals for. We're pretty even. We're not helping the team, but we're also not hurting the team as well. As we'll move over into another draw. Yet again, I lose it. I am not great on these face-offs. Antonin has us with him. Goes for a weak shot. Rimp it in. Sends it to Miettinen. Kiviharju tries to move it up. Meyer. Oh, a bad call for pass. Bad call for pass. Miettinen picks it up. Just bump him a little bit so he can't get to it. Defenseman move it up. Meyer moves it up the boards. We got to circle back for it, which isn't great. Oh, able to make something out of nothing here. Able to make something out of nothing. Kiviharju. Vesterainen. We missed the hit. He gets it over. Kiviharju gets bumped. Brilliard has it. Bonzilli. We're able to pick it up. We'll move it around. Just waiting for the guy to get to the outside there. One-timer. Johnson stopped. Meyer tries to move it to the line. Miettinen will stop it. Oh, Vesterainen. They got guys with them. I got to stay with Miettinen, though. Shot behind Neuenschwander, able to cover. Woo! This Finland team, they're giving us troubles going up the ice. They're giving us troubles going up the ice, as I'll go check out. Ooh, through another. Michael Kirk, thank you so much for the donation. Hi, $26. Thank you so much. Truly, truly appreciate it. Any amount truly matters. Thank you so much for helping us get past our goal even more. Steiner. I remember Steiner. Wasn't he this past World Juniors as well? Is this year's World Juniors rosters? Meyer gets it up to Antonin. He has us with him, but we're not getting open, really. To Meyer again. Shoot that. Oh, Meyer again. Yes, we got the assist. 2 points. We got our goal. Meyer with a hat trick. He's benefiting from being on our line. A big goal for Meyer. As we're able to find him back. 2 Finnish players on us. First shot blocked. Second shot posted in. Myers got the shot. We might have to be a playmaker. We chose sniper. We might have to choose playmaker. Maybe get him a 4th and a 5th goal. Here, if we want to beat Finland, especially with how good they're being, and they're able to get up ice quickly on us and score. Antonin, is he going to drop it? Oh, he hits the post. Antonin being a little selfish, but I don't mind it at all. We're going to wait. Oh, I tried to throw it in front. Meyer over there for a tip. And we draw a penalty. We trip a guy. We don't draw it. We take it. We trip. I forget who we tripped here. Can't really see the name. Not a great call, or not a great play there. Not a great play there. We'll send him to the next shift. Does Finland pick up a goal? They don't. Up on the ice here. We're with Meyer. Sends it over. Oh, what a weak shot. That was so weak. What was that? That was a muffin. So I tried to toe-y it to just get a little bit more power on it. Nothing came of it. Rolls on goal. And we still are goalless here, but we have 2 assists. Both on Meyer goals. We're also a plus on the 3rd Meyer goal, which was the first one. Finland right down the ice immediately, getting a shot on goal. Neuenschwander. He's got to keep us in this. I feel like we can get 2 more. With how Simone Meyer's been playing, if I can find the back of the net finally, we should be able to add 2 more and take this game. We just need to be really good defensively. Imagine we're playing Canada. Oh, a shot blocked. Meyer able to pick it up. Doesn't get it. Kivaharju able to move it up to Emil Hemming. 2 men on Emil Hemming, and now we have 3 men back, and Finland's got men up the ice. Stay with the guy here. Shot stopped, but the blocker. Sensonen, Canucks prospect. Big hit. Got to get open for him. We're not really doing that. As we'll get the puck, we'll move up. Slap shot, big save, Rimpinen. Haltunen tried to get a stick up to move up to try to block that pass. Hellenius and Hemming, we're tired and we got to play defense. Antonin, let's get to the bench. Responsible. We got to be responsible here. Get to the bench. They'll cover. We'll send to our next shift. I wonder how much Kleenex I'll be going throughout this stream. A lot, probably. As we're off the ice again, I thought I simulated. Thank you so much, Gabs Bands, for donating $10. Thank you for your donations. Truly. Each and every one of you, especially you. Thank you so much. Always got to mention the Canucks prospects. Basil Sensonen. I was even bringing him up before I saw him. I was hoping Basil Sensonen would be on this team, Antonin. Oh, he tried to move it over. I don't know why I got right into the corner with him. Jokinen, big hit. I wonder, there's no prospects on Finland, right? Oh, for Canucks at least. We're going to be selfish. We'll call for it. Oh, that was a great play by us. Great breakout pass. We take the hit to make the play. That's what I was trying to say. But I messed it up. Antonin. Weak shot on goal. Rimpinen will cover. Sends it over to Sony. Sends it over to Yoki. Gets it to Hemming. We'll bump Hemming. Gotta punish him. They want to make a play, you gotta punish him for it. Neuenschwander. Sensonen. Antonin. Get it up. Come on. Speno. Oh. Toey. Oh, we got the stick on it. Kangas. Great plays. Great play, boys. Get some good pressure. We need to get off the ice, but we need to get the puck out first. We'll just dump it over. Is it going to ice? Oh, we just iced it. Now we got to stay on. I tried to do it off the boards and bounce like decent enough to where maybe their defender picks it up. We just need to win this draw. Tie it up. There we go. Just make sure they don't get anything on it. Let me refresh the goal real quick. Thank you so much for your donations. Truly means the world. As I refresh it, and I think it went up. Thank you, Anonymous, and for your donations. And I know who Gabs Bands in the chat. Thank you so much. Let's resume. Let's get into the third period here. We got to come back. We're still down. Only by one. One goal. All we need, I've been saying that a lot in my franchise modes when we're down one, just one shot is all you truly need to get into this game. One good shot, and Meyer has it on his stick this game, so we just got to find him. As they'll move it up to us. We have Antonin with us. We're going to move it over to Antonin. Get a shot. Oh, he hits the post. Antonin. So close. They're going to dump it around. Oh, we could have made a hit on that guy. Make sure to get up ice quick. Vesterainen. Goes to the corner. Sends it over. Hemming. Oh, Newich Wonders down. Move it up. Oh, ripping it with a shot. I think I'm just shooting from too far. He's able to see him. We got to get closer. Miettinen has it. I know a lot of these names from covering the World Juniors, and I had to do some Googling on Google Translate to figure out how to say some of their names. Long shift. We're going to go with it. Meyer's still on the ice, and I believe Rippin' will cover it. Thank you. Thank you, Freak Out, for the kind words. We have hit our goal in terms of the whole month. We set it to 500. We upped it to 750. We're just going way past our goal. We're hoping. I don't want to set a goal. I don't want to set expectations. I just want to appreciate the number that we're at. And currently, we're at $1,272. Truly, truly amazing that we're at that number. So thank you so much for your kind words. If you're wanting to donate, the link is down in the description. I will put the QR code here at some point. It should be down here when it's just me on the screen. Just switch to that real quick. The QR code's there if you want to scan it. Link is in the description as well. Let's win this face off. Okay, we tie it up, and we get it back. So I think it counts as a win, even though we lost it. Oh, Hemming in front. I don't like when this Finland team gets the puck in front, because they've scored a lot on us so far. We are doing truly, truly great. Yeah. My expectations have been blown through the roof with how great each and every one of you have been with this charity. So thank you so much. Johnson, Meyer gets it. Get it over. Oh, I feel like that would have been better like 2 seconds earlier. We could have had a lane. Bunzilli. Oh, they're not passing to us. They don't like us. Oh, not a great aim shot. Blocked. I shouldn't try to go for the goal. I need to go for some assists. That's what we've been doing. We got a couple assists. We haven't scored. We got to go with what's working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Get some apples. Get some apples until you almost like just go through and score. Boom, into the bench. Into the bench. We knock him into the bench. Let's go. We got it into the bench hit. Some momentum here from it. So we'll dump it around. We got to go to change anyway. A nice hit. There we go. We got a big hit. We got some momentum. Hopefully we get one more shift. Or Switzerland scores. Alright. One quickly after shift. Our energy is back up, thankfully. We need to capitalize on this one. We need to tie this game here. Kangas gets it over to Vesainen. Hopefully that's how you say it. Heninen, Meyer. Thank you, Meyer. Oh, what a great pass. Meyer shot. Oh, he's been scoring every time he shoots. Oh, I missed the net by a mile. Antonin Meyer. Oh, almost a part of the plan. I was all a part of the plan if that did go in. Still, it looked cool. So, all part of the plan. Miettinen. Just get a stick down. Get in front of it. Let's go. Great play. We're able to force the pass up and then get in front of the guy you passed to because he was going to shoot. Meyer. Antonin. Oh. Bad angle, but... Oh, I almost threw a hit on Kangas. That would have been a little late. We need to get a change, but we need to get back on defense. Didn't really cover Miettinen that good. Since we're going up ice, we'll get it. It's Graf. Is that Colin Graf? One more. Maybe one more shift. Vasil Sensonen. Canucks prospect. Oh, Finland adds one more. but we lose 5-3. I think that means we're going to the bronze medal game, which does suck. I wish we could have done more. We didn't win the game, but we got our goals, or 2 assists, 2 points. On the ice for 3 goals. A solid game overall. I think we could have scored. Maybe a little too selfish, but we were also chasing for that goal as celebrating.
Hey, I watched the game last night. That was a tough loss, but you played your heart out. Now it's just important to stay healthy and keep working hard so you're ready for your next opportunity. Keep your head up.
Sweet. Thank you, Macklin Celebrity. We'll just do this one. We'll see where our draft stock is. As we'll spend some energy. Boom. Alright, we're at 15th overall. I wonder how high we'll be able to get up. I don't think... Here's the thing. You play so many games that I feel like it's going to make you go up too much. Going to go up a lot. And it might make it unrealistic where you're just the first overall pick. We still have the bronze medal game. Let's do teammate likability because they're starting to not like me. Oh, we got to do this form score. I should have done the other one. I should have done brand if it was points. It's easier to get points. As we play Czechia in the bronze medal game. Alrighty. I'm going to take a quick little break before we get to this game against Czechia, and I'll be right back. I'm back. Alrighty, let's get into this next game here. Let's do the same thing. And it went by pretty quick. It went by pretty quick. So let's load this up. Maybe we'll do some Be a Pro. I might switch the schedule around a little bit. Maybe we'll do more Be a Pro. As we refresh, I see the thing has refreshed. Alright, we'll go to the next shift. It's so loud in my headphones. Hopefully it's not too loud for you guys. I think it's usually pretty good. I think 32 is decent in terms of muting it. Canucks land. Wins it. Meyer. We're getting interfered with here. Galvis. There's Galvis. Potentially a future Canucks prospect. Fletchman. Cuts to the middle. Tries to send it over. Manzilli gets it up to Antonin. Has me with him. Waits for the pass. But finally makes it. Oh, trying to go for a good shot there. Tommy Galvis able to avoid us. He's shifty. So it's going to be hard to defend. Or to forecheck on him. He might be able to get around us a couple times here. Coase. Yeah, we got to pick that puck up. And we'll move up. We have Meyer in the middle. Oh, what a great play. As Kavan in front. That's not who they had this year for goaltenders, right? Goaltenders? Who's Czechia's goaltender? Orsolak, who is a part of the Prince Albert Raiders, who just got eliminated by the... Well, not eliminated. They lost in the championship. But technically, they're not going to the Memorial Cup. By the Everett Silvertips, who won their first championship. Landon DuPont. Potentially, hopefully, very much hopefully, future Vancouver Canuck. A part of that Everett Silvertips team. Former Everett Silvertip Gage Gonzalez, who's from my hometown, who plays for the Tampa Bay Lightning currently. He made his name on that Everett team. Working up to the second round where he got drafted by Tampa. I think a pick before. The Canucks picked as Kos scores and opens it. As they got Juracek, Sakura. Oh man, this team's stacked. Tommy Galvis threw a hit on us. I don't remember getting hit. This Swiss team, maybe we should have just picked a team. Struggling a little bit. But it'd be easy to go play with Canada, right? And play on a line with like McKenna, Brady Martin. Or would it be Easton Callan? Chalet? Is that how you say it? Sakura, nice hit. Hi, Mad Boy, how's it going? Oh, fun. I really wanted to go check out a WHL game this year. We have the Giants close by. Yeah, I've heard DuPont is like so good. He's only 16, isn't he? So I've heard from like where he's at as a 16-year-old is crazy. Whoever gets him next year, first overall, they're getting a truly special player. Nice to learn that. How's it going, Harry? We're currently rocking some Be a Pro. In about 30 minutes, we'll be having Canucks Clay on at 1 o'clock. Oh, try to get in front of that one. We want to block some shots. We want to get in front of him. Big block there. There we go. Oh, Meyer getting us hype. Antonin. Oh, I thought I could have had a break there. Bad pass to Meyer. Oh, that worked, actually. Oh, Meyer trying to find Antonin. Meyer blocked. Juracek. Boom. Boom. Be a Pro is fun. I like the additions of this World Juniors. It sucks that, you know, you only get one. I wish that you would get two. Oh, a bit of a long shift. They are right. Ooh, that was good. Hut and franchise mode's fun. I don't really play as much Hut as I used to. I had a problem with buying packs, so I decided to stop. I like MLB The Shows better because it doesn't really force you to buy packs. Like, they've been getting a little bit more greedy as of recent, but before it was way better. Franchise I love though. I have a franchise mode series on this channel. We just went to the playoffs. I don't really want to spoil it, but it's been out for a bit to where I can spoil it a little bit. We made the playoffs. We went on a bit of a deep run, and it's been really fun. We're rebuilding the Vancouver Canucks without Quinn Hughes. So yeah, I love Chell. I wish that the games were a little bit better. It could be a little bit more fleshed out, but it's the only game you got to go with, and it's still fun to play. That one comes out of the zone. Come on, you got to make a pass here. Oh, I was going a little bit in a different direction there, Galvis. Oh, I tried to get a poke. Imagine I got the double poke and was able to get it. Meyer to us. We got a break. Fake the shot. Forehand, backhand. Oh my god. He made the save. The new Be a Pro is not much different. The X Factors were changed up. 3v3s. I used to play 3s. I don't know if it's because there's ECHL 3v3s and then there's 3s. I played 3s a lot with my buddy, which was really fun. The 3s Eliminator. Used to play that a lot. Shout out Big Cheese. He's the Habs fan I talked about earlier. Ooh. Missed the hit on Chalet. Sakura. Shot down. We're keeping it close here in the first, which is nice to see. Alright, we got it. We can move it up here. Get it to Meyer. Meyer scored a couple last game. Get it back over. Get it over to Meyer. Shot. Oh, what a save with the blocker by their goalie. Galvis. Meyer able to free the puck up. I tried to get it to the blue line. I didn't backhand pass it. Port. Sakura. Move it. Great defensive play. Send it over to Antonin. Antonin's decent as well. Boom. Big hit. We're gonna play it safe here. Oh, great chance. What a lane find there. I was able to find the lane. I'm not doing too great at that. That was a great shift by us. Unfortunately, they should show the players walking this nature in the draft. That's what I like about Madden, is that's what they do. They do that in Madden. Kavan's been great for Czechia so far against us. They have it where they walk up on stage, they shake hands with the commish. And it's really fun. I wish Shell would add that. Same, yet again, they put more resources into Madden than they do NHL. Just because of, there's more money in it. So I understand why they don't put as many features into us, but that's like a small thing. Where you see the draft stage the whole time. I like their menu for Madden's draft, but I like the menu. They changed it to where it was like that, but also kept how NHL's drafting was, because I feel like that's better than Madden's. Because yet again, I'm not a big football guy, but I do have a tough time drafting in Madden. But I've been going off physicals recently, and I've been finding some good guys. I've been doing a Giants franchise mode. Who do you think the Canucks should get? I'm a Chase Reed guy. I don't mind if they go Caleb Malhotra and Manny. Sorry, been too many Malhotras on the mind. I'm a Chase Reed guy. I'm hoping Stenberg drops, but that's just hopefulness. Like, I don't think that's actually going to happen. As, yeah, we're moving too fast to pass everybody right now. Antonin, Feinmeyer. Oh, come on. But yeah, I'm Chase Reed all the way right now. Carson Carrolls is another guy that, if they went with it, I would be like, I feel like you should have went Chase Reed. But I wouldn't mind it because I think he has some good upside. Meyer. Yeah, we didn't circle great there. We should have cut straight to the middle. We're going to look at that on the iPad when we get on the bench. Felchman. That was a good pass. It just wasn't able to get it there. Cut to the middle. I knew they would give it to Kos. Okay, we're good for one more. Oh, Galvis able to get back. Gotta get back. I don't know if they trade up to second overall. I don't think it's worth making that, unless it's just... Because the thing is, if you want to keep 24, and maybe you get Liam Ruck at 24, you want to keep 33. So 41's the only pick I could see going. That was San Jose's pick anyway. Maybe 41 and like a Kieran Dervin. +3 to move up. I think, though, you know, like a lot of people are saying, you do Hronik, a second rounder for next year. I shouldn't have called for that. I'm not calling for it again. Hronik, a second next year plus. And then do what you did with the Sedin's draft and pick 2-3. I don't see a scenario where we trade up. I can see a scenario where we trade down. Oh, good bump. Because even if we trade down and we get a guy like Daxon Rudolph, who had an insane playoffs for Prince Albert. Like, he did as good as in the playoffs as Caleb Malhotra did for Brantford. As a defenseman. Like, Daxon Rudolph is a good shout. Potentially being a good pick for the Vancouver Canucks. Win that draw. Backhand win. Get the win, Antonin. Get to Meyer. Shoot that puck, Meyer. Oh, Kavan. Just so good for them. Pimmiger. Antonin. Great pick. We're going to move up with him. Cut to the middle. Boom! There we go! We got it! Finally! A snipe. A great play. We cut to the middle with Antonin. He finds us, and bang! It's in the net. Look at that. We're like, oh, we should go to the outside. Oh, he's cutting. Cut to the middle. Boom. Time and space. Quick shot. Meyer was there as well for the pass. But when the shot works, we finally beat Kavan. This goalie has been giving us troubles for 33 minutes almost. And we finally beat him. Will we beat him again? Oh! I should have maybe went to the backhand. There was a guy beside there, though, so... Checo. Boom! Big hit. There we go. We're switching the momentum here. Switzerland. Could they take bronze? Here at the World Juniors. Oh, nice spino. And I tried to pass it to Antonin, but then I didn't want to. Because he kind of got Holinka. Standstill. He'll move it in. Samsonin. Canucks prospect. Meyer. He has us with us. With him. Sends it over. Wait. Oh, we fire it right into Antonin. Meyer picks it up in front. I don't know why I wait so long for the shot sometimes. Malenka. Stand still. Okay, we can get off. Good change. You cheer for the Canucks and Jets. I'm on the same page as well. Canucks fan, mainly. Like, I only cheer for the Canucks. I like the Jets, and technically I do cheer for them, but I'm not, like, cheering for them in the same way I cheer for the Canucks, because the Jets are a family team for me, as we have a 4-on-4. We're on the PK, so I was kind of trying to rush out of the zone on the PK, or maybe there's both penalties. Nope, we're on the PK. Gosh darn it. 5 minutes left in the second. We had one. I don't see who got it. Oh, there we go. Kavan. We beat Kavan again. 50 seconds to go. We can make a 3-1 on Czechia. Canucks line wins it back. Shot for the point. Kavan able to glove it. How's it going, Irvin? Welcome back. Born in Winnipeg. Currently live in Vancouver. My grandpa was born in Winnipeg. A lot of my family on my dad's side is born in Winnipeg. So I've got good ties. It's going good. We had Nucko on. We talked some Canucks. It was really fun. And now we're rocking Be a Pro. We're in the bronze medal game against Czechia right now. I'm running around on defense like a chicken with his head cut off. We're up 3-1. We're rocking it. We're up to 282. We could do a little refresh here just in case maybe it's gone up a little bit. Still at 282. But yeah, we're having fun. We're rocking Be a Pro. In about 26 minutes, we'll be having Canucks Clay on to talk Canucks, as I'm going to lose this draw, unless I'm able to tie him. Nope. Big win. Dvorak cutting up the middle. We make a bad poke. Fletchman over to Coast. A shot. They score. You kind of saw it coming. Mark Scheifele he's such a good player. Very fun player to watch. For me, it's Kyle Connor on the Jets. I really like Kyle Connor. Big backhand win. Meyer. Move it up. Not unable to. Jared check. We got to get back. We can't let that happen to us again. Shot. Wide. Antonin. Schneller. Rin. Moves it up to us. We got to break. Meyer with us. Oh, we had to wait for Meyer, so the pass they're able to clog the lanes up. Good poke. Meyer gets it to us, but we're checked immediately. Not that much time and space to move. Oh, we tried to bump Juracek. Yes, I remember that feature. You could skate around when you won the cup. Surprisingly, they don't have that here. Clapper. Oh, we almost beat Kevin. Oh, the puck's bouncing around in front. Come on. Oh, I was hoping Meyer would pick it up. He's been scoring goals for us, Irvin. This Meyer guy on Swiss, we won't play with him. Oh, that much after as they ring it. He got a Hattie in the first game. So we're able to get around the D-man. Oh, we're rushing. Oh, what a... Come on. What a save. Jan, come on. Oh, my. Not Timo Meyer. It's Simone Meyer. It's the World Juniors team. Yeah, I was surprised. I was like, that's not Timo Meyer. What a save. Oh my, we just don't get it over. Come on. Simone Meyer on the Swiss team for the World Juniors. He's been great for us here. Ahadi, I don't think he scored this game. We got a goal this game. And yeah, we're the only one on our line to score this game so far, as that's a bad one. And Stan's still able to make a great play. Look at that play by Meyer. Look at him go. Gets around. Finds Antonin. Antonin score. Do you see that? He's been like that the whole time. Makes a great play defensively. Holds it. Doesn't pass it to the guy who's going to miss the net anyway. Gets it to Antonin. Antonin gets his first of the World Juniors. Well, there was a whole pre-tournament before this. We have a 3-2 lead here. In the third, against Czechia. That's nice to see. Meyer gets it. Oh, I was trying to cut back so that he would have a better passing lane. Kos, Kos is scared. Kos is scared. We put a Finn into the bench. So they're going to be scared. I did not mean to call for a pass. My hand accidentally hit. Oh, we played that as good as we could defensively. Meyer moves it to us. I could totally see him. Oh, not passing to me. Ends up anyway. Oh, Kavan. This goalie, although we've beat him twice, he's been great. For 17 minutes, he shut us down until we finally beat him. Anthony with a goal and an assist. He stepped up. This line's been great. Power play. Let's go. Is it going to be a full power play? Not the entire full power play, but... Rin. Oh, they tried to send it to us. Dvorak's going to clear it. Stansel's going to clear it. No, he's going to skate in. I guess they're trying to tie the game. Take any chance you can to tie it. We're on the draw. Oh no, I'm late to it. Trying to get in front to block that. Oh my god, and picking it in front. EA, it's that type of thing where they'll just pick up a shot. Weak backhander. Oh, what a great play. Unable to score. Oh, I was trying to send it low for a rebound. That would have been great. If that went off Kavan's pad right to him, that's in the net. Choose to hand it off to. You get to choose who you hand it off to now, but they only give you like a small list, and you don't get to skate around with it when you win it. But that's a franchise. Shot. Oh, we got the tip. We got the tip in front, but just the most solid goalie in the World Juniors. In the net. Sakura, slap shot. Up, quick ups. Rin, get it up quick. Spedo. Toei. And a bad pass. All that fanciness just to make a bad pass. Chihash. Bump him. Move it up. And we'll dump. Off the glass and in. Nice that I know you can put it off the glass now, actually. Off the glass and out. Hit on Galvis by Bunsley. They might pull the net. They might pull the goalie. We definitely have a good form score. We definitely have a 75 form score. Try to bump Galvis. Galvis is small. You just got to get the body on him. We got to play this guy here. And they tie it on an own goal. Oh no, who got it? And it's a hat trick for Kos. A hat trick for Kos on an own goal. And the game's tied. 7. Who's 7? I can't read it. Oh, Bunzil. Oh, Antonin. Great play, Antonin. Great play, Antonin. Shot scores! Antonin! What a steal! And he goes and scores his second of the game. Takes the lead right back. What a play, Antonin. The CPU. I didn't even adjust the settings or anything. It's been better. They make a huge update. They finally like, hey, let's adjust the AI in this game. Kos, shot, stopped. Bunzil moves it up. We're there. Galvis tracking in on us, but we'll get around. Bang. Can't stop the Kos train. We stopped the Kos train. We stopped it. He might score a couple more. He's got 3. Another goal for us. What a play. Skating up the ice. A little selfishly, we escaped the zone a little early on that, as we're going to get a long screen here on the Czech coach. Wonder if Kos has gotten drafted. Where he is. You always wonder about that. You see a prospect, you're like, I wonder if they're in a system somewhere. Oh my god. This guy, I haven't even tried to pronounce his name. Meyer. Weak pass, but a good stance in him. Oh, blocked. Sends it up. Antonin. One-timer. No. Stopped by the glove of Kavan. Timer a little refreshy. And we're back into it. We have a bit of a long shift here. We can get off the ice. I'm comfortable with this lead. Coast. Yeah, we gotta stop the coast train though. Yervin. We gotta stop it. There we go. Skate back. Get it up to Antonin. Get some time and space to move up. We had a great game. This might move us into a potential top 10 pick. And we win it. Switzerland will take bronze in the World Juniors with the Canucks land. A very Swiss name. We beat Czechia 5-3. Finland hopefully wins gold. I don't know if you can see who won gold. Simone Meyer, Antonin, me, carried the team. Czechia, unfortunately, nada, no medal. All this way, they don't get a medal. Graf, Sansonen. Will we be joining Sansonen in the Vancouver Canucks prospect pool? Time for a little camera reset. Irvin, yes. Apologies. Hopefully I'm getting it right now. It'd be funny if I got it wrong on the correction. There we go. Camera should be fixed. Oh, nice. We get to watch that go up. Sweet. Doesn't really mean much to me because I'm not Swiss, but in the game it does. There we go. Hopefully I'm not too loud. I feel like I'm screaming into the mic. 3 goals for Kos. These Euro names are so tough. Yes, there was one in the World Juniors this year where I put it into Google Translate. I put it into Google Translate and it wouldn't. It's like, yeah, we don't know. We don't even know how to say this. It was a guy on either Slovakia or Czechia, and it was like, oh, I'm forgetting now. I had it for a bit. I remember that I could say it. But yeah, Google Translate sometimes is just like, no. A bronze is a win for us. We're first overall. After that game, we're ranked first overall. Now that tournament, NHL draft, of course, your NHL career. Definitely play in the NHL soon. Let's do the X Factor points because we need those. We need those.
Last question for today. Thanks, everyone.
I do. I would like to. I can't even remember if there was a Olympic name that I remembered seeing. I think there was one on the women's Czech team that I was having trouble with. But I think I eventually got it. My stomach is empty. I had a nice morning bar. That's all I've had this morning. 40 or 15 minutes until we have Clay on. I'm not sure if I'll load up another game because it might take longer for the game to go. Manuel Pfister. That's funny. I wonder. No, it would definitely be silent. I'm pretty sure. It's silent. The P, right? An Australian Ludger? Is that how you say it? Luger. Luge. I'm still probably wrong. 2008 Olympics. Or no, it's the World Championships. Was 2010. That's a cool name. You can wait? Okay. We'll try to rock it. Save the next game. I have an hour open for you anyway, so if we have to go over, we have to go a little late, that's fine. I'll do the 5-minute periods. We're playing with Seattle. We're going to shout out some Canucks prospect. Oh, we're playing Oceanic Rizmuski. I should have went with the medicine hat. Oh, the Rucks. Gotta play with the Rucks. My phone screen's glitching out. My camera's phone's glitching out. Let's just rock. A little reset here. Oh, threw my mouse around. Reset should work. There we go. A lot of our stuff dropped. Conversations with the agent. Oh, it's gonna take way too long.
All season long, the Memorial Cup. Now I know you want to win a championship with your buddies, but look, there's more on the line than that.
The Memorial Cup will be ours. We need X Factor points. Thanks for the free X Factor. 3 points. 3 points. Can we do it with Coots? Oh, we don't play with Coots because he's a center. Unless they throw us on the right wing. We're disliked by everybody. That's funny. Management. We won't be with you for long. There we go. Auto Fister. That's funny. Alright. I think what I'll do, since we'll have Clay on at 1, and I think the game will still go a little long, is we'll save and exit. I'm going to go take a little break, grab to the washroom, grab some Sprites, and I'm going to have a protein bar, and then we'll get Clay on. Because, yeah, I need to get some food in me. I've only had a little breakfast bar. So, let's switch over to here, and I'll be back in a sec. Mic audio. There we go. I'm back. Desktop audio 2 on. Do. Just me. There we go. Oh, phone's glitching out again. This is gonna be a thing for a bit, isn't it? Oh, it's working. Keep throwing my mouse around. It's working. There we go. Am I still muted? Just making sure everything's plugged in. I would check the stream out and like to see, but my phone is my camera, and that little iPad that I have is in the living room charging. It's not charging fast. I was hoping for it to charge to 100%, me to be able to watch the stream for a little bit, and then get going, get rolling. In 4 minutes, we're gonna have Canucks Clay on, and we're gonna be talking more Canucks as we're moving into 1 o'clock. We are 1, 2, almost 3 hours in. We're almost 3 hours in. Slowly but surely making our way through. Zoom. Let's open Zoom again. That. All right, I will go update the. Thank you, Dex. And I also saw that you just donated. I just wanted to say thank you. I wanted to do the little refresh because it will pop up when I do the refresh. Might be back late this evening. No worries. Thanks for stopping by. In general, if you do hop back, awesome. We're up to $1,303. Thanks to you. Thank you so much for your donation. It looks like we got Clay in here. Hello, can you hear me? Yep. All right, perfect. They can hear you. Desktop audio 2's open. Guest. Just move. Full screen. There we go. Alrighty. Move me a little bit. No, I don't think I'll be able to. Alrighty. Sweet. Clay, thanks for joining us. I'm glad to have you on the stream. Before I start, I just want to say you're an inspiration, truly, for me. I'm sure you get that a lot as the OG Canucks YouTuber. Thank you so much, like, for everything you do. Oh, apologies. Audio problems. I cannot hear you. Is it my headphones? So I heard you for a second, and then now it's gone. Let me. Nope, don't hear you yet.
Now you should. Now
Yes,
you should.
there we go. I hear you now.
That was my fault.
Okay.
But I heard what you said, Matthew, and thank you. No, so many things. Firstly, how are you hanging in there? You're a quarter in. You okay?
I'm doing good. Yes. Every time I stand up, my legs hurt a little bit, but as long as I don't stand up, I guess I'll be okay.
Okay. Well, I'll join you in sitting for the next 40 minutes. That's fine. Congratulations on what you're doing. I heard and read a bit about your story. I want to thank Russell. Russell is actually the one who put me on to you and your story and your stream, and I'm so grateful that he did. And yeah, I'm here for you, man. Whatever you need, I'm happy to chat with you for the next few minutes. Just know right off the bat, I know nothing about prospects except for the top 5 guys. Just so you know. So direct your questions anywhere else.
Sounds good. Well, let's start off then with the playoffs. What do you think so far about the playoffs? Who's your favorite team? Who are your favorite players to watch so far in these Stanley Cup playoffs? There's a bunch of them with these playoffs.
Yeah, my 3 favorite teams after the Canucks are Colorado, Tampa, and Winnipeg. So I had a Colorado Tampa final, and that Tampa Montreal series, as you know, probably the best series of the first round. I heard what you said with Knuckle there, and the Colorado Vegas series should be interesting, but I think Colorado should take that.
Yeah,
and presuming I have no skin in the game between Montreal and Buffalo. I just want to see a good any of that series. But yeah, I heard you guys talking about Carolina is a wagon, and who knows, we might end up with the two division conference winners in the Stanley Cup Finals this year in Colorado and Carolina.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that could definitely be the case. Any teams that you thought that would be better than they would, like a team like a Utah, Tampa, of course, would be up there with one of those teams. But any of those teams that you thought would do better than they did?
Yeah, in the East, Tampa for sure, and I get it. Like Buffalo, Tampa, and Montreal, as you know, they finished within 2 points of each other at the end, so not much to choose from between those three teams. But I just thought that Tampa had the playoff experience to get through that division, but obviously I was wrong. And I agree with Knuckle there. The Edmonton one, you know, I know Pacific Division, same thing, right? 3 teams, 4 teams, all within a few points of each other. But I did think that Edmonton would have got through Anaheim. I didn't think. I still thought Vegas would, come out of there for sure. But I thought it would be against Edmonton, not the Ducks for sure.
I actually had it switched. I thought, well, for my thing was like I did my bracket was I would do Edmonton, LA over Edmonton every year. And I was just like, I want Edmonton to lose. I want Edmonton to lose. My mindset this season was let's pick Edmonton to win. Maybe it might work. And it worked. Edmonton lost, but I actually had Utah over Vegas. I thought that their explosive offense would, especially because the games they played with Torts were 2 against us, 1 against Calgary. Like there were a lot of weak teams that they faced off against the end of the season. So I thought that Utah would be able to take advantage. Sadly, I was wrong, but they're young. They'll be back. Continuing with the playoffs, so you had Tampa, Colorado in the Stanley Cup Finals. Did you have a 7-game series with Montreal? Did you think that it was going to be at Barn Burner like it was?
Yeah, I definitely thought that was probably the toughest division to predict because of all 3 of those teams. So not surprised it went 7. I was surprised at the nastiness in that series.
Oh yeah,
I
for Montreal.
Fans, they just add to it, right? It's so. Like we talk about how great the atmosphere was in Rogers Arena 2 years ago, and it was, when they played the U2 song and everything. But even that was probably nothing compared to what we're seeing and hearing from Montreal.
No, even Buffalo. Like I love the. Have you seen the videos of the guys who full gear skate around? Yes. I love those guys. They're so fun. Like they Buffalo. Like they earned through all that torture to be this excited and this proud of their team. But it's really fun to see. I wish that we could be that sometime soon. Speaking of which, we have a new direction with 2 new presidents, co-presidents, co-pohos, as I've been calling them, and the new GM, Ryan Johnson. What are your initial thoughts about those hirings?
It feels like the Canucks again.
Yes.
Because under Rutherford and Alvin, they're fine. Respect all their work, but it felt like they were implants, right? Pittsburgh guys coming here. This feels like the Canucks, and whether like it was Linden, it didn't work out, but Gillis, all those guys, Pat Quinn, going back in the day, those teams felt like Canucks teams because of who was in charge. So we know the great stuff that the Sedins have done with Ryan Johnson. We'll see if Malhotra comes and completes the trifecta, or I guess the quadfecta, if you count all the Sedins as 2 different ones. But you know what I mean, right? The fact that they built that winning culture in Abbotsford for the past few years, it does feel, and I already see it on social. I see it talking to my friends and family. They already feel more connected to the team, even though it's been 3 days.
One thing that I really like is they're wanting to bring back the connection to the community and to media. The first big thing that I saw was listening to Halbro in the morning the day after they got installed. Daniel Sedin was in studio with them, which was really nice to see. They're starting to open up to, I know 650 gets all like the big ins with the Canucks players, but going right away and going to the media and talking to a bunch of people, it's really nice to see. But also, BC Children's Hospital, they had a huge impact on BC Children's Hospital in the past. That's definitely has slipped away a little bit. Are you really nice to see that it's coming back in the way that truly, like, how special it was?
Yeah, and to hear Daniel talk about that when they came to the Canucks, they were told by Brian Burke, we are the #1 team in terms of community across the league. And then Daniel, for him to say it out loud, say we want to get back to that is pretty cool. And it's one thing that I've talked about a lot on my show, Matthew, is the Canucks didn't feel aligned in the past 4 years. They didn't feel aligned from owner to president to GM to coach,
Yeah.
and they didn't feel aligned horizontally on the team. Like we saw a lot of dysfunction on the team, obviously,
Mhm.
not a lot of chemistry. And then I would say a third extension of that alignment was you didn't feel like the Canucks were aligned to the community, actually seeing. And it's not about posting about and then posting to make yourself look good or blah blah.
Yeah.
But you just talk to people, and I know friends that work at Children's Hospital that, and then obviously a cause near and dear to your heart. And when
Yeah.
you hear that, oh, they don't come as much, or it's just one player instead of blah blah blah, like those things matter. So
Mhm.
I think the alignment all three ways, vertically in the organization, horizontally in the organization, and then tangentially. I think those are three big things that we can look forward to.
Yeah, I know it firsthand. I mean, I was in BC Children's Hospital for my third surgery, and I was going through the hallways in a wheelchair, and the whole Canucks team came up, and Finn went to hand me a card, and I went to grab it, he pulled it away, and Matt Cook, out of everybody, was like, "Hey, you want me to beat him up?" And pretended to beat Finn
Yeah.
up. For me, Ryan Johnson, another thing, I was at the Abbey Canucks season ticket members, and before the event even started, he was shaking hands with a lot of season ticket members, talking to them. I didn't get the chance to talk to them, unfortunately. I really wish that I got to, but like just seeing the involvement from all those types of players, like the Sedins were involved in those years. It was around 2008 when that story with Matt Cook was a thing. So, and I had my Make-A-Wish, the Sedins. First two people, we got into the room where all the players are. The first two people stood up, shook all of our hands, and then they asked us if we could tell them apart, and I truly couldn't in person. But yeah, I really like the community involvement. I feel like this is the best direction that they could take this team, is not only just rebuilding the culture, doing the things that you need to establish first before you start building out your team. In terms of building out the team, though, what are your thoughts on their development and what on their weaknesses as well when it comes to maybe the more analytical and scouting departments?
Yeah, their prospect pool is okay. It's not great. It's not brutal. Like you remember
Yeah.
before Pedersen and Hughes, it was really bad.
Yeah.
Then Petey and Hughes kind of accelerated or at least helped the public opinion of what our prospect looked like. But as soon as Petey and Hughes became mainstays of our big team, then it went back to, oh, this prospect pool is just okay.
Uh-huh.
I'm excited about Lekermaki.
Yeah.
We've seen Villander already, and DPD Coots, of course, coming out. Whoever we're going to pick at 3. So it's getting better, but it's certainly not elite. It's not as good as some of these other young teams
Uh-huh.
across the league. When I look at the roster, yeah, it's got holes all over the place. You'd like to think that goaltending is the one place where we're okay. Of course, there's a big asterisk with Demko's health,
Uh-huh.
but when you have Demko and Lankinen and then Tolpil and then Medvedev down the road,
Uh-huh.
that's the one part I don't worry about.
Yeah.
But again, big asterisk, right?
Uh-huh.
On D, it's not great. It's better.
Yeah.
It's better than what it was. I like the 3 young guys of Bouillon, Villander, and DPD, but none of them have. Uh, Maybe Bouillon becomes a top pairing. I think Villander becomes a second pairing, and DPD is a third pairing. So you kind of like this, right? Bouillon up here, Villander here,
Yeah.
DPD here. But then there's these slots right now where Hronik and Marcus Pedersen is here.
Uh-huh.
This could be an upgrade on Marcus for sure. And then your right side. So, I know we can at least get into the first pick because I can understand that.
Uh-huh.
So that's why Chase Reed looks so
Yeah.
promising, right? Then up front, yeah, there's a dog's breakfast up front. Let's be honest. I hope Marco Rossi works out. He seemed to. I hope Liam Ogren works out, not just because they're staples of the Quinn Hughes trade. I hope Lekermaki works out. I hope Coots works out. But there's a lot of I hope or wish. Or
Yeah.
is Hito going to be healthy? Right? There's so.
Yeah.
What's Petey going to do?
Uh-huh.
Right? There's so many questions. So that's why it's really fascinating to me if Reed does go to San Jose. If he does, then you're looking at do you get a winger in Stenberg or a center in Malhotra or Bjork and it's pretty fascinating. It's going to give us something to talk about for the next 6 weeks for sure.
You said that you know more about the first pick. Do you have a guy you're dead set on when it comes to that first pick for us?
Yeah, I want Stenberg. I really do. And
Uh-huh.
people say he's NHL ready, which I get. But
Yeah.
I also say not just he's NHL ready now. That means we're going to have him for 10, 12, 15 years as long as we don't muck up the contracts, right? So I do like Swede notwithstanding. I really like his play, and if he's there at 3. I get the Malhotra connections. Some people argue that it'll be better for Manny Caleb. Others argue that that's going to be very detrimental to the team. I'm neutral. I don't know. I don't know
Yeah.
how those things kind of work, but I do think just from a pure skill, readiness, like because we know that Caleb's not going to play in the season in the NHL next year, maybe even 2 years from now, where Stenberg's going to playing in the SHL already. He's going
Yeah.
to step up right away. And it's not about speeding up the rebuild, but I do think I just picture more excitement around this fan base if they choose Stenberg over Malhotra. What do you think? What do you think?
I'm Stenberg all the way if he's available, and then if not, I like Malhotra. I'm a little skeptical just about him in general. I'm not sure why. I think I just need to do more scouting on him when it comes down to it. But I'm Chase Reed and Carson Carroll's as well. I really like as well. But I think Chase Reed's best player available. I agree with Knuckle when I was talking to him about him. Carson Carroll's is a good like shout if maybe we trade down. But if Stenberg's there, you take him. If he's not there, you take Chase Reed. That's what it is for me.
Yeah, and I heard your conversation with Knuckle. It's very interesting about the whole trading up, trading down. I've said this many times in my show. It's easier said than done. Right?
Yes.
Rarely do you see trades on draft day, just because GMs are so scared to make a mistake, right?
Yeah.
A mistake that could define their career, define their their job. And at number 3, yeah, it's just so rare. The Sedins, we know that wonderful story from 25 years ago, but that's so rare that you're trading in the top 5. It's very rare.
Yeah, and even then, it's like it's very detrimental. Who was the GM of the Atlanta Thrashers at the time, trading up to first overall and picking Patrick Stephon, and that didn't really work out for them as well. Like, I mean, out of that draft, it only really worked out for the Canucks because the Sedins were like the 2 best players out of that draft. But yeah, you don't see it as much as you would see it in the NFL, where there's huge trades up and down the draft order, especially early in those rounds. When it comes to the other option that there was, Evan Gold, what do you know about him? What did you think about him? And which way were you leaning before the decision was made?
Oh, that's a great question, Matthew, because it's funny. When the season ended and Jim Rutherford did his media availability, do you remember he name-checked Ryan Johnson right away? He said, we have a great internal candidate.
Yeah.
But then he said, but of course, we have to expand the search. And that was fine. And then as it went on, we heard the Dorian, the Bergevin things, blah, blah, blah. And then it got down to this final 2. And the more I learned, and I know nothing about Evan Gold, I just read what Thomas Drance wrote about him, or what Ian McIntyre wrote. So I don't purport to be an expert. I just read what people say or watch what people say, and then I reflect on it, right? And I give my own opinion. But it's so funny how my preference slowly shifted from RJ, who I was fine with, but it started moving towards Evan Gold. Outside voice.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more analytical, not a data expert, maybe more analytical, but simply if it hasn't worked for the past few decades, or at least a few years, then why not have an outside voice, right? So then it's so funny. And then on that Monday of this week, Matthew, we heard, it's Evan Gold, it's Evan Gold, it's Evan Gold, da-da-da. And we were just waiting for the press conference. And then we wake up Tuesday morning, and then it's back to, well, Evan Gold's out, RJ's in, and the Sedins are going to be doing something. So all to say, I wouldn't have minded if it was Gold because of that outside perspective. And I think a lot of people think the Sedins and RJ are going to be like the same old, like this is the same group that's been in this organization. Yeah, but they've been down on the farm. We haven't seen what they've done up top. So I was truly fine with either of the 2 candidates, but my preference was RJ from the start. Then I found myself resigned to the fact that, hey, I'd actually be fine with Evan Gold. And then when it ended up being RJ, then that was fine with me. And the only thing else I'll say is I feel like the Sedins appointment is different than the Linden one. The Linden one felt like it was almost a make nice. There's really a lot of apathy. We got to get the fans back. I think all those things are true now, but I also think this market is 10 years more mature, 10 years more whatever, where and it's, remember, Linden was brought back to the organization after being jettisoned, whereas the Sedins have been part of our organization the past 5 years. I think that's a big difference.
Yeah, definitely agree. My big question mark right now after it is all the things that we're hearing about the Evan Gold and how it fell through was either he played his hand too big, or Aquilini wasn't willing to give him the things that he truly wanted. And does that continue to worry you about the fact of Aquilini maybe being, I'm going to use the word, a bit cheap when it comes to certain stuff around the organization? Does that worry you, or do you think that he trusts the guys that he's implemented a little bit more when it comes down to it?
That is a great point because we know that we're paying like 3 different coaches on the
Yeah.
payroll right now. We know that if you let I'm sure we've got to pay Alvin something, either severance or a contract extent. I mean the Rangers contract. And you're right. If we had a new, if we hired externally, that's more money. So you're right about overplaying his hand. Whether he wanted more money, whether Gold wanted to bring in some of his Boston guys, which means guess what, more money, right?
Yeah.
All those things are true. Do I think Aquilini's cheap? As a season ticket holder for so many years, it's hit and miss. Like I'm not afraid of saying negative things or positive things or blah blah blah, but there's a lot of rumor innuendo that he does interfere. But then
Yeah.
I talk to a lot of people that say no, he actually doesn't interfere. That's just a narrative. So I'm not picking sides. I'm not trying to save my butt. I don't know that to be true.
Yeah.
When I hear the Sedins say that they have 100% autonomy, I choose to believe them. Did they say that because they were supposed to say that? I don't know. But maybe I'm being too optimistic, which is my brand, Matthew. But I
Yeah.
just have a feeling that Aquilini has such a respect for the Sedins. He has such a gratitude towards the Sedins that I really think he's going to I really think he's going to trust them, empower them, enable them. Maybe I'm being too optimistic, too hopeful, too delusional.
Yeah.
But I really hope that's the case. And I don't worry. I don't worry about Aquilini interference or involvement. I really, really don't. Maybe he got a little bit involved in picking, but that's fine. But it sounds like the Sedins spent a day right with RJ and with Gold, and they chose Ryan Johnson because of their experience with them, and that's just as fine too. But to answer your question, is he cheap? Maybe. Do I worry about him interfering? No, just because of the respect I think he has for the Sedins and Ryan Johnson.
I'm on the same side as you, where I'm optimistic. Like I thought the Canucks would make the playoffs this year, and same as well. I don't want to burn any bridges. I don't want to go too hard. I don't want to go too positive. I just want to stay neutral when it comes to the owner, especially. I had a question lined up, and what did you think about Dorian Day, as we'll call it, where we all thought that Pierre Dorian was going to be the next GM of the Vancouver Canucks? What were your thoughts? Mark Bergevin as well a little bit, but Dorian was a little bit more of a scare. Were you on the side of emailing the PR team, or were you just wanting to see where this play out?
Well, I was probably in the middle. I wasn't sitting at my Gmail and firing off an email, but I wasn't I wasn't going to be happy if that was the case. You know what's so funny? As that day went on and ensued, my son and others were saying to me, "I bet you that not the media, not an agent, but I bet you the Canucks leaked the name Dorian
Yeah.
just to get get some feedback, right? And just to see what the appetite was, and obviously the appetite was very poor for that hire. But you never know. Whenever we hear about contracts being leaked or hirings being leaked, we don't know if it's an agent. We don't know if it's an insider. We don't know if it's an agent to an insider. We don't know if it's the team itself to gauge reaction. I just found it fascinating, but I think that was one instance where social media and we're listening to the fans worked in a positive way, at least for our benefit. Now we don't know we truly don't know how far Dorian, how far along he was. Sounds like he was one of the final 5. Right?
Yeah.
But maybe he wasn't a favorite. Maybe they were already leaning towards Gold and Johnson, but they just wanted to throw that name out there as a red herring just to get feedback and or distract people while they continue the process. Who knows? But it definitely was fascinating, and I definitely saw a lot of people scared, more scared than I've ever seen them, for sure.
Before I get to the next question that I've been like forgetting, Freakout posted in this, seemed like Doan for GM was shut down pretty quickly. That's a name that a lot of people aren't really talking about too much. I was more in terms of him as a potential president of hockey operations. What was your thoughts on Shane Doan's name being thrown out there early in the process?
Yeah, I didn't mind it. I liked him as a player. I admired him as a player, but just because you admire someone as a player doesn't mean they're going to be a great president. Although I probably just talked about the Sedins there too.
Yeah.
But isn't it funny how many ex-players are now getting into management, which makes sense, right? If you know the game, you understand the game, you understand what it means to have, maybe not to build a good team, but the elements of a good team. It makes sense to me. Doan, he was linked to Ray Whitney as well, right? Because I think they did a Team Canada for a Spengler Cup back in the day.
Mhm.
So I was fine with it, but yeah, as quickly as we heard his name, Matthew, come up, yeah, it went down. It was
Yeah.
pretty quick, and maybe it sounds like he entered in late in the process and then was ushered out quite quickly. Nothing bad,
No.
but I think the Canucks already were trending in a different direction. But it was part of their extensive search.
A lot of people are not too upset. A lot of people are upset about bringing in president and hockey operations and GMs that were already in the organization already. They wanted more outside voices and potential names that weren't already in the organization. I want to bring up a couple examples of some outside voices that were brought into the organization to change things up. Jim Rutherford and Patrick Alvin, Jim Benning. Do you think that those worries are just a little overblown, because it seems like no matter what in terms of outside voices you could possibly bring in, it might not benefit as much as staying within the organization?
Yes, I think this is a perfect example of hindsight is 2020, right? If Rutherford and Alvin worked out, if Benning worked out, then we would say, we'd be singing the praises of outside voices. But then people that like the Sedins, like the Johnsons, they're going to say, well, look, that didn't really work out. That's why we got to stay from within. So it can definitely go both ways. I think this was such a fundamental decision too. So it made sense that the two finalists were an internal, as they said, and an external, as they said. And I think it harkens back to my my previous answer about how much Aquilini respects the Sedins. I know you caught the start of the press conference on Friday, or Thursday, whatever it was, where Aquilini started off by saying he made it very abundantly clear that it was the Sedin's decision,
Yeah.
right, to hire Ryan Johnson. He said that. He said basically,
Uh-huh.
and I think it's fine. It's two things. He respects them so much, and it wasn't throwing them under the bus. He wants, if God forbid anything bad happens, he can say, "Oh no, that was Sedin's decision, not mine." But I truly don't think it'll get to that. Long way of answering your question is it makes sense to look outside. Sometimes you're more comfortable with what's within, but it'd be different if the latest promotion. Well, I guess Adam Foote is a good example, right?
Yeah.
Of someone who came from within as opposed to an outside coach, and maybe that didn't work out so well. But I just think it's too broad of a stroke to say you should always look outside or you should always hire from within. I do think it's situational. This isn't me sitting on the fence. I just think in
Yeah.
this particular situation, Aquilini felt comfortable, and he has such a respect for the Sedins and Ryan Johnson that I'm sure he inserted himself a little bit, at least gave his opinion. And if Rutherford was the one, yeah, it's funny. Rutherford, we heard, was the one pushing for Ryan Johnson from the start. We heard Aquilini was the one looking at maybe some older voices. So in this case, Rutherford, the outgoing president, seemed to have won. Well, win lose maybe too strong, but you know what I mean. At least
Uh-huh.
his voice was heard.
Yeah.
His voice was heard.
Yeah, it was kind of funny that ownership wasn't too sold on Ryan Johnson, with Jim Rutherford being sold on him. And then the Sedins come in and they're like, hey, we like Ryan Johnson. And it's like, okay, I guess a lot of these guys like Ryan Johnson. We'll pick him. One thing that I really, really like about this GM search was the fact that they made it so long and so extensive. They went out and looked at a bunch of names, not only because you get to see like a bunch of different characters around the league and really make your choice like the right choice, but information. They gained possibly an insane amount of information, and it's very different from how GM searches have been in the past under this ownership. Are you really happy about the way they went through this?
Excellent point. You know, I've talked about this too, that I'm fine that they took 3-4 weeks, whatever it was, because it's such a monumental decision. It's such a pivotal point in the history of this organization. Can't get any worse, right?
No,
I guess
yeah.
you could, but you don't.
Oh,
You
yeah.
don't want to. But it's such an important point that I was completely fine with them making their decision. I never thought, you make an excellent point though too, is I never thought not only was it to make the right decision, but it's also to gain. And yeah, you learned a bit about how Boston does things. You learned a bit
Yeah.
about how Montreal used to do things, right? That's a really, really good point that I never even thought of. But so for those two reasons alone, making sure you make the right decision, and number two, getting that info, I was fine with this. And really, hiring a new GM or president, that wasn't going to change your luck in the draft lottery, although I kind of wish it did. Right?
Yeah.
And then what's the next big thing? You can't extend free agents till July 1. You can't sign you can't sign free agents till July 1. The draft is until June 26th. So I don't say take it up to June 21st or June 22nd, but there was really no rush from a standpoint. It didn't have to be done first week of May.
Yeah.
Now they got their guys. They still have 6 weeks to prepare for the draft. I was fine with the timeline.
All right, let's move into potentially what these presidents and GMs can do. So, what is the first big thing that they need to do in order to sell you from, they've been talking about what they want to do, but they need to show. You need to show, don't tell, as they say in show business and in the movie industry. So, what can they show you to prove that they're serious about what they want to do?
It's interesting. They're kind of in a weird spot right now where you usually don't see a lot of transactions happen between May 15 and July 1st, right?
Mhm.
Everything is built up to July 1st, and that's such a big week from June 26th, the draft, to July 1st.
Mhm.
So if you're asking me, Matthew, what can they do in those 6 weeks leading up to there? This sounds kind of bad. I feel bad for people losing their job,
Yes.
but I do. You probably know where I'm going with this. I
Mhm.
think even if they make a decision on the coach, that's what I'd like to see. Not like actually say to the Canucks fans, we're going to stick with Adam Foote, and he had a rough year last year, but because of these circumstances, we're going to go with him. Or what I would prefer and what I predict is that much like Knobloch, much like Berube, we're seeing all these Canadian coaches, coaches of Canadian teams get fired.
Mhm.
I could see them, despite the having to pay another salary, I could see them firing Adam Foote. I could see them bringing up Manny Malhotra and then reuniting the entire gang. I can really see that happening.
Yeah, I think that is the main big thing that a lot of people want to see from these guys. Do you worry a little bit about a potential bit of, I'm trying to find the word here, um, Manny has been brought up in a different coach search that has recently opened up in Toronto. Do you think that he could, there's the word, the leverage, he could use some leverage to potentially maybe make it so they don't want, like it might be too expensive to bring Manny in? Do you worry that even if they fire Foot, they might not be able to bring in the piece that you would want?
That is a great point because I've always said that with Berube and Knobloch getting fired, that's two more coaches that you can consider, right, to hire if you fire Foot. But that's also two more openings that a guy like Manny Malhotra
Uh-huh.
can apply for. And I think that's what you're getting at with the Toronto thing. That's really interesting. We know he was an assistant coach there for a few years, ties to the area. Yeah, I don't know how it works in terms of granting permission. Like for a
Yeah.
GM, it sounds like you had to grant permission for a GM, but for a coach, would the Canucks even grant Manny permission? Then that looks kind of bad if you don't and you don't
Yes.
move him, right? You don't hire him. But then if the Canucks are dead set on offering him something, then maybe you could. Yeah. So there's all these weird things that not and his son notwithstanding, right? There's all these kind
Yeah.
of weird factors. But the bottom line is the Canucks, they have the power to do what they want and to hire who they want. So I think in a weird way it's going to help the process. Is that opening in Toronto is going to force the Canucks to make, at least to consider making a decision sooner as opposed to later.
Mhm. You know what's funny? I just remembered this as well. I brought up stories with Ryan Johnson and how he was very talkative with the season ticket members, the Sedins, with how nice they were when I went on my Make-A-Wish. Another story from my Make-A-Wish is Manny Malhotra. We were out doing on the ice with Bo Horvat during practice, and Manny Malhotra came up to us and he started doing drills with us. And he was very involved and very fun. So yet again, another person that could help bring the community together with how great he was with me and my friend when we went out on the Make-A-Wish. So hopefully they hire him, and hopefully they're able to ice a team on the ice. Do you see that there could be some more holes to fill with potentially trading out some players? Who do you see potentially getting moved this offseason?
Yeah, I heard you talk to Knuckle about this, and Jake DeBrusk seems to be the obvious one
Uh-huh.
because he even expressed. I know there's the whole fantasy or thought of Hronik plus for moving
Yeah,
up in the draft.
yeah.
So that's interesting too. But I think you need a couple veterans on this team. Like
Uh-huh.
you can't just have a bunch of
Yeah,
20, 21, 22-year-olds. But as long as they don't do anything, as long as they don't bring in guys that they think they can help win now, that actually is going to adversely hurt their draft order, because we know this is not going to be a playoff team for 1, 2, 3 years,
uh-huh.
and playoff. Who cares about playoff team? We're not going to be a Stanley Cup contender for 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah.
Let's be honest here. So I think any roster move you make, it has to be with the thought of what's the future implication 2, 3, 5 years down the road. And you guys talked about it very well. I heard it because I was watching you guys. Yeah, you bring in guys with high cap hits. I think you guys talked about Darnell Nurse. Someone talked about Darnell Nurse or something. High cap hits that then you can trade to a team for a playoff run. Then you get more assets, and then you keep on doing that year after year, and then you have your team of 23 to 25-year-olds who are starting to blossom. You have a couple of veterans to insulate them, and then that's what we're looking at. I think 3 to 5 years down the road. But for now, it's don't make any silly roster moves to try and win. And I get the sense that we saw that, right? Look at the guys that left this year: Hughes, Sherwood, Garland, Myers, 4 guys that would be great on a playoff team, obviously. And the Canucks had the wisdom to move those guys for assets and picks. And that's why we have 10 picks in this draft, which is pretty cool.
Speaking of draft picks, do you think that there would be any possibility of us earning a potential first round draft pick in the next coming years, whether it be a mid round pick or maybe a protected pick that, we could have some good luck with, that Boston almost had luck with before the hockey gods struck that down? Do you think there's any assets that could potentially gain us a first round pick?
Yeah, first round, like DeBrusque, there's no way we're getting a first rounder for DeBrusque, right? I don't think so. Hronek, maybe, because didn't we trade it first to get Hronek, right?
Yeah, I would think that Hronek is probably the most likely because he could probably fit in with that potential Parayko package of Mertka and a first.
Right, exactly. And it's funny, when that Parayko package went, people started, light bulbs started going off in people's head. Why don't we do the same? Yeah, there's, other than that, our young guys aren't established enough. PD, you'll probably have to retain salary. I see DeBrusque getting a third or fourth maybe, and then Hronek getting maybe DeBrusque a second, but DeBrusque, Hronek maybe the only guy right now on this team worth a first. But then that's the challenging thing, right? Is if you trade him away, are you comfortable with the right side of Verlander, of Mancini. Yeah. And it's funny. I saw Irvin's comment because he knows anytime I talk about the top 6 defensemen, I never mention Mancini.
Yeah.
Because I don't mind Mancini, but he's very Ed Jovanovski to me, like high risk, high reward. Although Jovo was an excellent defenseman. Mancini's not there yet. But yeah, I'm willing to give Mancini like a third pairing role at the very most. But yeah, my point is, you need some sort of leadership. And if you trade Hronek, unless you're getting a defenseman back, really Marcus Pettersson is your only veteran voice there. And I think I think the coach would want a bit more than that, don't you?
Yeah, I would want a little bit more than that. Derek Forbert would be a nice shout if he was able to stay healthy this season, obviously. He wasn't able to. I'm just looking at it right now. So we can move DPD over to the right side because he could play both sides. True. You had to run a core of Verlander, DPD, Mancini on the right side, do you think that Kirill Kudryavtsev is ready to potentially step in on a bottom pair role with the Vancouver Canucks on the left side?
I do. And I do take Kudryavtsev over P.O. Joseph. I do take him over Mancini. So yeah, no, I'd be fine with Kudryavtsev on the left. So then you're thinking what, Buyam, Marcus Pettersson and Kudryavtsev on the left. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm okay with that. But yeah, obviously we're just talking hypothetical if you're Hronek, which I'm not okay with.
I'm just looking at the roster real quick, just trying to get like a good look at maybe some questions I could ask. A big one right now, and I'm sure everyone wants to have back because it seems like the vibes were high since he came in. It might have been some people going out, but Curtis Douglas coming into the organization. Where are you on bringing him back? Are you absolutely yes, or are you just not really too concerned because of his role?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm absolute yes, but I'm definitely on the yes side, maybe 75 to 80% yes. Not only, you can't miss, when I saw him live, Matthew, I couldn't believe, like, I thought it was a guy standing on another guy's shoulders.
Yeah.
It was mad. And then he's, I don't remember his first couple games. As soon as he got the puck, he would just kind of dump it in or he wasn't, I think he just didn't want to do too much.
Yeah.
However, we do need a physical presence on this team. He sounds like he's a great culture guy. You may have heard his interviews on Sportsnet 650. He and his teammates love him. Like Buyam loves him. Other guys love him. So he's not going to be expensive as long as he's not playing. I think gone are the days where you can afford to give a fourth liner 5 or 6 minutes. Like sometimes we'll see it even with the Canucks, the Hoglanders of the world, the Ratus of the world. They're only
Yes.
getting 9 or 10 minutes. So get him at least 8 to 10 minutes, not like 5 or 6. And I'm okay with that signing. And he might not be an everyday player, right? You bring him in to play against some bigger, tougher veteran teams
Yes.
and against some faster, like wimpier teams, for lack of a better term. You might not have to dress him every game, but I think he's a low cost, good option to have on this club.
Another question. So you brought up Atu Ratu and Niels Hoglander. Atu Ratu and Niels Hoglander didn't see that much time here with Adam Foote. Do you think a coaching change could change that decision, or do you think that they might be on the outside looking in when it comes to this roster, and maybe a change of scenery might help them? I know it hurts to say about a guy like Ratu, who we had so much hype for, but do you think it was the coach, or do you think that these guys just might not be ready?
I think with so I think it was a coach for both of them, the coach. But for Hoglander, now this is 3 coaches, right?
Yes.
Where he hasn't earned, and he's got the contract isn't prohibitive. It's actually movable. It's not that bad, but every little dollar adds up, even in an increased salary cap era. So with Hoglander, I think it's make or break time. I think you got to make a decision now as to where he fits on this team. And then with Ratu, because he's a center, it makes so much more of a difference, right? And who are the Canucks going to run that center next year? It's going to be PD, it's going to be Rossi, it's going to be Hito if he's healthy, and then is it a Bluger or a Ratu or a Coots, right? If they re-sign Bluger, which we're not sure of. So you can never have enough center depth, as you know. We can't always count on the health of these guys, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
I think if I had to choose one, I think Hoglander's got more skill, pure skill, but I think usefulness and for this team, I would take a Ratu over Hoglander, especially if someone like Karamaki is going to give him more chance to play and probably a bit more upside than Hoglander. Or do you put both those two Swedes on PD's wings and see what happens?
Yeah, I'm definitely there when it comes to Aturatu. Did you see his goal at the World Championships recently?
No,
where he got
is
it?
it nice?
No, he got it in the slot, just picked it up and ripped it right top shelf. It was a really nice shot. I'm really high on Ratu still, and I think that a coach like Manny Malhotra knows how to use a guy like that. I don't know if you watched a lot of Abbotsford games, but Manny is a 2-center kind of guy where he'll throw 2 centers out for a D-zone draw. He'll throw Ty Mueller and Chase Waters, and one gets thrown out of the draw, the other guy gets right back in. Manny knows how to run his face-offs, and that's Ratu's strength. Do you pay attention too much to Abbotsford? Because I want to ask you some questions about some of the players they have down there.
Yeah, no, not admittedly not enough, not enough.
Yeah.
And definitely more during the Calder Cup run. But I'm happy to talk about potential of making the lineup and stuff like that. I'm happy to answer those questions. One thing I did want to say about Foote to the Hoglander Ratu question. We heard that Foote, one thing that Foote and Alvin maybe clashed on was Alvin's desire for Foote to play the younger players, right, and let them make mistakes. Whereas Foote, obviously, as a head coach, you're trying to win every game. Well, you are anyways, but you can make decisions to help give you a better chance to win. And therefore, the Ratu one, I would consider a younger guy, right? The Hoglander one, I would consider like he's like not the youngest guy, but he's still on the younger side. So again, maybe kind of what you hinted at. Maybe Foote just didn't trust these guys, or in my eyes, he didn't think that those 2 guys in particular would help him win, therefore help him keep his job. It's such a tricky but subtle nuance between, when it comes to roster deployment, I guess is what I'm saying.
So we got a new guy at Abbotsford this past season who was playing with, I think, the Barrie Colts in the OHL, Riley Patterson. Do you know much about Riley Patterson? Have you watched some stuff on him?
No, aside from his name sounding like Elias Pettersson. No, I'm just kidding. I heard about him when we got him. And how old is he? Like, is he one of those older veterans, or is he like a young
20.
He's only 20?
Yes.
Oh, that's good. That's really, really good. And what position does he play?
He's a center.
A right-handed center. Okay, a right-handed center.
And he had in the Niagara Ice Dogs last season 84 points in 60 games in the OHL.
Okay. I do know. I remember. Yes, we drafted him 2 years ago in the middle. It's interesting because if Teddy Bluger doesn't re-sign, and then you run PD, Rossi, Hito down the middle, and you're not sure about Hito's health, then look, you're dipping into the Ratus and the Braden Kootzes of the world, and maybe a guy like Riley Patterson gets a sniff already. Yeah, I'm looking at stats now. Yeah, more than a point a game. Wow.
Uh-huh.
Wow. Okay, I should. This is one guy I'll read more about and watch more about. But I definitely think he could be an option. Like all these young guys, I think with Ryan Johnson at the helm as the GM at least, all these guys, all these average guys, I think are going to get a really fair shot
Yeah.
coming out of camp. And I think that was the case in the past too, because we saw Coots start the season with the team and ever. But no, that's and looking at his profile, I would love it if he becomes a bottom six contributor
Yeah.
in the next couple of years, just because anytime you find someone mid round or late round that becomes a contributor, that's great, right? That
Yeah.
averages 2 guys out of every draft pool. Usually, obviously, that's first and second pick, not first and second round, not fourth round. That's awesome.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I was really upset because they brought him in right after their final home game, so I wasn't able to watch him in person. I want to ask one more question before we get into the big bold take, which is what I like to do at the end of these. But Braden Coots, Jonathan Lecker-Mackey, and the potential, you would say Ivar Stenberg. Let's go with him because that's who you're sold on. NHL or no next season for all three of those guys. All potentially could play in the AHL next season as well because Stenberg is not a part of the CHL rule. And there's the new CHL rule where Coots could potentially play. You have to be 19 and a first-round pick. So you could play in Abbotsford next year as well.
Yeah. Stenberg, NHL. Lecker-Mackey, half. He'll start the season in NHL, and then we'll see how he does.
Uh-huh.
And then Coots, I'm going to put an asterisk beside this. I'm going to say if we don't sign Teddy Bluger, Coots could be on the roster as a 13th or 14th forward, presuming that's Tito and Ratu. So there is a world, especially the Canucks don't make a splash in free agency. I could see a world where these three are on the team on the opening night roster. They might not be in the first 12 spots, but they could be extra forwards because we know that we're losing Evander Kane for one, and we could be losing Teddy Bluger. So that's already 2 spots to fill, right?
Yeah. All right. I think that's time for the one last question. I'm just trying to think if I have anything. Oh, you know what? I never asked about free agency. Is there any potential, like, I wouldn't say like big free agents. Obviously, there is no big free agents this year, but some nice depth guys who could fill good spots and maybe shelter prospects in a little bit of certain roles that you would like to see the Vancouver Canucks go pick up.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned about the lack of good free agents because I guess Alex Tuck is the name that's always out there, right? As the main one. And then I look at this list like Bobrovsky, so old. I was very impressed by Darren Radish this year in Tampa, but he makes $975. He's only 30, whereas some of these free agents are like, well, I guess the earliest you could be a free agent around 27, 28. And
Yeah.
a lot of these guys are mid 30s. So Radish is only 30. He's probably got one more good contract left in him, but he's going to want a lot. But he's kind of appealing. Then I was interested in Rasmus Anderson, but if the Vegas Knights go far, they'll probably want to keep him. Ovechkin, kind of a pipe dream. I don't think Coyle's name. He's 34, making 5. I should stop looking at the cap hit though, because we just kind of established that money is not going to be an issue with this team. So having said all that, Radish does intrigue me. But and if money is not an issue, he's the guy who's not super old, but he can definitely bring some veteran presence. I'm just looking at this: Laine, Schwartz, Holla. Nope, Matthew. No one interests me.
No.
How about you?
I'm looking at a guy like Jacob Trouba, depending on what his cap it could potentially be. Could be like a good stopgap defenseman to bring in, and then potentially move out at the deadline if it's a 1-year deal. The cap hit doesn't really matter if it is a one-year deal because you can retain, and it doesn't really hurt too much on both sides.
Right.
But you would think that he would go to winner.
Right. And then there's a guy, I was interested in Jack Roslovic when he was trying to figure, when the Canucks were in trade talk or apparently in the mix, but who knows? He's another center, and that's the one position where we're not strong in, but we're deep in, if that makes sense. If
Uh-huh.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look at this better, but no, there hasn't been a guy where, admittedly, where I think could automatically be a slam dunk for the Canucks for sure.
Yeah, the only one that I'm really looking at, like I'm thinking of like a guy like a Eric Holla or a guy like
Yeah, yeah,
a Mason Marshmit, like a guy you
yeah.
could
'Cause-
bring in who like a bigger size could be better in an elevated role and could definitely hopefully up his value a little bit. But yet again, there's a lot of risk with potentially bringing in a guy like that because then what if they don't up their value? A guy like Corey Perry, obviously, I know it's not guaranteed because Tampa got eliminated, but maybe it's one off year yet again, like it was that one season
Right.
where you could go to the Stanley Cup final. But it is very tough to see Ilya Mikheyev, a UFA, finally we're getting out of that retention. Yeah, there's not too much.
Yeah, there's two 41-year-olds in Perry and Burns if you want those guys.
Yeah. Maybe Michael Bunting would be interesting as well.
Yeah, yeah. And so, but you made a good point though. I can't remember who you're talking about, but in wanting to go to a winner, like if you're a free agent, right? How and actually, this is a good question to ask you because you're doing your little franchise mode there, which is pretty cool actually. That was I used to play the Sega Genesis version of NHL like 95 back
Oh,
in the day.
yeah.
Rush home from UBC. My dad would have it loaded up for us. And it's funny to see how those games have evolved. I suck at them. I'm so bad. Man. My kids would just run all over me, but I used to play it back in the day. But it's cool to see that and I was learning a bit about some of the nuances where you're talking about like what you like about the game and what you not. So do you do that on your channel as well?
Yeah, so right now I'm running a Vancouver Canucks franchise mode where I did it like the post Quinn Hughes trade, and I did it kind of in like a realistic way of trying to rebuild. So I sent out the only veterans I have left right now are Hronek, Pedersen, and Besser, and I've built around like I picked up Tynan Lawrence, Ethan Belche, and was just trying to do like a realistic rebuild, showing what the Canucks could potentially do. And it's hard in those games because the no movement clauses really restrict you. It seems like in real life they don't restrict as much in the video game, but yeah, I'm not
It's
sure.
funny, I didn't even answer your question. So I got into that because you asked me about. No, I was going to talk about the fact that you said that guys might want to go to a winner, and this is like as nice as Vancouver. It's kind of weird because you hear this narrative that no one wants to play in Canada, the taxes, the everything, but then you always think that Vancouver is such a beautiful city, used to be a big UFA destination, but then you go back to the other side and say, but they're the worst team in the league, and they look like they're going to be like that for a few years. So how appealing, like money obviously is the determining factor, but even how much money would it take to sign a free agent and to get a free agent to choose us over other teams?
Yeah,
When they might make a couple $1 million, $1 million more here, but for what? For a bit more playing time, but you're last in the league. Like
yeah,
that's kind of fascinating to me, right?
uh-huh.
Or
Yeah.
be in that position where we were able to make that decision, Matthew.
I the one person that I kind of looked at, and I did actually make the signing in the video game, which obviously it's a video game, it's unrealistic, but Andrei Kuzmenko could be a guy who wants to come back, maybe potentially reignite that chemistry with Pedersen, and it could up his
Yeah.
trade value a little bit. It seems like everything went down when we traded him. He was the glue holding this locker room together. McClay, thank you so much for doing this. Before we head out and we finish this off, one last question. I like to do this with everyone I have on.
Yeah.
One big bold take for the Vancouver Canucks, whether it's 5 years in the future, a month in the future, a week in the future, just a bold take overall that you might have.
Wait, how's this one? Philip Hedl remains healthy for the next season and gives the Canucks unprecedented strength down the middle. Petey, Rossi, Hedl, insert one of Ratu, Coots, Patterson, whatever you want. I don't think this is going to happen, but I want it to happen for him.
Yeah.
They won't make the playoffs because of it, but let's put the over under on Hedl's games that he plays more than 3/4 of the season. That's my big bold take. Hedl plays 60 games next season.
60 games. I honestly, like, it's not even just like a production thing out of it. I really just want him to be healthy. I want him to be the best. Obviously you would like to see, with how it's happening, maybe potential retirement because you just want him to be good for his health. But, we're not him, and we don't have that competitive fire that he'll have to continue to be an NHL player. So as long as he's able to stay healthy doing the thing that he loves to do, and is able to do, it's always nice to see. So as much as that is a bold take, it is a very heartwarming take and on brand from Clay. So I just want to say thank you so much for doing this. Thank you for contributing throughout the whole month with this.
Well, keep up the great work and wonderful cause. And I would encourage everyone watching, and whether it's live or on replay, if you haven't yet, please support Matthew and please support the BC Children's Hospital, not only for what they've done in his life, but for what they do in the lives of millions of children. Maybe not millions, but hundreds of thousands of children. Maybe not that. Thousands of children. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Great cause. And good luck, man. I'll be checking in throughout the day. I got some stuff to do, but I'll be checking in and making sure that you're still, you're still around and kicking it around 9:30 p.m. tonight.
I might be asleep in my chair by 5, but yes, thank you so much for coming on.
All right, talk soon. Take care, bud.
Thank you. Bye. Canucks Clay, everybody. What a wonderful person to bring on. In 10 minutes, we'll be having another person on. So there's a bit of a switch in the schedule. Let me switch it up. Man, Clay is so fun. Really nice to talk to him. The first time that I've been able to talk to him in person. And truly, truly special and inspiration. Really nice to see. Switching the schedule as Sarah will be moving to 3 o'clock and 2 o'clock. We will be bringing in Nothing is Perfect. So I'm just going to get all that going because I got to switch over, copy invitation, and send it over to Nothing is Perfect. We'll get that all set up. If Russ, if you're watching and you're able to hop on right away, go ahead. That's okay. If you're able to hop on right now, that's totally fine. We'll start up the meeting. See if we can get it going here. How's it going? Always W's from Clay. Always W's from Clay. Really nice guy. Awesome to have on. Truly special. Let's see. Let's go through the chat because I feel like I did miss a good amount, and I do want to just talk to the chat just a little bit here. Wallach, I do apologize. It's so good they want to bring those back. Yes, the community stuff is really, really good. It's nice to see that they want to push that back. Also, seeing the younger players really want to get to the community side of things. Yes, I did see that. I think they did a trip near the end of the season with a lot of the young players, and they were really happy to do it. And I really like the culture that they're building over in Vancouver at the moment. It's nice to see. As let's see here, No Mancini Love. Yeah, we eventually did get to that. Jake's Takes, welcome back. Not sure if you're still here. Welcome back, and hope work's going well. Draft the best guy available. Oli Levy should have taught this. Yes, I think that scouting, although you want to say scouting's a little bit better, it's only been 10 years. Since then, I think Carroll's is still a bit of a reach, but still a decent pick at 3. So yeah, nice. Oli Levy has taught us a lot though, and you can say the same thing about Jake Virtanen. I mean, we could have had William Nylander, and that's not a great pick as well. We were going through drafts earlier. I didn't go that far back. I want to continue to go through drafts later on this stream. It was really fun. I want to catch up. Doan was a really good shout. We did talk about that. Jeff Tambellini, that was a really good shout when it came to the GM talks. The fact that Jeff Tambellini was a part of it. But yeah. I don't think he was really that serious of a candidate when it comes down to it. It was somewhat entertaining to see. Nice. Team itself and not so elite prevalent. Yeah. Honestly, for rebuilding media relationship would be interesting to see if Banks gets it. I'm not sure about that because I think it was more of an ownership thing, right? And since the ownership guard didn't change, I'm not sure if Banks would get his media pass back, but it would definitely help repair the media landscape if they, did a nice little thing. They gave it back. Sorry, I forgot to mute as well. I'll just pull my nose. Manny. Kane needs to go. I do not think Kane will be coming back. So we'll see when it comes to that. Let me just... What's that copy? Go to over with guess. Apologies. There we go. Just add the QR code over there. So I guess it's a good time for a reminder. Donation link is down in the description if you want to donate. We're raising money for BC Children's Hospital, and the QR code right down there in the corner there is for donating as well. If you're able to scan it and you want to scan it and donate, that would be great. If you're unable to donate, just share the live or share the link. Truly, truly, every donation and every share means the world. Talk disliked Hogs, and so did Foot. I do agree that part. I feel like I should have brought that up. Was the fact that I think Foot and Talkit was really the same in terms of their coaching. So the fact that one disliked Hogs and one also did, yeah, makes sense. Hog will be 26. Yeah, he's getting up there in age. 25 goal. You know what? He probably could do that. I think he had 23 a couple seasons prior. So we'll see if he's able to do that. But yeah, a bit of a hot take. It is a hot take. And at least you did say hot take when it comes down to it. Hot take. I agree. Corey Perry for the culture. Question mark. I mean, Perry is a bit of a rat, and I understand maybe staying away from that when it comes to it, but the value that he could possibly bring. I mean, I think he brought in a second-round pick this year. Like, you could think potentially a nice second-round pick to bring Corey Perry in. Wouldn't hurt. Can't wait to have you on, Irvin and Gerald. I believe it is. I apologize if I'm wrong. And nice that you have a nice thing for the hit. Later at 8 o'clock, that's when they will be on. All right. What's your gut feeling on Foot? I feel like he's gone. I feel like he's out of here. I don't think he's going to be here for long. My worry, though, is the leverage Manny may potentially have with a team like Toronto. Just check out to see if anything going on. He'll be right there. All right, soon we will have Nothing is Perfect on to talk Vancouver Canucks talk. We'll catch up. Russ is a guy that's been on the channel before. I've been on his channel a lot. He is a big reason for my growth, and I know he doesn't like to admit it, but he is truly a big reason. So we'll have him on soon. As soon as he's on, we'll get him up on the screen as I'm talking about it. Look who's here. Can you hear me? You can't hear me? Perfect. All right. I'm just going to send the link over to Sarah before I forget. 3 o'clock meeting. Sweet. Blow it up. Get the guest on. Move Russ over. That's not Russ. Move him over. There we go. I don't know if I have ever told you this, Russ, but do you know that you have the same name as my dad?
No.
So when I'm talking Russ in my household, my mom's like getting confused, and I'm like, I call him Dad, right? How's it going? Thanks for coming on. How's it been so far?
Good, yeah, I've been enjoying it. I was just watching you and Canuck Clay, so shout out Canuck Clay. I love having him on the show. He's we call him the grandfather of Canucks content creation on YouTube. So, and I do want to shout out Sarah, loves hockey too, who I've had on a couple times on my show, and I appreciate her switching things around. Dobby is currently at the PetSmart getting groomed.
Oh,
and,
okay.
things have been taking a bit longer than they were supposed to. So I'm glad that she was able to switch around with me so Dobby can get all prim and proper for the stream tonight.
That's good. You guys taking care of Dobby and giving him the true treatment he deserves. All right, let's move right into the topics for today. So let's move into the big obvious one. What are your thoughts on the new hires, the co-pohos and the GM Ryan Johnson?
I'm so stoked.
Yeah,
I'm so stoked. I think, honestly, when I first heard the initial news of the Sedins being involved in some kind of a larger role, part of me was a little sad because I think a lot of what they've been doing down in Abbotsford has been amazing, has been incredible for a lot of the young guys down there. Having the Sedins on the ice with you, being able to have them, coaching them, telling them what they need to do to be effective players is great. And then also the aspect of how much do they really know about the presidential role and what we're all a little, scared after what happened with Trevor Linden. But as I sat and thought about it, I became more and more okay with it because the difference obviously between Trevor Linden and the Sedin twins is Trevor Linden really just got thrown into it. He was just all of a sudden he was the president of the team. There was no grooming, and then I think that's one thing that has been an opportunity for the Canucks as an organization is that they don't necessarily groom the people that are working within them. And I know a lot of people have been groaning about internal candidates, but it's nice to see the Sedins have taken their time. And as they said in their press conference, they've seen all aspects of this organization. And same thing with Ryan Johnson. He's been here for a long time. He's been working in it. And I did a little bit of work in radio back in the day, and everyone wants to work at 99.3 the Fox or Z95 or all these big Vancouver stations. But if you really want to get very good training and understanding of how a radio station works, and anyone who's worked in radio will tell you this, you go and you work in some small town, right? So for Ryan Johnson, working in Utica all the way back in the day, he was the guy who was doing everything down there, right? So he got to learn about all aspects from top to bottom of running the team. He's been doing it for a long time now out in Abbotsford. So same kind of thing. And so for these three individuals, not only are they, amazing hockey players that played for the Canucks, they also have taken their time to get to know their organization, to get to know the positions that they're going to be taking over. So once all that kind of, I mean, at the end of the day, I didn't say it. Like, I wanted RJ as our GM, day one. As soon as Alvin got fired, I was like, bring RJ up. I love him. Obviously, I've heard so many good things from yourself, from Brandon Assel, from, anyone who I've talked to, Scott Spitter about the Abbotsford Canucks. They always have high praise for Ryan Johnson. So I was very happy that they brought in Ryan Johnson. And then now that I've seen the Sedins and kind of heard them talk about why they took the role, I'm very excited. And I think that it is a great day for Canucks Nation to have these three guys at the helm running this team now.
Yeah, I've said this story many times, but Ryan Johnson just going, shaking hands and talking to a lot of this season ticket members before going up and giving a speech that got me so hyped it sold me on the GM job immediately. Just truly speaks to the class that they brought in. What are your thoughts on the rebuilding of culture? Do you think it's the perfect move? As personally, I do. Do you think it's the perfect first move that the Canucks need to do when it comes to the rebuild?
It's interesting because I did a bit of a compare and contrast, and I mean, he's still part of the organization, but Adam Foote, when he got introduced as head coach last year, it was like, okay, I'm going to give Adam Foote the benefit of the doubt because there's a lot of questions about what your style is going to be, what's your philosophy, all this kind of stuff. And in this first press conference, we really didn't get that much information. And it's like, okay, I get it. It's the first press conference. You're not necessarily going to have everything sorted out. It's your day one on the job, right? But with this press conference, they didn't give us a whole lot of stuff, but like you mentioned, it was all about culture. It was all about being a good teammate. It was all about playing the right way, being prepared. And that's where this team has been lacking in so many different ways. And so that's a great place to start. So even though we didn't get into the nitty gritty about, is Adam Foote staying, is going, who's going to be resigned? Are we trading Petters? And all these other questions that the media wanted answered. It's like, well, we don't have answers for that, but we can tell you that the number one thing we're going to do is make sure that when people show up to work at Rogers Arena, they're going to enjoy themselves. We're going to bring in more people to help out the people who are working here. We're going to create an environment for the players so they can make mistakes. And that's something I heard from Martin St. Louis. And I think it was Max Lapierre, I believe, was on Canucks Conversation a while back. And that's one thing he said about Martin St. Louis is he lets his players make mistakes. And I think that's something that's been lacking as well. So through all the combination of all that, the talk about getting back in the community, which is so huge. We know my favorite player is Trevor Linden. He was the champion of getting people in the community. He's the one who helped the Sedins understand how important that was. When I had Trevor Linden on the show, that's what his dad literally said. His dad wasn't even a hockey fan. He's like, Lanny McDonald's my favorite player because he's always out in the community. He's always out helping people out, right? So, the culture piece is huge. And that's the good first step, right? At the end of the day, this team has zero expectations. They finished dead last. It's not about wins and losses. It's about getting processes to get to a point where we are talking about wins and losses. So you got to start somewhere. So we're setting the foundation. You can't build a house or a stadium without foundation. So let's set that foundation, and we got a good prototype for what that foundation will be with what they did with the Abbotsford Canucks. Chase Waters, great captain, right?
Yeah.
He sets the standard there. His speech at the end of the Calder Cup run last year was great. We show up every day with a smile, right? That's what it's all about, having a good time. It can be hard. but it's about supporting each other. So from the sounds of it, from the Sedins and Ryan Johnson, that's exactly what they want to do, is to bring that culture, bring that positivity, and bring that hard work ethic up from Abbotsford, and figure out how they can make that happen at the NHL level. And I'm absolutely here for it.
So all in on the culture. So let's get into the parts that maybe they might not be so strong about, and that is scouting, analytical. I also want to talk about their developmental side a little bit, obviously, because we didn't touch on that, but that is another strength of theirs. What are your thoughts? Obviously they need to bring in some other stuff on the analytical side, but do you trust them to be able to figure out all those departments, along with being very strong in developmental?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I think the answer that Ryan Johnson gave when they talked about what are you going to do with your front office, are you going to be getting rid of some AGMs, are you going to be adding people to that, I think the answer he said for that really made me think that's exactly what the plan is. In that he said we're going to add people in, because the Canucks do have an analytics department, but according to multiple sources that I've read, it's not a great one.
Yeah.
But that would mean, hey, let's bring in more people to support people that are already working here. So that I think I'm trying to remember who. I don't want to take the scoop for it, but maybe it was, I think it might have been Thomas Drance talking about Ryan Johnson, in that he isn't necessarily the guy who's going to be analytics first.
Yeah.
He's an eye test kind of guy, but he's the guy who goes and watches a player play, and then he jumps into the analytics of it. So he is definitely a guy who knows that analytics is a great tool, and he is more than willing to use that to make his team better. So I can absolutely see them looking to hire a nerd or a spreadsheet guy who's going to come in and be able to dive into the data and be really, really strong when it comes to the analytics of making a successful hockey team. So I have full confidence they'll get someone in and have a much better analytics department moving forward.
Yeah, all right. I mean, I've been getting into spreadsheets a little bit, so if they want to bring me in to potentially be the nerd, I'm just joking, of course. Yeah, I just trust this. Like, I don't know if it is just the perfect PR thing, but also you just trust the Sedins, man. They're just both like two amazing people. I mean, I told the story on the stream, I think twice. We got in the room, they shook our hands immediately. My friend's little sister, who I brought along on my Make-A-Wish, she wanted Daniel and Henrik Sedin's signature. They got into the dressing room, was like, hey, are we able to get one of the Sedins? And then boom, Daniel popped out. Yes, goes, signs all of her hockey cards. Just absolutely amazing people. But let's get into what they could do to convince you. So obviously, I think we're going to go back to the good old one thing that they can definitely do to convince you. But if you have anything else that you want to say, maybe we'll go to the timeline that I gave Clay up to July 1st, maybe a week after July 1st. What could they do to really sell you on what they're telling they would do?
I mean, step one, and I heard Clay's answer, but I fully agree with him. And it's that you got to figure out the coach.
Yeah.
Right. And that's something I think we might have even talked about, where I don't want them to bring back Adam Foote only to have him get terminated like 3 months into the season. I'd rather have Manny Malhotra get the promotion, come up, be here from the start. That way you can figure out what you're going to do with Abbotsford, because now they already have to look for a GM for Abbotsford as well. Then you'd have to find a new head coach. Then you have to figure out what you're going to do with Abbotsford's assistant coaches too. Like, I don't know if any of Manny Malhotra's assistant coaches would be a guy who could step in. I assume they might bring in someone exterior, but then you're looking at the other parts of the coaching staff as well. It's not just Adam Foote; it's Kevin Dean, who's over at the World Championship right now. So they have to definitely figure out what's going on with that. I absolutely want to see, and I would say even a timeline on that. I'd say within at most like a week or two, like 14 days. They need to figure out. I want them to get the coach figured out before they even get to the draft. And that would be my huge first step, is for them to figure it out. Like, either come out and say, we're going to have Adam Foote as our coach next year, or come in and say, okay, we've had our meetings with Adam Foote. We've discussed it. We're going to move on from him. He's going to go and work with Rick Tocchet in Philadelphia, because that's all we know where he wants to go.
Yeah.
And then get Manny up here, and then let Manny get situated, figure out his own staff. I mean, I would ask you a question here. Do you think there's a situation where Manny Malhotra comes up as head coach, and some of the pieces that are already up here in the assistants, like McLean, like Dean, do you think there's any chance where Adam Foote gets the cut, but we keep some of the assistants? Or if Adam Foote goes, do you think it's just going to have to be a clean slate?
I kind of like McLean. Is it McLean? Is one of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like how he talks. I like his demeanor. I feel like I wouldn't be too upset if we kept some of the assistants around. It's Brett McLean and Kevin Dean. I don't mind it at all. But as well, when you bring in a new coach, a lot of the same thing with bringing in a new GM. They got to bring in the people they want to bring in. So it's very 50-50. I think I wouldn't mind. I think maybe it was from the top that the total system was a complete failure, and maybe they might be able to run in a bit better of a system with Manny. So you could be able to save some money there while waiting for their contracts to expire. But on the flip side, though, Manny might just want to bring in the people he wants to bring in. So I wouldn't mind it either way. I think that it probably will benefit us both ways. I feel like, as I said, it could be a complete system thing, or it could actually be that their input just wasn't helpful as well.
Yeah, and I don't know the background. Like Harry Mahesh and Jordan Smith are the assistants down in Abbotsford right now.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I don't have a deep enough understanding to know what their background is. But it might be a good time for them to get a promotion up to an NHL level too. Obviously, a big step for them. But yeah, if you're thinking clean slate, then maybe it would be as easy as bringing up the whole crew from down in Abbotsford and have them start doing the NHL thing.
Yeah. Let's see here. What are we trying to move it to? I gotta open my docs back up. I've been asking so many questions that I'm trying to remember the ones like my brain's like, hey, you already asked that. And it's like, yeah, but I asked Nucko that like 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Let's move into the draft. You know what? We were moving into some timeline stuff with the coaching, and obviously we've delved deep into the coaching on my podcast episode with you. But let's move into the draft because I don't think I've ever gotten your opinion about the draft. You've definitely asked me your fair share of times with how much you've had me on your show. Who is your pick at number 3?
If it goes the way that it should in the NHL draft coming up, aka best player available.
Yeah.
And I know the San Jose situation is a bit of a wrinkle because at the end of the day, they don't need more forwards there.
No.
They really do need a defenseman, and there are some really good defensemen in this. But having said that, Mike Greer has proven to be a guy who's just like, we're going to take the best player available,
Yes.
regardless of what position they're in. So, but at some point, you might need to. I think they're finally getting to a point where it's like, okay, yes, best player available, but we need to start looking at our positional needs.
Yeah.
So, but if you're going just by best player available, I would say I'm looking at Caleb Malhotra as your third overall pick because obviously McKenna and Stenberg are gone.
Uh-huh.
But having said that, if San Jose does make a move and take one of those guys like Verhoff or Reed or something like that, then I would absolutely. Then it's Stenberg. You just can't pass up Stenberg. He's a talent that could be playing on this NHL roster immediately. Like I think he would be great to have on a line with Pettersson, Elias Pettersson.
Yeah.
You look at him as like essentially a huge upgrade on a Hoglander who has struggled mightily to stay in the lineup, injured again at World Championship. And that's something me and Dusty talked about on my show a lot. And it comes down to if you draft Stenberg, if you somehow get him at third, then you might be actually getting Pettersson back too, because if you can suddenly rejuvenate him even to a point a game player, suddenly you have a line that can actually be a legitimate top line for this Vancouver Canucks team. And at the same time, you got another young Swede who's going to be on this team for a long, long time. So yeah, depending on how everything shakes out, I would say number one, yeah, Caleb Malhotra is probably the most realistic that's going to end up happening with Mike Greer's draft history in San Jose. But if Stenberg's available 100%, I'd be going for him.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on a guy like Chase Reed or Carson Carrolls? Those are my two that I'm really big on at the third overall pick. I know Carrolls is a bit of a reach. Right now, Tankathon has him down at 6 with Calgary, and I brought up a trade proposal earlier with Nucko where we'd pick up an extra first-round pick or maybe an extra second-round pick from Calgary to move down and pick a guy like Carrolls. Are you just not entirely as sold on those guys as you are a guy like Malhotra or Verhoff?
I think it's funny because I say that San Jose is a team that has been drafting best player available, and I think that's probably a good way of doing it. And at the end of the day, the Canucks should probably follow the same mantra.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like when it comes to if there's any strength of the prospect pool, it's for this Canucks team, it is a defense, right?
Yeah.
We have so many guys, right? Even guys who a lot of people weren't watching a lot because they were playing Abbotsford, like Kudratsev, Minio, right? Like there's a couple guys down there. Mancini was spending most of his time down there. So for me, it's hard for me to want to get another defenseman at that third overall pick, but I can definitely see. I think if I was going to go with a defenseman, for me it would be Reed, because I think that he would be a big asset for this team.
Yeah.
So yeah, I could definitely see the allure of going for another defenseman, even if Caleb Malhotra is still available. But I'm also of the mind that, at the end of the day, if you can make some kind of a deal, and I think San Jose might look at this too, trying to just trade down, get some more draft picks, right? If there's a guy that Calgary or somebody else really, really wants in the top three, San Jose, Vancouver could be the team that says, hey, yeah, give us 2 of your first round picks from this year, whatever it is. I think it's like, what is it, 7th overall and 20 something overall.
Six.
Then yeah, suddenly you're
628, or you could do 35, 36.
Yeah. So I mean, if you can get some extra picks, and that's the thing that Calgary does have right now, they do have a lot of draft capital. They have a ton of picks this year. So, and in a year where it seems like the depth for the defense is pretty deep for this, like in the top, if you're picking in the top 10 and you want a defenseman, there's a very real chance you can get one of those guys, right? So yeah, I would absolutely be open to the idea of trading down as well if you can bring in some more draft capital. But I'm also of the mind, and part of me wants to look at maybe even trying to pick up a first round pick for next year, because next year's draft apparently has a lot of really good centers.
Yeah.
And that would be maybe a better time rather than taking a Malhotra, which would add, as we know, a whole nother wrinkle, especially if I get my wish and Manny's coming up. And another sidebar, like I'm absolutely fine. I would have no problem having Manny Malhotra and Caleb Malhotra as a part of our system. I think if there's any kind of father-son combo that could work, I think that those two are a couple that would work, because I feel like Manny's probably harder on his son than anyone else's, sort of thing. But I can also see the allure of saying, hey, yeah, if we can get another first round pick next year, let's take another defenseman this year, because it is a defense heavy year. And then next year, that's when we look at addressing our center depth, especially like you and Clay were talking about, his big take. If Heel can stay healthy, which is a big if, but even if Teddy Bluger comes back, you got Braden Coots, you got Rossi, you got Pedersen, you got Ratu. They're still, even without Heedle in the picture, if Bluger's back, which it sounds like there might be a chance that could happen with the way he's talked about it, then maybe you don't need to take a center this year and you just wait till next year when there's a lot more center depth. And then even if, let's say, the Canucks don't finish dead last, they finish in, your bottom 10 and they end up drafting 5th or 6th or something like that, there's a good chance they could find someone that's just as capable as a center as a Caleb Malhotra. So I think that's the fun thing about this draft this year. There's so many scenarios. And I think as much as it sucked to see San Jose win that draft pick, I think outside of that, the bottom, whatever it was, the bottom 5 teams in the draft lottery, if any one of them end up winning the draft lottery, all they can move up is to second. So then the Canucks would have gotten the first. Outside of those 5 teams, I think San Jose was probably the best case scenario to lose the draft to, because of that situation where they really do need a defenseman. So yeah, lots of balls in the air, and who knows where they're all going to land. But I think it's going to be giving me and you and everybody here on YouTube who talks Canucks a lot to talk about leading up to that draft. So it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Speaking of this draft as well, we'll move into the 2027 draft as you brought it up. I want to go talk. I don't know if you know much about it, but I want to bring up some players when it comes to that later. But let's move later into this draft. How much have you been paying attention to the late round picks that could potentially be picked up in this draft? More like late first, early second.
I mean, I think for me, it's the Canucks are so weird, right? Because we have a potential scenario where for the first time since 1999, we could draft 3rd overall, we could get a guy like a Stenberg. But we also have the opportunity with where we're sitting, and depending on which draft list you're looking at, those Ruck twins look really good too. And which team would want another pair of twins more than the Canucks, right? Like I hear, obviously, Calgary has had their eyes close on those 2 twins for a long time. They play in Medicine Hat. Calgary's right in the area, so I'm assuming they're keeping their eyes on it. Maybe they want their own twin magic, but I honestly think after watching them play against Braden Coots, I would love to see those Ruck twins end up as a part of this organization. So for me, it's like if we can get Stenberg and the Ruck twins with our first 3 picks, which could potentially work out, it'd be interesting to see what other teams do. Because if you if you draft Marcus or you draft Liam to start, and I believe Marcus is the center, right? So, and I think he's the one who's potentially going in the higher pick. I
Liam is the one
believe.
who's going higher, but
Okay, so
Marcus is lower.
Liam and
They
Liam
just
is
have
the
them
winger,
both.
right?
No, they have them both just as forwards.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I'll do some research for you just to see who's the center, who's the. But Liam is
Yeah.
the one that will go higher. Marcus is the one that will go lower.
Yeah, that's, and I mean that's kind of I follow along with a lot of what people are talking about with the prospects, but for me I think that's where my fandom comes in. I'm like, heck yes, let's get another set of twins in here. That'd be great to have them, because suddenly if you're looking, and everyone knows that I feel like if we can get some good line mates for PD, I think he can still be that really, decent first line center, a really defensive guy playing along with the Stenberg. You put Stenberg and PD and Ogren or Carlson together on the line, I think that'd be a great top line moving into the future. And then if, a couple years down the road, suddenly you got the Ruck twins in there as well. Suddenly you're looking at a top six that's got a lot of skill and also has got a lot of defensive capability, because it seems like the Ruck twins, along with their over 100-point seasons, were touted as someone who was really picking up the defensive side of the game. So I think for me, yeah, that late round pick, the 24th, if you can get one of the Ruck twins there, and then that early, I guess it ends up being the 33rd pick overall. If you can get the Ruck twins there, I think that's ideal for this Canucks team.
Yeah. I went and looked at elite prospects and just said forward and forward, so they might be set beside a center on both sides.
Yeah.
Have you been paying attention? Let's move over to some non-NHL related news. I see a new post on the Canucks Reddit about Braden Coots and his goal scoring and assist efforts in the WHL finals. Have you been watching the games for the WHL finals?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So
Yeah, I have.
one
Yeah, I've been
big
tuning
name,
as much as I can.
one big name that we'll move over because we'll move to the 2027 draft after. We'll do a little transition. How mother effing insane is Landon DuPont?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. At 16 years old, what did he finish? He was second in the WHL playoffs for defensive scoring, and then he's at 16 years old.
Yeah.
And I was listening to his post game interview yesterday when they finally took out Prince Albert. It sounds like, is this his third season playing with Everett?
I think
it
it's
seems
his
like
second.
did he start playing? It's his second season. Okay, yeah, because they ended up losing
check.
last year and then winning it this year. So yeah, I mean, he is the guy out there. He is the motor of that team. And that team is a wagon. I think they have a very good chance at giving Kitchener, who's got Gabe Sherratt, who's another Canucks prospect. I think that Everett might be the favorite this year. I haven't paid as much attention to the QMJHL because it's harder to for me to get in on that.
Yeah.
And I mean, you got Kelowna as the other team because they're hosting, right? So if you're looking at the three teams that have already made it, like Kitchener was a wagon too, but I think with DuPont back there, man, like he is so good back there he's got that vision, right? It's almost like he knows where players are going to be before players get to where they're going to be. And the maturity from the interviews that I saw him doing too, where he just is so well spoken. He is such a smart guy. So that just gives you hope that moving forward, he could be a huge asset and a number one defenseman on any NHL team that ends up getting him first overall. But having said that too, we all saw what happened this year. Even if you finished at last, you don't necessarily get the first overall pick. So maybe that's what happens next year. The Canucks don't finish dead last, but they end up winning the draft lottery and getting DuPont, which would be great too. But yeah, DuPont, unreal to watch him. So much fun. And despite this fact that Prince Albert Everett series was a little bit shorter than we were all hoping for Braden Coots, man, it was good hockey. It was up and down. It was back and forth. There was a lot of hate in that series. It was a lot of fun to watch. So, and then even on the other side, there was another guy playing for Prince Albert, Cribbs, man. Cribbs is another guy who is an absolute beast out there playing for Prince Albert. So he's another defenseman who I believe is 16 right now. I think he might be draft eligible next year.
He's available in the draft. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the thing. You're looking at these couple drafts coming up and there's some talent. And yeah, Landon DuPont was a lot of fun to watch. And even just Braden Coots was just it. I haven't watched him play until this season when we drafted him. And every time I watch him, he's just every single shift, you notice him. Every single time he is on the ice, he does something that you like, whether it be throwing a big hit, doing a good back check, setting up a beautiful assist, right? He ended up being, I think it was fourth in the playoffs in scoring. I believe he was just over a point per game. He had like 16 assists. He had a bunch of goals, right? And he had some games where his team looked down and out. There was a couple times where they were down in games, and then second period rolls around, and he had a couple big second periods that got his team back into the game. He was great in the face-off dot. He was on the power play. He was on the penalty kill. And I think it was really early on in the Prince Albert playoff run. He scores a goal. He takes a late hit from one of the other players, and instead of just like quivering away from it, he just gets right in the guy's face, gives him a couple of shots. It's that kind of hilarious goal celebration where you end up punching a guy in the head. So yeah, I was, for anyone who hasn't done it yet, download Victory Plus on your phone because you can watch all the WHL playoffs. They're over now, but moving forward, there's a whole bunch of times you can watch junior hockey on there. With the Canucks being in the mode where they're getting 10 draft picks this year, it's definitely a good idea to get Victory Plus, and it's free. So you can watch. That's where I was watching all of those games, and it was absolutely amazing to watch those teams battle it out.
Yeah, I had Victory Plus, and I, for some reason, just kept forgetting to go watch this. I really wanted to watch it. I wanted Coots to move to the Memorial Cup just to see if he could take a big shot there against Tij Aginla and Utah's prospect there. Another player in that series that was really, really, really noticeable. I mean, he was noticeable throughout the whole playoffs for Prince Albert. Almost had the same amount of point and goal totals as Caleb Malhotra did. Daxon Rudolph. Insane playoffs from Daxon Rudolph. And I'm surprised that he hasn't really jumped at right now on Tankathon they have him at 11. Could you see him, especially with him being a right side shot, jumping a little bit based off of his playoff performance?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. Yeah. A strong playoff performance. Like you mentioned Caleb Malhotra. I think he's jumped up some draft lists because of how strong he's looked in the playoffs. So I think with Rudolph as well, he's got that bite to his game. I think he ended up getting suspended, I think, one game in this WHL finals.
Oh, really?
He is 6'2". Was it Rudolph who got suspended? I think it was, right?
I'm not sure. I haven't really paid too much attention. I was seeing just like the
highlights. It was a cross-checking. But yeah, he ends up with 27 points in 19 games. Yeah, so he got suspended after a nasty cross-check. I think it was game 1 against Everett. He threw a cross-check. He got suspended. So that's why game 2, I think, after a really good start in the first game for Prince Albert, game 2, they didn't have Daxon Rudolph. Yeah. He's another big defenseman. So many good players in that series. So yeah, he's another guy who I think a bunch of my Calgary buddies are saying they're really hoping they can get him, even if it's a bit of a reach at their like 7th overall pick or whatever it is. So I think, Daxon and Rudolph, absolute beast mode out there. He ends up being second in the entire playoffs behind an Everett Silvertip player. Actually, he tied for the lead with 27 points through the playoffs. So yeah, definitely a guy who might jump up some draft lists a little bit. But another example of a defenseman who's going to go in the top 10 probably this year at this draft. So there's a lot of talent going around this year when it comes to defense.
Memorial Cup wise, are you excited? Are you going to be watching those Memorial Cup games? As we get into it, obviously Kitchener, we got some Vancouver pride with Gabe Sherratt, right? Gabe Sherratt in that series as well. The other side, the Q. Right now it's Moncton versus I'm forgetting the team, and it's obviously really hard because the Q, QMJHL, it's like, it starts with an S. The Seguins? Is that what it is? Chicoutimi Seguins versus the Moncton Wildcats. And, a big player on Moncton right now is Caleb Desnoyers. How fun would it be to see matchups like Tij Aginla, Landon Dupont, Caleb Desnoyers? I'm not sure who's on Kitchener if they have any big like star players, but those big threes going to the Memorial Cup would be really fun to see.
It's funny because we've been covering the NHL playoffs on Nothing Is Perfect, and the first round is crazy, right? Like we did a bunch of triple headers. We did we were live for like 9 hours. You're live for 12 hours a day. I don't know how you're staying live for 12 hours a day. I did 9 hours in 3 games, and then we had like the Golden Eyes were still playing for part of it. We were covering the WHL like it was crazy. But now that we're into the conference finals, there's only 2 series on. So at max, there's going to be 1 game per night. So it comes at a perfect time because the Memorial Cup should be getting started at the end of this month. And then that's when we can focus a little bit more on that. But you're right. It's crazy. Someone, I think one of the announcers said in the game at the end last night, they're like, yeah, can you imagine finishing the Stanley Cup playoffs and then having to go and play another tournament immediately after you go through a 4-round series where you're battling your life out? And some of these series went a bit longer than others. But man, yeah, the Memorial Cup should be a lot of fun because there's a whole lot of talent. Does it seem like the quality of a lot of the time we talk about in the NHL the dilution of the talent pool when it comes to the expansion, right? So we're up to 32 teams. Does it feel like now we're kind of the talent pool is starting to recover a little bit, and that there's more talent available than there has been in the last maybe decade, I don't know if you're feeling the same way about that.
Like how we're getting a bunch of insane talent throughout the draft to kind of fill out the spots that have been created through the expansion. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, if that's where you're going, I definitely do think so. Like just how stacked this draft class is. Like last draft class was a little weak, but yeah, this draft class looks great. And I know this last draft class was weak, and then we got through it, and now it's like Ben Kindle, Braden Coots, like a lot of them took big steps. But yeah, this draft class looks crazy. Like you go up to 24, and it's like pretty solid players like Mathis Preston, Liam Ruck over at 24, Wyatt Cullen, Savanto he looked very good with Finland. A guy who missed 4 breakaways in a shootout, Vigio Bjork, with high praise from Crosby in the World Championships last night. Like, just this draft class looks like it's going to be filling out a lot of talent gaps around the league.
Yeah, should be. Yeah, and I think that's where it is just the amount of training that these guys are doing from such a young age, all the different hockey academies all over the place. It starts from such a young age, and they're so well trained, and it's so well trained in so many different aspects when it comes to skating, stick handling, and even just the way that they handle the media, the maturity that they show in that. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of excitement. I think moving through this draft, it's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm excited to see what the Canucks can pull off and if they can add a few really good pieces to this prospect pool.
Sidebar real quick, Irvin, it is cantaloupe that I'm eating at the moment. The lady dropped off some nice cantaloupe for me. Let's move into something that you're going to be covering later today. I can see it on your screen. You're going to be covering the Montreal Canadiens versus the Buffalo Sabres. But before we get to that series, what is your thoughts on all the series so far in the first round?
Man, like anything that LA touched was so boring. Holy cow. How do you make the Colorado Avalanche boring, right? Like, I was so stoked when they finally got knocked out. And it was the same thing, like Philadelphia. Holy cow. Like, they're so boring. I really wanted Pittsburgh to make it, but I was stoked when they got out. And not just because I'm a bitter Rick Tocchet hater now. But I think the most fun I've had covering, I've done a couple of the Montreal games. Carolina's been fun. They've kind of been up and down. But yeah, it was fun to see Shelovs get into that series against Philadelphia. So it was fun. I feel like it was one of those things where, like, after they lost 2 games, maybe it was a good idea, even if it wasn't Skinner's fault, just to get Shelovs in. I think even if they would have gotten Shelovs in game 3, I think they even make it to game 7, whether or not they win that series. I think Shelov still just gave them a better chance to win with some of the insane saves he was making. LA, man. For me, it almost felt like, and I don't know if you agree with me on this one, but it seemed like there was a number of teams that made the playoffs this year that in almost any other year would not have made the playoffs. You know what I mean? Like Pittsburgh, Philly,
LA,
Utah, those 3 teams, maybe. I think and I mean, when you look at teams like Utah, Anaheim, Buffalo, right? Like some of these other younger teams, I think they absolutely deserve to be here. But it almost felt like you got Colorado at the top, and then it's a whole bunch of other people where, like, even Dallas showed up, and And those series, that was a fun series to watch too, because they were just beating the snot out of each other.
Yeah.
Minnesota and Dallas going at each other. I was at first concerned about Colorado because they are my pick to go to the Cup Finals, playing against Vegas, who handled a young team like Anaheim. They handled a young team like Utah. So you essentially have the two oldest teams in the playoffs outside of, I think, maybe LA, going at it in the Western Conference Finals. So that should be fun. But I think the LA series actually probably prepared Colorado to play Vegas. So it should be interesting to see, because they have been so good defensively, so good offensively. And Carolina, like for Carolina, do you think there's any worry for them? We talk about the rust versus rest. By the time they get to playing either Montreal or Buffalo, they might have, what is it, like 10 days off in between games or something like that. Do you think there's any concern about, a little bit of rust coming in to their game?
I think so, like a little bit. I mean, we could have saw that as well with the series before, right? I think they had a big break because that series went 7 as well. And it didn't really affect them too much. But my worry, and I said frauds earlier, and I feel like that's the wrong word when I was talking to Nucko. But I worry a little bit about them potentially being they faced some easy teams. They might have faced off. I think he was right about Ottawa, a really good team that just started to struggle offensively. Allmark played amazing. But very weak teams, and I feel like that no matter who they face off in this conference finals, whether it's the Canadiens, whether it's Buffalo, might give them a bit of a run for their money, and it could shock them, especially with Anderson's history as a choker.
Right. Yeah, 100%. Well, I mean, if you look at Ottawa, like Ottawa is a good example. I think they're in a similar room as the Minnesota Wild, where they have a ton of talent, but they don't have a lot of depth. And so when you got those injuries to Sanderson, when you got that injury to Zub, suddenly it's a team that without those two guys, you're bringing other guys that are decent, but they're not going to provide that offense. And we saw that from Ottawa throughout the season. They really did struggle to score. They played very well defensively, but they could not create the offense. And then, Carolina then getting Philadelphia in the second round, where, Philadelphia plays a really strong defensive, structure. They play as a team. We all saw that when Rick Tocchet was the coach here, but it's not necessarily a team that's going to create a lot of offense. And again, once you get banged up going into a series against a team like Carolina, that just seems like they're automatic these days, where it's dump, get in on the forecheck, get the puck back, and that second line, right, for Carolina with it, Taylor Hall and Stankoven, those two players playing together with Blake was absolutely crazy. So, Canuck Land, can you stall? I think it's PetSmart calling. So I'm just
sounds good. Yes.
Be right back.
I muted myself. Oops. Are you back?
I'm back.
Are you back? Okay.
Yeah.
I accidentally muted myself and not you, and then started talking. So
I muted myself though, so they got nothing.
Okay, so they just had me yapping. Sarah loves hockey, and then we'll move into the franchise mode for those who missed it because I muted myself. But nothing is perfect. Let's continue this talk. So we're currently talking about. I think we're still talking about the first round. Let's get into two series I really want to talk about, and one's in the first round, one's in the second round. The first round series I want to talk about is Tampa, Montreal. What a brutal bloodbath that series was, and for our entertainment, of course. What were your thoughts on that series?
Oh, crazy, right? Like, what was it? Like almost every single game was a 1-goal game. It was nuts, right? Like 4-3, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 1-0, 2-1.
Yeah.
Every single game was a 1-goal game. And was the first 3 games went to overtime as well? Like, it doesn't get tighter than that. And I think to the shock of everyone, Corey Perry didn't make the Stanley Cup Finals again to lose there. So, but I think, I don't know, does any part of you think that Canadians had a little extra pep in their step because they have Martin St. Louis, who not only being a French guy, is also a former Tampa Bay Lightning player who maybe had a little extra motivation for himself to prove himself as a coach against his old team.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And I also think that the game they had in the regular season shortly before entering the playoffs definitely boosted the rivalry a little bit, made it just a little bit more where the team's just like, of course they want it. They're in
Yeah.
the playoffs. They want to beat each other. They want to get to the finals. But, it made them want to beat the other team a little bit more rather than just wanting to go to the Stanley Cup final. They wanted to really punish each other. And I think that really showed in the series.
So for this series too, the one thing that I don't think got talked about enough is obviously Victor Hedman, who announced that he had stepped away from the game for his mental health reasons, which we always fully support people taking care of themselves, taking care of their mental health.
Yes.
But obviously, if you, outside of the fact that he wasn't there, I mean, if Victor Hedman's in that series, I feel like you got to give Tampa Bay the edge.
Yeah.
And so now you got Montreal in a series against another young team. So suddenly you have Montreal, who could potentially, after tonight, be in the Eastern Conference Finals. And we talk about looking at the Canucks and the potential for them to maybe want to try and accelerate out of the rebuild if they get any kind of success. If you're looking at this Montreal team, do you think there's any concern for that team or for the fan base that maybe outside, if they make the Eastern Conference Finals this year, they try to accelerate their rebuild a little bit too quickly? Or do you think they have enough structure over there that they're going to just go par for the course and keep on doing what they're doing?
I don't think so. I think that they're in a good spot where they can make additions without it hurting their rebuild too much. They have guys, David Reinbacher. I don't know how much value he has, but he's got to still have some injuries derailing his career. They got a guy like Michael Hage still in the system. Demidov's still young. They need to go pick up a 2C. And, apparently, I think it was Kent Hughes said they had something in the pipeline potentially at the trade deadline of picking up something big, which we all assume is a 2C, maybe a Robert Thomas, maybe an Elias Pettersson. But I feel like they're in a spot where they could make a move and it won't really hurt their rebuild too much because they're kind of pushing into that other side of the rebuild where it's kind of like you are able to shed some assets if it helps your team.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think they're going to keep on doing what they're doing. And you're right. It's time to start adding to this team.
Yeah.
So, what do they have? Like the majority of their core is locked up for like 20 years.
Under 8 mil too.
At a very cheap rate. So
yeah,
crazy stuff. They're going to be a really good team for a really long time, I think.
All right, the other series before we get to some previews. Well, there's only one series to preview, but we can kind of talk about the other one half and half, previewing the two teams on your screen. But the Minnesota Wild versus the Colorado Avalanche, a series that we thought would be a bloodbath like the first round series against Dallas. Do you think that might have bled into a little bit why Colorado smoked the Minnesota Wild and eliminated Quinn Hughes?
I think it's just like I said, the Wild have virtually no depth, and then to lose Eriksson Ek was like the final straw, right? And Quinn Hughes was playing 31 minutes a night. Like, that's crazy. I think Swerve and Irvin looked it up on my stream, and the only close comparable I think he could come up with was Duncan Keith playing like 30 minutes a night during the 2015 run or something like that. But outside of that, I looked at the last couple of years, and the top defenseman on any team in the playoffs was playing in the realm of 26 minutes a night. I'm not surprised. I fully picked Colorado to beat Minnesota in this series. And I'm not even all that surprised that it ended up being a 4-1 series either, because when it came down to it, Minnesota just doesn't have the depth. They had to run their top guys. And when you have Colorado, they have 4 centers that could potentially be first line centers on multiple NHL teams, right? And that's your 4th line guy, your 3rd line guy. These guys, like Kadri, who's playing on their 3rd line, could potentially be a first line player for a lot of other teams. So it's just the sheer depth of that Colorado team. They came at you in waves, and you got help from all aspects of that roster. Makar was in and out of games with dealing with whatever injuries he was dealing with, and you still had other players that were stepping up to make it happen. And then just the luxury for Colorado to have 2 goaltenders that they're fully confident. They went back and forth. They've got a Forrest and net with the 2 different woods they can put in net with Blackhood and Wedgwood. There was times where Colorado looked outmatched, and when the Wild's top line was out there, when they were all out there with Eriksson Ek and everyone, and Faber and Boldy and Hughes, if you could put that line out for the entire game, Minnesota probably does take it. But at the end of the day, you got to have a team that can back you up, and I don't think Minnesota had that, and that was their downfall. And so picking up McCarron was great, but you also saw that overtime shot, he whiffed on that one timer. If he
Uh-huh.
scores that goal, suddenly they're, they've got their second win of the series and things are looking a little better for them. But yeah, McCarron is, a definite fourth line player. And that was all the biggest addition that they could make at the trade deadline. And they couldn't find that. And part of me then looks at it, it's like, man, you gave up on Rossi. You trade away Rossi for Quinn Hughes.
Yeah.
You got rid of your center depth, and that's pretty much the thing that ended up killing you. So I think now if I'm a Minnesota fan, I'm starting to feel a little bit concerned that Quinn Hughes is not going to want to re-sign. I mean, does he seem like the kind of guy who's going to want to be the highest paid player on the team? Like it does kind of seem like he's going to want the same money that Kaprizov is making. And if you're suddenly paying, $17 million to two guys, even if the salary cap going up, that's $34 million out of your $100 million. That's right. Like, I think I just saw a tweet today, like no player making $10 million or more has ever won the cup.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's never happened before.
No.
This is the first year that it could happen. So I don't know. I think if I'm Minnesota, they have zero draft capital. They have no prospects left. Like that trade for Quinn Hughes was the last, gasp of any kind of prospects or high end talent that they could trade away. So they kind of went all in and maybe they thought they could add something as a second line center, but man, if I'm a Minnesota fan, I'm a little bit worried that they trade away their future for one playoff win against Dallas and a Dallas team that when you saw the injury report that came out, another one, if Dallas is healthy, they probably win that series too, because they just had the depth, but even they had like 8 guys with like injuries that should have put all these guys out of lineup, but they still came in and played. So yeah, I have no doubt Colorado ends up getting all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals. They're still my pick to win the whole thing. And yeah, I don't think Minnesota stood a chance against them.
Yeah. Previewing the next 2 series, so you got Colorado versus Vegas, and then you got Carolina versus whoever comes out of this series. Let's start off with the one that's set, because that's a little bit easier to talk about. What are your thoughts on this Colorado-Vegas series? Do you think it's going to be closer than a lot of the Colorado series have passed this season? Or do you think that it's going to be a far series and Colorado's going to take it pretty handily?
It's funny because you look at Vegas's 2 series they've won so far. They won 4-2 and 4-2. I think I could see Colorado winning this series 4-2. I think Vegas probably gives Colorado more fits because right now Colorado's only lost a single game so far. Like between Carolina and Colorado right now, there's only one loss between those 2 teams so far in this playoffs. Vegas a lot deeper, but I think one of the biggest question marks for me for Vegas is their goaltending. Their goaltender at times has looked great, but there's also been moments where he looks totally out of his element. So it should be interesting to see. Like I said, I think LA was a good training series for Colorado to face a team that has that defensive structure. So yeah, I think Colorado matches Vegas, player for player when it comes to talent. If there is a person who's going to be able to make this series a win for Vegas, and Toronto fans are going to hate this, but I think Mitch Marner could be a huge X factor because he seems like as this playoffs has gone, he's gotten even better and better.
Yeah.
So if Vegas does end up winning this series, I think it'll have to be with the huge support of a guy like Marner. But I think Colorado, they're just too deep. They've got too much talent and they've got so much drive. Like you look at Makar and McKinnon after losing that gold medal earlier this year, I think that gives them enough motivation that no matter what happens, they're going to do everything they can to get all the way back to the Stanley Cup Finals. So yeah, I predict a 4-2 series win for Colorado.
Yeah, I think that Colorado's going to take it as well. I have them going to the Stanley Cup Finals in my bracket. I had them beating Edmonton in the conference finals, though. But also I picked Edmonton to win so that I would reverse curse, because I always picked LA over Edmonton, and Edmonton would always win. And I'm like, hey, let's just pick Edmonton this year. Let's see what happens. Maybe they'll lose. Bang! I was right. I cursed the Edmonton Oilers, and they lost. But moving on to the other side, we got Carolina versus Buffalo or Montreal. We'll kind of do both options here as, yeah, what are your thoughts on this potential series between these 3 teams?
I think no matter who makes it through, I think it'll be a short series. I feel like Carolina maybe loses 1 game.
Okay.
I think I watched 2 or 3 of their games against. I think I watched at least 2 of their games against Ottawa and at least 2 of their games against Philadelphia. And there was times in those series where it did look like they got pushed back, but they didn't break. And this team has been here so many times. Stankoven's playing out of his mind. I think he's got like 7 goals in the 8 games
Yeah.
they've played. Taylor Hall's having a renaissance. Blake looks good. And you haven't really seen much from the top line on Carolina yet either. So, I mean, for me, it's like it doesn't even matter who ends up making it between those 2 teams when it comes to Montreal versus Buffalo. I think Aho, Stahl haven't really showed up much. Like they've only played 8 games too, right? Like they're rested. Any kind of injuries they've had, and Anderson has been playing really, really well. Former Vancouver Canucks defenseman Jalen Chatfield scored a shorthand goal. So when you're getting that kind of stuff, right? Slavin is a defensive wizard. So yeah, I think no matter who ends up coming out of the Buffalo versus Montreal series, I think Carolina takes it 4-1. I just think Carolina is just too automatic these days with how they play hockey.
Yeah, I think the definite worry for me is if Montreal gets through is how great the penalty kill was for Carolina against Ottawa. How they were just able to shut down multiple 5-on-3s. And I know Montreal's power play is very, very effective, but it worries me that that Carolina team could just shut them down and boom, there's your strength gone. Especially with how lackluster their top players have been 5-on-5. Same with Carolina, but Montreal, you really need it. A guy like Alex Newhook, though, stepping up is really nice to see. For Montreal, for the last little question before we get to the bold take, what are your expectations for the game tonight between Montreal and Buffalo?
I think Montreal finishes off tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what my instincts are telling me right now. I feel like Buffalo had that lead. I mean, they had a couple leads in the last game and they couldn't keep it. And I think they've been kind of juggling their goaltenders, right? Like they've had Lines in net, they've had Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen in net, who's got one of the best names in the NHL.
Yes.
But I think last game you started to see some of Montreal's players start to feel themselves a little bit more. Like Cole Caulfield feels like he's feeling himself a little bit more. You mentioned Newhook, who's been playing lights out. Anderson finally, I think it's one of those things with Anderson. I feel like maybe he might have gotten a bit of a ding earlier on in the maybe in that series or maybe the previous series, but he looks like he's feeling himself a little bit. And I mean Hudson, I feel like Hudson's just been getting better every single game. That vision he has out there, he's going to be in the Norris conversation very quickly, I think. So I feel like it's going to be probably another close one, but I do feel like the game tonight probably goes to Montreal and they take it in 6 games. So yeah, we'll have to. I mean, and doing it on home ice on Hockey Night Canada, I can't imagine what the Bell Center would sound like at that point. So I think Canadians take it tonight. Probably like a 4-2 with an ultimate goal or something like that.
Yeah, just when we, Cale Makar and Quinn Hughes aren't even exiting their prime; they're still in their prime. We're getting Cole Hudson or Lane Hudson, who's Quinn Hughes light, and we got Matthew Schaefer. You could probably make a better comparison towards Cale Makar light, and we're getting those guys coming up immediately. The defense, in the NHL in terms of the star players is going to be great for a long, long time. Before we end this off, I just want to do one last thing. We always take a bold take from the Vancouver Canucks. It could be 5 years in the future, a week in the future, up to the draft. Nothing is perfect. What is your Vancouver Canucks bold take?
Manny Malhotra wins Coach of the Year next year without the Canucks even making the playoffs.
That is a hugely bold take because they usually like to take the guys who go from 0 to the playoffs. I think so. I think that's a very good shout. I don't know how the voters are going to vote about it, though. But, yeah, like, I could definitely see it where you can see so much change and good vibes and just, like, how the play is played, even if we lose a lot. Shift the mindset of, well...
I think it's, like I said, I feel like, I mean, I didn't even say them when I originally talked about it, but I feel like Ottawa is one of those teams that probably in another year doesn't make it. Like you look at Calgary last year, 96 points, and they missed the playoffs, right? And this year, the Pacific Division was terrible.
Yeah.
Right? Like Connor McDavid called it a pillow fight, right? So I feel like when you look at the teams that are in this Pacific Division, Anaheim's going to take another step forward. I think San Jose is going to be better.
Yeah.
I think Edmonton will probably be what they usually are. Vegas, if they keep Tortorella around, I could easily see this Pacific Division being an absolute slugfest compared to the pillow fight that it was last year. And I think what will happen is the Canucks will improve so much that he'll force himself into that conversation, where the basement was so low this year that even if they end up whispering up to that 90-point mark and they still end up missing the playoffs, like I could see the Canucks season being closer to where they're around that 500 mark, maybe a bit above that.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at them going from a 58-point team to all of a sudden being like an 85-point team
Yeah.
and barely missing the playoffs kind of a thing, I could see that being enough to get Manny Malhotra into a conversation where he ends up getting Coach of the Year next year.
Yeah, no, that's a great bold take right there. Nothing's perfect. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for joining, and thank you for all your support throughout the whole month for this charity. Yeah, thanks for coming on. Any last words before you head off?
I appreciate you, brother. Keep up the good work. Keep up the grind. It's a great cause. So anyone out there who hasn't done yet, I know that Canuckland has the link in the description for the video that you're currently watching right now. So go click on that link. Whatever you got, if it's $5, if it's $500, whatever you got, make sure you go over and donate. It's for a very worthy cause. The Sedins and Ryan Johnson showed up and they talked about getting back into this community. And one way we can give back to a community through this YouTube experience that we have of creating Canucks content is to help out creators like Canuckland when he's doing charities like this for a very worthy cause. There's no more worthy cause than helping out the kids. And BC Children's Hospital has been doing that for many, many years and helping out many, many children. So whatever you got, no matter how small, no matter how big, go out, give it to them. And let's get this number as high as we can before the end of this 12-hour stream. And thank you very much for having me on, dude.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work. And we'll have to play some NHL sometime because we
Yes.
haven't done that yet. I'm not as much of a Chell guy. What do you play on?
I play on PlayStation.
Are you on PlayStation?
Yeah, you could do crossplay.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Because this summer I'm planning to do some more like content with regards to NHL 26. But I was honestly thinking about doing like playoff series against other creators, where it's like we literally play like a 7-game series against each other and have everyone tune in for the stream. And
that would be awesome.
so I think that'd be kind of something fun we could do once the August is going to be a really good time because there's not a lot going on in August usually when it comes to creation. So I look forward to more collabs with you, brother, and keep up the good work here.
Definitely, we need to have you back on the podcast here as well. Thanks for coming on. Apologies, we're getting close to time. We got to get Sarah on here. Thank you.
Yeah, tell Sarah thanks for me too.
Yes. All right. See ya.
Cheers.
Nothing is perfect, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Sarah's going to be on in 4 minutes, but I have to go to the washroom. So, used to be a Chell. I was pretty good at Chell, but I fell off a little bit. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the little washroom break. We'll do a phone reset, and we're going to hop right into the meeting with Sarah and Love Talkie. I do apologize. I really had to go to the washroom, but that was an awesome conversation. It's always nice having Nothing is Perfect on. So, yeah, the phone screen's glitching. Let's get her done quickly. All right, I'm back. Let's do a little refresh before we get Sarah on. We'll do a refresh to see where we're at. Currently, $1,324 raised. Everyone, thank you so much. Truly means the world. I never thought that we would get this high, in terms of our raised. So thank you so much. Let's move in. Let's start this meeting. Let's get her going here. Sarah Loves Hockey will be joining us. There she is. All right, let me get it all set up here. Perfect. Just gotta move over. Beats the world. I never thought. There we go. All right, Sarah, how is it going? Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's good. I'm a little bit jet lagged, but
Yeah.
we're doing good.
Did you take a trip?
Yeah, I was in Australia
Oh,
for
yeah?
10 days, so that's like a 16-hour, like 17-hour actually, time difference. So,
That's insane. I think the biggest time difference I've had is Toronto, so I don't even know what that could feel like. It was only a 3 hour time difference in that. What me in the ass. So, Sarah, thanks for joining us. Let's get first of all, before we get into the hockey stuff, you actually have a big connection to BC Children's Hospital, like me. I believe you
yeah.
have the same condition that I have, AVSD. Would you like to talk about it a little bit?
Yes. So AVSD was a part of a bigger condition that I had when I was born.
Okay.
Um, when I was so When I was still in my mom's womb, they had discovered that I had a big hole in my heart that was not going to close as the development kept going on. And so they knew and were aware of that when I was born. And when I was born, they determined that it wasn't significant enough at the time, and so for the first 4 years of my life, I had a hole in my heart. And then at 4 years old, and in that time, I kept getting regular check ins. And I probably had more hospital visits in like that time than the average person does in their whole entire life. And so at 4 years old, they determined that my life quality would be impacted if that hole didn't get patched up. And so at 4 years old, they patched it
Uh
up.
huh.
And thankfully for me, that was the only surgery I've had to have on it, and the only surgery I will probably ever have to have on
Uh
it.
huh.
So, yeah.
Yeah, great story. I mean, obviously not like a great story in terms of what you had to go through, but it's obviously a great story to show like truly what BC Children's Hospital can do to help. For me personally, I'm not sure if it was just, well, I think I had multiple. I had 3 surgeries before I was even 4 years
Okay.
old with AVSD. So I had one when I was 2 days old. I had one when I was 10 months old and 4 years old. So we've both gone through a lot with BC Children's Hospital, so that means every donation, every dollar that you give helps people like us be here and be able to talk Canucks. And also, I see it in the background. We're going to talk some Golden Eyes. How about we do that first? As they won the gold plan, and we're going to get, hopefully, I don't know who you're on, but I'm Caroline Harvey all the way. Are you Caroline Harvey all the way?
Yeah, there hasn't been anyone else that, like, maybe Layla Edwards,
Yeah.
but I think that what Caroline Harvey has, I think, is more than any other player in the draft.
Uh-huh. Yeah. It's those big three, really. I don't know if Abby Murphy's dropped a little bit, but it's Abby Murphy, Caroline Harvey, and Layla Edwards. But yeah, Caroline, just based off what she did at the Olympics as a defenseman, based off what she did at Wisconsin, just absolutely insane. Were you able to catch any Golden Eyes games this year? Well, obviously, you have the
Yes,
home
I was
opener in the
able.
background.
Yeah, I was able to go to their home opener, and
Uh-huh.
then I was able to go to one, I think it was in February, where they played the Boston Fleet.
Uh-huh.
And so right now my record with them is 1-1.
Okay.
So
Better than
and
mine.
both them and I am 2-0 for games going to overtime.
Oh,
So,
okay. So you're better than my record. I'm 0-1 so far at the one game I went to. I went to the game against the Scepters, which
okay.
was a really fun game to watch. And actually, I'm going to turn my camera off for a second. I'm going to switch the jersey just for this. I'm going to throw my Golden Eyes jersey on. So it'll be quick. Okay, I'm back. I got it. I got my Mashmeyer jersey on. Um, so let's get into their season entirely. Like at the start of the season, obviously they had high expectations. The same with Seattle because they picked up a
Yeah.
lot of good pieces in the expansion draft, and it was definitely favored towards those new teams. Did you have those high expectations as well, or did were you kind of back, not expecting them to do too much, kind of like how they did this season, where they finished close to the bottom?
Well, I was taking the whole season with a big grain of salt
Uh-huh.
because um like yes, you want them to do well, but at the same time, a lot of these girls hadn't played with each other before.
Yeah.
And yes, like as the season went on, we kind of saw that chemistry starting to build. And I mean, our top pair, I do believe, was Jakes and Thompson. I do
Uh-huh.
believe that's what
Yeah.
the last name is.
Yeah.
Um, and like they played together in Minnesota, won back-to-back championships, I do believe, in Minnesota. And so they were like, so I knew that there was a little bit of chemistry on the team, but like as a cohesive unit, I was gonna give it a little bit before it really got going. And we saw, I mean, when they were eliminated and with them winning the draft lottery with having the most points accumulated, or it wasn't draft lottery, it was
Gold
just
plan.
winning the first overall
Uh-huh.
pick. Um, I think that, yeah, with my expectations, I was like, okay, it isn't a disappointing season. I wasn't like too high or too low on them.
Uh-huh. Do you think that Sarah Nurse's injury really impacted their season? Like I think they went on a very tough stretch of losing after she got hurt close to the start of the season.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh
Like, I mean, it goes for any team when your star player gets injured. I mean, we've kind of seen it with like the Oilers
yeah.
when McDavid or Draisaitl are not in the lineup. Um, they really just go on a downward spiral.
Uh-huh.
And so, and also, like, not just for like the play on the ice, but also like the overall vibes in the locker room,
Yeah.
it doesn't necessarily bode well for a team like that.
Uh-huh. Yes, like I the game I went to, she was so noticeable. Like I don't know if it was the same for you. Like it seemed like she was touching the puck every 5 seconds, even if she wasn't on the ice. She truly was like a huge part of this team. So missing her, definitely heard about it. Are your expectations higher for this team going into next season with picking up potentially Caroline Harvey, or do you think that this big expansion of 4 teams might hurt Vancouver's chances?
I th- my expectations will just be a tad higher. It's
Okay.
not going to be like, oh, you have to like compete for the top of the
Uh-huh.
league. And like with it expanding to 11 teams,
Yeah.
and with like things being more spread out, I think that that may actually work in Vancouver's favor
Uh-huh.
because you won't necessarily have these stacked teams with like a lot of talent on them.
Uh-huh.
And so for my expectations, they're a little bit higher, but I'm not going to say like, oh, they have to win like the whole league and get that option for who they want to play in the first round.
Yeah. Um Yeah, it's insane how big the league is growing. It's really nice to see. But four teams in 1 year really surprised me. I think we're getting a fourth team. So we got Vegas, Detroit, and Hamilton right now. It sounds like we might be getting
Yeah.
Halifax as well as a fourth team.
Yeah.
So it's going to be big expansion. Hopefully, Mashmeyer's still on the team. Hopefully, Gardner's still on the team. A lot of the players that I really grown to like. Hopefully, they stick on the team. Let's move over to
I don't think I don't think we're losing Gardner
no,
because
yeah,
she's from Surrey. I actually played in the same like minor hockey association as her,
uh-huh,
the Surrey Falcons. And so she's very much integrated in this community just because of her growing up here, so I don't think we're losing her.
uh-huh. Yeah, that's good because I really like her. She's one of my favorite players to watch on the offensive side. Let's move into another thing. I think you covered the WHL a lot on your
Hmm.
channel. So you were covering the playoffs? I would assume.
Yes, I was.
Uh,
I
what
Yep.
are your thoughts on that finals and the playoffs as a whole?
Well, um very, very well deserved
Yeah.
championship for Everett.
Uh-huh.
They Everett is such an anomaly in junior hockey, I would say, because in they've been around for 23 years, I do believe.
Uh-huh.
And in those 23 years, they have made the playoffs every single year. Granted, there's been quite a few first round losses in
Uh-huh.
there. However, they have consistently been in the playoffs and they actually made the finals in their very first year of existence or
Uh-huh.
season of existence. And so, very well deserved for them. Looking at PA, though, or the Prince Albert Raiders,
Uh-huh.
it is very, very disappointing for them because they made the huge trade for Braden Coots, who
Yeah.
Canucks prospect, so
Uh-huh.
shout out to him.
Uh-huh.
Um, they made that big trade for him, and then they also made a few other like little trades, and so their draft cupboard right now not looking so good, and yeah, so and in the fashion that they went out, they lost in 5 games.
Uh-huh.
And for a team like that, I was expecting this series to go 7.
Yeah, me too.
And with like it ending in 5 and that 5th game I watched the whole thing through. Um they looked like they weren't playing desperate enough. They
Uh-huh.
weren't because that final was a 7-2 final,
Uh-huh.
which the third period watching that was a little bit sad,
Yeah.
especially the last 5 minutes, or
Uh-huh.
not 5 minutes, 10 minutes of it.
Uh-huh.
And so, yeah, the whole playoffs was very cool to watch. I actually got to see two of the playoff games in the Penticton and Prince George series.
Uh-huh.
I saw games 1 and 2 in Penticton. And so, like, just the vibes and all that kind of stuff was pretty cool.
Uh-huh. What did you think of the V's? How they did what going straight from the BCHL up to the WHL, and not only that, dominating in their division. It was very impressive. What did you get from their season as a whole?
Well, they were not to be messed with, and they weren't going to take the "oh, we just got here" type of mantra.
Uh-huh.
And looking like with the whole NCAA rule change and looking at how the landscape is changing, they have been living in that landscape for their whole franchise or for like a very long time in like their franchise's history, even
Uh-huh.
though it's only been in the WHL 1 year, but
Yeah.
like looking at the BCHL.
Yeah.
And so they knew how to entice um those type of players to their team, and they had quite a few Americans on that team. And just they and like just the fact that they were very close and they had um like a really good playing style as well.
Uh-huh.
I thought that it was um kind of to be expected a
Uh-huh.
little bit, but at the same time, with a new franchise, you're always like, oh, this is new.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was an incredible season what they did. Not only just getting promoted to the WHL, but dominating in the WHL. Let's shift our focus over to the Vancouver Canucks, and let's talk about three new hires of the co-pohos, the Sedins, and the
Mhm.
GM Ryan Johnson. What are your initial thoughts on those hirings?
I would, for the Ryan Johnson being the GM, like, I'm a little bit concerned by that just
Uh-huh.
because it's another internal hire,
Yeah.
and we've had quite a few internal hires in the last few years.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm kind of nervous to see how that's going to go if he has like a different, like, I've heard that he's a little bit more analytically motivated, at least from what I've seen.
Uh-huh.
So that is good in this kind of environment. However, with the Sedines being co-presidents, like, yes, I'm glad that they are still like with the organization and all that kind of stuff. And I kind of see this a little bit with the Toronto Maple Leafs, with
Uh-huh.
them naming Matt Sundin
Yeah.
as, well, they didn't name him the president, but he's
Yeah.
in the president role. So,
Yeah.
um,
He got a
as a
weird
little bit of a,
He got a
pardon?
weird job title. I'm gonna Google it real quick while you go on. I want to see what it is actually.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit nervous just because we all have these like ideas of like, oh, they're Canucks legends and they're so great and all that kind of stuff. But if they can't like hold up like with a front office type of thing,
Uh-huh.
then that may tarnish their like reputations in this city a little bit.
Uh-huh.
But I think that with them being like integrated with like player development over the past few years,
Uh-huh.
and they've been keeping up with like the team in the league and all that kind of stuff, I think that it could be valuable. I've seen a bunch of funny comments of people being like, imagine you're a prospect and you get absolutely crushed on the grouse grind
Uh-huh.
to your president. And yeah, so they are very much still in and around the league. So I think that knowledge will be vital.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think I heard some people joking like why they took the president jobs was because the grouse grind got boring for them. Like they just couldn't keep doing the grouse grind
I've
anymore.
been pa- I've been passed by one of the Sedines on the gross
Oh,
grind,
really?
so yeah.
I've never done it, and I don't plan on doing it because I could barely get out of this chair after sitting in it for 3 hours. But I found it. He is the senior executive advisor of hockey operations. But the difference between Sundin's role and the Sedin's role, I think, is everything goes through the Sedins, whereas Chaika reports straight to ownership instead of going through Sundin.
Mhm.
So he's kind of just
I
there as like
mean,
a help.
the Maple Leafs have their own thing
Yeah,
going on right now. They don't
yeah.
really have like the traditional structure or
Uh-huh.
anything like that, so.
That's what I kind of thought the Sudanese would take as like a special advisor, but not a direct president. But it's cool to see that they are directly the presidents. Did you have any thoughts about any other candidates throughout the search that you heard of?
I mean, the whole John, I think his first name was, Gould
Evan Gold.
or Gold, Evan Gold.
Yeah.
I'm thinking John Chaika.
Uh-huh.
Um, yeah, so Evan Gould, I think that he would have been a really, really good guy just because of like his analytics and stuff that he does rely on.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, with the whole thing of the Canucks lowballing him,
Yeah.
they kind of shot themselves in the foot with that one.
Uh-huh.
I'm not too tapped in with like the whole general manager scene.
Yeah.
So I was seeing like the former Ottawa Senators general manager was like in the talks for the job.
Uh-huh.
Um, and yeah, like there was no names that I saw that I was like, "Oh, yes, we need him."
Yeah.
So, this I mean with with our new general manager
Ryan
oh my
Johnson.
word, I am blanking on Ryan Johnson.
Uh-huh.
Um, I mean, he does have a Calder Cup on under his belt,
Yeah.
and I mean, the AHL is no scoffing
Uh-huh.
league,
Yeah.
so yeah, I think he'll do okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm very high on him as like an Abbotsford season ticket member, and I got to be close to him talking to season ticket members. I didn't get the chance to talk to him, unfortunately. I really wish I did, but like
Mhm.
I really like his community involvement. Do you think that them wanting to bring back the community focus to the Vancouver Canucks, and bringing back the culture, do you think that's the perfect thing to go for right now to start off this rebuild?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
because see how much culture is huge for teams. Like, you see the San Jose Sharks right now,
Uh-huh.
and they are some of the funniest and like go lucky guys ever.
Uh-huh.
And like, just because they were losing a lot in the last few years doesn't mean they weren't having fun.
Yeah.
And so and we saw how that helped them this past season, where they were in contention for the playoffs. Granted, the Pacific Division was
Yeah.
a little bit of a gong show when it
Uh-huh.
came to consistency,
Yeah.
but yeah, so I think that culture is huge. And yeah, in the last few years, they kind of went away from that. I think the culture got really like screwed up when they sent Bo Horvat out um to the Islanders,
Uh-huh.
because he was like like, yeah, Besser, I think it was, who played like one season with the Sedins,
Yeah.
but Bo Horvat was kind of like the last guy to really be able to carry on what the Sedins and Burrows and all of those, and
Edler.
MBX and all those kind of
Uh-huh.
like very cultural, not relevant, but cultural guys for a locker room.
Uh-huh.
Um and so, yeah, when he was sent out, it was kind of like he didn't have that much time
Yeah.
to really help foster, like, or keep that culture going. And so, I mean, yeah, we made the playoffs after we traded him like a season or two later.
Uh-huh.
But I think that culture is the ground for a really good hockey team.
Yeah, like we made the playoffs that one season where he wasn't there, but there isn't no consistency, and culture would
Mhm.
build consistency. You could kind of point to the JT Miller, Bo Horvat potential
Mhm.
feud. I think we heard about there being a feud before they got traded as the shift of culture, where JT Miller was the new guard where there was no culture, it was bad, and Bo Horvat was the old one where there was great culture. What are your thoughts about like so they said a lot of stuff to do with the rebuild and they said a lot of stuff to do with what they're going to do. What would sell you on all their talk? What would show you that they're serious about what they're saying?
Wow. I think like guys just liking to be around each other.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, we already like we were hearing a lot in like the last 5 weeks
Uh-huh.
of the Canucks' season, how they felt like there was a culture shift.
Uh-huh.
And we saw that video come out. I know that Zeev Bouillon was a part of the group, and I think DPD as well. There
And
was one
Verlander,
other
yeah,
guy.
those three.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
of them like all like play fighting or
Uh-huh.
like pretending to like drop the gloves and all
Uh-huh.
that kind of stuff. And that's kind of the things I want to see.
Uh-huh.
I want to see that they're having fun.
Uh-huh.
And like, yes, you need to be serious, and yes, you need to lock in when you need to lock in.
Uh-huh.
However, just seeing them not take it too seriously would also help out with my trust.
Not necessarily like more take it less seriously, but more like just have fun within the
Yeah.
seriousness. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Have you been keeping a close eye on the draft? Obviously, you cover the WHL a lot. You
Mhm.
know a lot of the players that are in that. Have you been keeping a close eye on a lot of the prospects in the draft?
Yes, I have more. There's a few that I've been keeping an eye on more than others,
Uh-huh.
but I think that I'm seeing a lot of comparisons to the 2022 draft,
Uh-huh.
and I could very much see it happening in the 20 in of what happened in 2022.
Okay, we're back. All right, everybody. My OBS went down. I do apologize. We're back with Sarah. I don't know when it went down, so we'll go. Is it okay if I just recap what you were saying?
Yeah.
You were talking about the 2022 draft and not how everything's not too set with the order. You think that
Mhm.
Stenberg or McKenna, they're not really dead set at 1-2. You could see other players going up. I think that's where we're caught up.
Yeah.
All right, if you want to continue, I do apologize.
That's okay. Because right now I see for at least for San Jose, who has the number 2 pick, they are very, very sound on forwards. They have Michael Misa, they
Uh-huh.
have Macklin Celebrini, Will
Yeah.
Smith,
Uh-huh.
and Eklund.
Yeah.
And so they don't really have a lot of room for another superstar forward. And so I can see them taking a defenseman like Verhoff or potentially Carl's, but I think Carl's is more of I think like he can fall a little bit just because he's not necessarily as good, I would say, as some of the other defensemen, but
Uh-huh.
that's just my opinion. Um, but yeah, so I think it really just depends on what a team needs. And at the end of the day, the Canucks have the 3rd overall pick.
Yeah.
And I think that like, yes, number 1 or number 2 would have been like so fun and all
Uh-huh.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, with them having that 3rd overall pick, if anything, it helps us with the idea of what this new management's gonna be like,
Uh-huh.
because that basically takes off all the pressure
Yeah.
of that 1 or 2, because like first impressions are a huge part
Uh-huh.
of like sports. And so yeah, I think that that may have actually worked in their favor.
I agree. That's actually a really good point because I feel like although having your pick of the litter is probably the best option, right? Because you get to scout, find your best player, pick your best player. Being that number 1 pick, what if you make the wrong pick? What if you make the wrong selection? Especially with how close the top 2 are. I think that if Stenberg has a really good World Championships, it could put Gavin McKenna in danger of potentially dropping to 2. But who overall is your pick at 3 for the Vancouver Canucks?
Well, I'll just say we do not need more defense on this team.
Okay.
Um, we saw it throughout the season. We have a backlog of that.
Uh-huh.
And next season, we're probably Braden Coots is probably going to be a regular on the team,
Uh-huh.
and he's a center. And so, like with everything I've said, like if McKenna is available, I think Ivor Stenberg is going to go 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Um, even though I have said that his spot there isn't necessarily secure, I do see a world where the Toronto Maple Leafs take him because I mean they kind of also have a little bit of a Swedish not bias, I would say, but with
Uh-huh.
Matt Sundin now
Yeah.
being that in that role that he is in, um, there may be a little bit of a sway there.
Uh-huh.
But if Gavin McKenna is available by some grace of God or something
Uh-huh. Yeah.
like that, I say we take him.
Yeah.
Um, Ca- if he is not available, then Caleb Malhotra.
Uh-huh.
And that I mean, yeah, we have his dad down in Abbotsford. I don't want his dad in Abbotsford. I want him up with the
Yeah.
team
Okay.
because even though it's an internal hire and I've kind of
Yeah.
shaded our internal hires, he does run a little bit of a different system
Yeah.
and he does have a little bit of a different way of going about things.
Uh-huh.
And so, yeah, I would like to see that reality.
Yeah, I agree. I'm Manny all the way. I went to a lot of Abbotsford games this year, and they were rough, but you could see the fight. You could see the system still working. It just wasn't. They couldn't really build the chemistry. So many injuries, so many players going up to Vancouver. So Caleb Malhotra is your pick there if Ivar Stenberg is not there, or Gavin McKenna, because you said no spot is secure. I'm a Chase Reed, Carson Carroll's kind of guy at 3. I think Carroll's is a reach though. Reed's the only one that I'm really like dead set. That's the third pick. In terms of 24 and 33, are there a certain two people that you want at those picks, or are you going elsewhere?
Well, I think we should keep those picks. I don't think we should trade them at all.
Uh huh.
Um, I mean, there's been that narrative that's
Yeah.
been floating around. I heard Canucks memes talking about it,
Uh huh.
um, of the Rock twins, and I've seen them play twice in person
Uh huh.
this past season. And my God, do they create magic, but at the same time, with the seasons that they did have, they were um one of the only 3 or 4 that actually broke 100 points in the WHL this past season.
Uh huh.
Um, they have risen their stock, and so that is very unlikely. However, if they are not in the picture, um, I think a guy like, uh, I mean, I've seen this guy also play a lot this season in Mathis Preston.
Uh huh.
Um, funny enough, I've talked to my dad a lot about this, and he doesn't seem to be that like high on Preston.
Uh huh.
And so I've seen the offensive capabilities that he has, and I think that that would be very vital. Another player on the same team that he is on, the Vancouver Giants,
Yeah.
um, Ryan Lynn. Um, I don't think that he is going to be that low. I think
No.
that a team will take him earlier.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, he's a defenseman though, so that kind of goes against my whole thing of we don't need more defensemen.
Uh huh.
But he's kind of like a Quinn Hughes type a little bit with just like his offense. Um, it's funny because he got injured in January, and at that point he was leading the Giants in points. He was out for a month and a half,
Uh huh.
basically. And he led the team throughout that whole month and a half. And the Giants weren't good this season.
Uh huh.
But the fact that he still led a team like that in points as a defenseman is very alluring to me.
Yeah. I remember him being hurt for the prospects games that he was supposed to play in at the time, which was really upsetting because I actually did really want to watch him play. A guy who impressed in that prospect game, Carson Carroll's. That's really what sold me on him. What about a guy like J.P. Hurlbert, who played out of the Kamloops Blazers? 97 points, just outside the 3 players who hit 100 points. Ruck, and it was Cameron Schmidt who just hit 100 by the end of the season. Did you see any of him? And if so, what were your thoughts on him?
Yes, I think I saw him play like 3 times. I'm a very avid like Vancouver Giants person.
Uh-huh.
I went to 30 out of their 34 home games this
Uh-huh.
season. So, um, yes, I got to see him play a lot.
Uh-huh.
And he he's definitely got the offensive capabilities as his points show.
Yeah.
He's a little bit questionable, though, in my opinion, on the defensive side of the game.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, I think he's another one of those guys where I'm like, I don't think he's gonna be there, but if he is there and the Canucks pick him, well, then I would be thrilled.
Mhm.
He is committed to Michigan State next season.
Just Michigan.
Just
Just
Michigan?
yeah, the Wolverines. So there's two. There's
Okay.
Michigan State and the Michigan Wolverines. So the
Okay.
Wolverines is the one where Michael Hage played this season.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So he is committed to Michigan,
Mhm.
and there's still question marks of if he's actually going to go to Michigan
Oh, okay.
or if he will go back to do another season in Kamloops because he seemed to really take a liking to Kamloops.
Mhm.
He seems to also be blacklisted by the US national team
Oh.
because he should have been on their World Junior team, but due to the fact that he left the NTDP, it seems like
Ah.
there's some bad blood there.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I do believe that JP Hurlbert will, if the Canucks do pick him, I would not be mad.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, it does look like he did leave the national development program to go to the Kamloops Blues. That's weird. Yeah, definitely a great scorer. I feel like they shouldn't really be doing that. But politics. Moving into hockey. Let's try to see if I can find any other players around that spot. Niagara, that's the O. Um, no, he played in Miami, Ohio. So yeah, that's about I can see like in the dub that are like around there. You said Mathis Prestons, we went over Liam Ruck, went over JP Hurlbert. Those are like in my tankathon list here around the Canucks pick area. Another one would be left defenseman Ben Macbeth, I think is how you say it. Calgary, he played with the Hitmen, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Did you see any of his game? He could be available around 33 for the Canucks.
Yes, I did. The Alberta teams made the swing into BC this past season, so
Mm-hmm.
I didn't necessarily notice him a lot in that game, and even though that the Hitmen did end up winning it,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, he was pretty good in the playoffs though, and I because Calgary made it to the second round.
Mm-hmm.
And he 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 didn't wow me nor did he disappoint me at all. So, yeah.
Sadly, they don't have playoff stats here on Tankathon, so unable to see how he was in the playoffs there. But yeah, that I say that about wraps it up really for Giraffe Talk. So let's move into the playoffs. Are you keeping up with the NHL playoffs like as much as you are able to? You're watching a bunch of WHL stuff like that. I've been very busy, so my expectations of like, being able to watch stuff is very low. So I'm assuming yours is probably you're watching a lot of hockey still.
Yes, I call it my full-time job.
Okay.
Um, yes, I am a Canucks fan, but at the same time, I am a Habs fan.
Okay.
And in the last few years, they've kind of taken over as my favorite team a little bit,
Uh-huh.
just because of what they've been doing.
Yeah.
And so I've been very invested in their run that they're having. They are playing in like an hour and a bit. Um, and for game 6.
Uh-huh.
And I would be lying if I said my chest wasn't a little bit tight for that.
Uh-huh.
But I think that there's there hasn't really necessarily been a lot of surprises in my opinion.
Yeah.
Things have kind of been going the way that they were predicted to go.
Uh-huh.
Maybe the Oilers losing in the first round was a little bit surprising to me
Yeah.
because I thought that maybe they're like I had them losing in the second round to Vegas. And but I thought that their like experience would have overwhelmed Anaheim, but I guess was it Tristan Jarry or was it Ingram in net for them. Was it
Um,
Ingram?
it was Ingram, and I think they went to
Okay.
Jari at some point though, but it was mainly Ingram.
Yeah, like that. I mean, their goaltending has never really been the star
Uh-huh.
of their team. And I mean, that is no like hot take or
Yeah,
anything. That's just facts.
yeah.
And so, yeah, they have not looked the best, but yeah, that's the only like kind of shocker to me. I guess like also a few other shocking things was like how many games each series took.
Uh-huh.
Like the Stars and Wild, I thought that that one was gonna go 7, but then it ended in 6, I do believe, or yeah, 6.
Stars. Yeah,
And
6.
then and then the Minnesota and Avalanche one, I thought that that one was gonna go like 6, but or potentially like 7,
Uh-huh.
but I knew that Colorado was gonna beat them. I didn't think that the fashion that we would see them beat
Uh-huh.
was gonna happen
Yeah.
because and that first game, my
Yeah.
goodness.
Insane. So we have one more game tonight. You're obviously a Habs fan. They beat the Tampa Bay Lightning in a bloodbath, close series. Um, what are your expectations for the game tonight? Obviously, in your heart, you know you want the Habs to win, but in your gut, do you believe the same thing?
Well, I got to keep reminding myself that this is not Tampa that we're dealing with.
Yeah,
This is a team, I mean, it's kind of inexperience versus inexperience with a tad bit more experience,
yeah,
if that makes any
uh-huh,
sense. But I think that Montreal has all of the things going their way right now because we saw in the last game Buffalo get out to that ridiculous start. It was 3-2 after, or yeah, 3-2 after one
uh-huh,
with Buffalo leading.
uh-huh,
And then to see the Montreal Canadiens just run away with it.
uh-huh,
And um like, yes, Buffalo at the end of the game had more shots than Montreal. Um, Montreal cashed in on their chances,
uh-huh,
and like they know how to shut things down as well. And so, and they also have the Marty St. Louis, who has been excellent for the young guys on the team.
uh-huh,
And so, with all of that, I think that they'll win. Um, but there's like obviously that part of the back of my mind that's going to be negative all the time and be
yeah,
like, no, it's going to go 7 and your heart may not survive this,
uh-huh,
but yeah, I think that they will close it out.
uh-huh. Yeah, that was me with the series with the Canucks and the Oilers when it went. We got to 5. We were up 3-2,
Mhm.
and I went on a trip, a camping trip, and so I didn't have wasn't able to watch Game 6. Missed Game 6, but in the back of my head it was like they're gonna win Game 6. You're not gonna be able to watch it, and then they're gonna lose in 7. And then it happened. So I guess that voice was right. Hopefully, it's not right for you, Sarah. Thank you so much. Before we get into the wrap up, I just want to ask one question. I ask everybody who's been on the stream and who comes on my podcast. What is one big bold take that you have? And we're gonna do 2 for the Vancouver Canucks and for the Vancouver Golden Knights.
Oh god. One big bold take. Um that Oh God. For the Golden Eyes, I have the take that they will become um top of the league in like the next few years
Uh huh.
just because of like the fact that they have the first overall pick this year and things um I give things everything time to play out
Uh
and
huh.
shape up I don't want to rush anything if I don't need to rush it.
Yeah.
And so in the next few years, I see the Golden Eyes being a powerhouse in the PWHL.
Uh-huh.
For the Vancouver Canucks, on the other hand,
Yeah.
um, it's kind of hard to make a bold take about them,
Yeah.
but I say that, I mean, all my things are positive. And so I say that the rebuild or retool or whatever they want to call it
Uh-huh.
is going to go faster than what a lot of people think it's going to go.
Uh-huh.
And that kind of scares me just a little bit because when things go faster, your first initial thought is to um like, okay, we're doing everything in the future and we can't, or we're doing everything like right now and we can't think about the future.
Uh-huh.
Um because we saw it with the New York Rangers where that did not pan out well
Yeah.
for them. Um and so, yeah, I think that the rebuild will go, or will go faster than what a lot of people think.
Do you think it's gonna be like just a big stroke of luck, like they strike lightning multiple times, or do you think it's gonna be rushed?
I think it's just the fact that they're gonna strike good.
Okay.
Um, and
So it's a
yeah,
positive way of like their rebuild is gonna give them so much, like they're gonna have so much luck in the rebuild. It'll be
mhm.
quick, but like, oh, they're gonna rush it like they always do and trade picks when we don't need to.
Yeah, I don't think that they're gonna rush it in that way
Uh-huh.
because I mean with the Sedines, like I think that they did talk about how they want to build things kind of properly
Uh-huh.
and they don't want like, and yeah, they are thinking about the future, and you have to really think about the future in sports because you can do all these things right now, but if you don't think about what the future has, well,
Uh-huh.
then you're going to fall off a cliff, and then that's not going to be fun for the team nor for the fans.
Uh-huh. Yeah. One thing they did say that I really liked in that press conference was in order for things to go fast in a rebuild, they have to
Mhm.
go slow. So yeah, we'll leave it off there. That was a great bold take. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for sharing your story as well. Truly, truly means a lot. Anything you want to say before we head off?
Nothing big, but thank you for having me on.
Uh-huh.
And if anyone watching this wants any sort of insight to what the WHL has or any other leagues, I cover a lot of leagues,
Uh-huh.
then go and follow me on Instagram and subscribe to me on YouTube because I love yapping about hockey and
Uh-huh.
that's where I do it. So,
I forgot to do it, but I'll do it in the downtime that I will have in this stream. I'll put all her links, all everyone's links down in the description. Sarah loves hockey. Thank you so much for joining. Have a great day. Enjoy the Habs game.
thank you.
All right, bye. Sarah loves hockey, everybody. All right, so it is break time. I do need to take a little bit of a, not like a big break. I'm just going to go take a little bit of a break. I need to stretch my legs a little bit. My cat's going nuts. I'll open the spreadsheet up. So we have chat interaction from 4 till franchise at 4:30. I might start the franchise a little earlier, but I will go take a little break before we start the franchise mode. But when we come back, we're going to be doing a live episode of the Vancouver Canucks post Quinn Hughes franchise mode. So stay tuned. We're going to have fun. Let me just switch over to here, and I'll be back in a sec. We back. All right, we back. The wrong way. All right, there we go. Take the headphones off. I don't need those on at the moment. I want to go back to the drafts that we're looking through. I want to go back and look through the drafts. It was really fun to go look through. Thank you to everyone who's come on. We had a big string of guests there. We had Clay. We had Nothing is Perfect. We had Sarah Loves Hockey. On consistently, back to back to back. 1 hour away from the Montreal Canadiens game. I forgot to check if my iPad is charged enough so I could watch the Habs game because I cannot put it up here on the computer. But yeah, we are currently at, this is where I want to go here. Boom. What hour are we at now? 4. So 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hour 6. We're halfway through. We are officially halfway through. Almost. We're like 3 minutes away from halfway through. The 24-hour live, or 12-hour live stream. I almost said 24 hours. Not going that long. Yeah. Let's look through. So, the draft classes we were at. Do you not find draft presenting a paceful experience? Not yeah, kind of. I do like it though. Like I like going back and looking at the drafts. It's fun, but it is a little painful, especially this one. We're at 2019. We could have took Boldy, could have took Caulfield, Thomas Harley. Let's see here. Hoglander. Oh yeah, we said Hoglander wasn't a bad pick for that one. The third round, we didn't have a pick. We'll go quickly though through these ones because I did a lot of draft stuff at the end. Kepin, Kastelik. Not too bad. Fuck. Not too bad. Not a big miss. Artie. Banger pick. A nice pick. Elmer Soderblom's fine. I mean, trade value wise, not a great pick, but solid pick for Artie. Jack Malone. Remember, when we get to 5, 6, and 7, grain of salt. Oh, we could have had Harvey Pinard. No. Parsonen. No. When we get this late, it's like, I just want to look back. I just like looking back. This draft. Do we have a pick in this draft? Yeah. Podkolson was not that bad of a pick at the time. At the time, not a bad pick at all. Because he had really good pedigree in his draft class. It's just that there's some other players that we could have picked. Trading him, yeah, definitely hurt it. I don't understand why they traded him. We didn't have a pick this year. Was this 2020? Shakir Mukhamadullin. This was for JT Miller. So, worth it? Kinda. Second round, do we have a pick? No. There we go. 50. Oh, I gotta look for the 50. The 50. Now, our first pick of this draft was Yoni Yermo. We got Lindholm for him. Oh, we could have had Alex Laferriere. Justin Sordif. Probably a better pick. Jack Thompson. Current Abbey Canuck. Jackson Coons. Current Abbey Canuck. Not a bad miss. Truscott, Matt Kessel. Not a bad miss. Who Columbus got? We gave up. Who Columbus? Who did we go with that pick? I'm trying to 2013 or 2012 pick. What year was the pick? Actually, tell me what year the pick was. Zodalev. I remember Zodalev had some hype. Oh, really weak draft overall. Not a lot of steals. It was a second rounder in 2012. We looked at the 2012 draft earlier today. Bob was drafted by Philly. '12 draft. They got Ryan Murray in the first round. So it'll be later. I don't know. Josh Anderson. Oh. Yeah, Josh Anderson would be great. Speak of potential, or I think of Galley more trade piece because of cap hit. I think Josh Anderson has a pretty big cap hit. That could be. You could be coming to Vancouver. Probably not. We traded this pick. Oh, this is the a friend of Bo Horvat. Yeah, and Bo Horvat we got a year later in the draft when we traded Corey Schneider. This one, it's not even like, oh, we missed a player. At least maybe we could have took Tyler Boucher. Why did we keep this pick? Wyatt Johnston. Great pick at 23. We had a second round pick. We picked Klimovich. Logan Stankoven. How great would it be to have Logan Stankoven on this team right now? Addy Ratty. Down there. No fourth round pick? Or third round pick? Okay. Am I missing? No fourth? Koskenvuo? Now we're getting to where Koskenvuo, Mirenberg. There's going to be less hits back here. Joshua Waugh looks like a steal. Joshua Waugh looks like, probably not a steal, but he looks decent. 11 points in 38 games with the Habs. I really liked watching him at Laval. 45 points in 57 games with Laval. 0 points in 3 games with Montreal. He had a good start. I don't know, maybe he should be able to, hopefully he's able to keep it up. He's still only 22. Hopefully. And then I went through, I think, from this draft class on, 2022. So we're caught up. We're caught up with draft classes. Let's do a Sporkle. Let's do a fun Sporkle while we're at it. I gotta check over here. Let's do a Sporkle. Canucks leaders by position. 10 minutes to do this. Do you think I could do it? So this is points. Oh, per season. Okay, the Canucks leaders by position per season. All right, goalie. I feel like Lankinen might knock off too. Then Demko. Okay, I always misspell Luongo for some reason. Markstrom, Miller. That'll cover JT Miller as well. Lack? No. Okay, spell Schneider right. This is gonna lack down here. That's gonna lack. Like, those are the two older goalies I know.
Hey.
Kirk and
returning your
Broder.
egg. My egg.
Defenseman
You love me an
wise,
egg 3 years ago. Thank you. Excuse me.
Hughes,
I'm back. My
Herodic
connection
would
is
be
better.
this
I'm on
year.
Videotron internet now. Okay, so if you switched.
Edler. I'm gonna forget how to spell Hamuse. There we go. We just took out 0607. Linden down there. Bure. Naslund. Oh! I don't know why I put Cornell. Ronning? No. No, Ronning wasn't on the team then. Oh, was it? No. Thank God it wasn't him. Not Messier. Defenseman wise? I don't think Bieksa was ever. Wow. He was. Okay. I'll do it in a sec after this quiz. I think I'll do it after this quiz. We could definitely try that. I'm trying to think. No. Oh. Horvat. Oh. Besser? Ooh, Besser's 3 years where he led points. Okay. Look at how good we did. We just need these. 107 points. Oh, was it? No. No. McGillney. It was McGillney. Okay. Jovanovski. Yeah, there we go. Jovanovski. Oland. Salo. Who would be 2016, 2017? 2015, 2016, 2016, 2017. Defenseman leader. Am I forgetting a big defenseman that played for the Canucks those years? Gabranson. Edler. No. I can't remember. Who's the goaltender? What? Alright. Oh, Spiza. That's a good. I don't know. Stetcher, no. I'm back. Sorry. My girlfriend came in to talk. That's why I wanted food. That's why I was muted. I'm forgetting how to spell Hamus. I know these are Hamus. Stetcher, Barthouse. I don't think it's. I don't think it's Bartkowski. Spiza, Stetcher we put in. Who are we forgetting? Was there a big defenseman? I don't want to cheat. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Only one? No! Salo. I said Oland. Matthias Oland. Sammy Salo. Tanev. Oh! Whoa! Not even Tanev. Not even Tanev. I already put Edler. If it was Edler, it would have gone in there. Who was the goalie in the 03 run? Oh, I know his name. I know his name. The goalie in the 03 run. Who he gave up that really bad goal. He gave up the goal from like center. Oh, it's Kluch. Oh, Aaron Hoff. Yeah, Cloutier. Just make sure I'm spelling it right. Air Hoff. Okay, we got 2 there. Cloutier. There we go. Dan Cloutier takes a good chunk there. Cloutier. Erhoff takes a good one. Good 2 and 210. It's this year's. These are going to haunt me. These are going to haunt me. It's not Tanev. Oh, you just type the name. So basically, these are all the forward point leaders for the Canucks throughout the years. These are all the defensive point leaders. These are all the goalie win leaders. And you just put names in and try to guess those spots. See, like Kurt McLean and Richard Brodeur. Anyway, the past 20 years is my wheelhouse. I'm good up till probably here. Before, and you know what's crazy is I was 3 and 4 years old at this mark. So, yeah, but here, I'm going to struggle. No way it was Eric Goodbranson. Did I spell it right? Yeah. No way it was Goodbranson. This is going to haunt me. 16, 17. Was there like a good defenseman that we brought in? It can't be like a good defenseman. Is there any big defenseman we traded away? Let's just do Smeal to knock out a couple. I don't know if he played for the Canucks long enough. No, Neely didn't. Cloutier. Goaltenders. Moving in before Luongo. From McLean to Luongo. Oh, maybe. Hutton. One of them was Ben Hutton. This was my Make-A-Wish year. I should know. Who's the defenseman in my Make-A-Wish year? Edler was there. Stetcher was there. Hutton was there. So it's obviously not any of those guys. Alex Old, in between Luongo and Cloutier. Yeah. I feel like we're gonna... Here's the thing. I'm fine with down here. Down here, I'm so upset. We need 45 seconds. Think of it. Who was... My Make-A-Wish year. That was Goodbranson's first year. Yeah, I tried Goodbranson. Maybe, I don't know. Alright. Let's see, maybe we can sneak one out here. Garrison. Okay, we got Jason Garrison. That was it. There we go. We got Garrison. We got 100. I'm happy. I put Stetcher. Come on. I put Stetcher. We all saw me put Stetcher. I typed it wrong. It was Troy Stetcher. Okay. So I put it. I just typed it wrong. Yurki Loom. I don't know how I didn't put Loom. Tony Tanti. Thomas Gradine. Like, at least know those guys. Dennis Kearns. Dale Talon. John Garrett. I was going to put John Garrett. 1 year it was John Garrett. Okay. R.I.P. I think I did put the T before the CH. Yep. Brent Sopel. Nolan Bumgardner. Jeff Brown. This was a fun one. I did better than I thought I would. I did way better than I thought I would. I would have had 101, 102. Corey Hirsch. Gar Snow. Felix Potvin. Yeah. I think I probably could have done better if I remembered your Lume. Tony Tanti. Thomas Gradine. Dennis Kearns. A lot of these I don't really know. I know Dale Talon because he's still in operations nowadays. 61%. Average score 43. So I did better. And there's still 3 seconds left. I could have spelled Stetcher right. All right, let's go. Just me. What's the thing? It's the scouting. Draft simulator. The bottom. Multiplayer draft. Create session. What should I do? AI randomness 30%. Should I just leave it the same? Do I have to run a lottery or is it already set? Canucks land. Oh, you got one in. Okay, join the session. Perfect. We'll join Irvin's session. Must be signed in. I gotta create an account. Sign in. I'll do that real quick. Just continue with my Google. Lottery's optional. Okay. Is it already? Is it like a? It's like a mock draft, right? I can just paste. There. Boom. Okay. Irvin's in. Code's in the chat if you want to join this. I'll load it up on the screen. Gaming here. We're doing a mock draft. For fairness, no Canucks. Okay, nobody can take the Canucks. I'm gonna do a wheel spin for my team. Yeah. I'm gonna do a wheel spin for my team. Do you want me to do a spin for you as well? We'll start with mine. My team will be, and no spinning again, Matthew. I like to do that. The Lightning. Okay, I'm the Lightning. Do you want me to spin for you, Irvin? You pick Chicago? Okay, perfect. Where's Tampa? Tampa Bay. All right. Get rid of that. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be in the lottery then. Tampa. Wait, you know what? I'm gonna pick a better team. Let me pick a better team. Seattle. There we go. Seattle. Cause yeah, Tampa I don't think even has their first. That's fair. That's fair. Gotta be at least make it fun. I'm gonna pick Seattle. I'm ready. He's ready. Right. Yeah. Ooh, I can't wait. I'm getting some food. I cannot wait. Draft is starting. Gavin McMeta. Went first. Ivar Stenberg and the Canucks with Chase Reed. That's my pick. Seattle. Where are they picking again? Can I see the order? No? I guess not. So I think they're around. He takes Viggo Bork. Good pick. It's a good pick. New York Rangers pick. Verhoff. Calgary. Seattle, it goes? Oh, I'm forgetting the order. Oh, police going by. Or a fire truck, actually. The Flames, I think they take Carols. Kill the Malhotras. Past 5? Come on, Flames. Come on, Flames. I want to see your draft. What's the order? I gotta go find the order. I have the order up somewhere. We're after the Flames. Okay. We're after the Flames. Oh, since I gotta stare over here, I'm gonna turn that off because that's bright in my eyes. Are the Flames glitched? I'm Caleb Malhotra. I'm Caleb Malhotra from Seattle right now. You got done. You had an abundance of centers, but you could pick. Come on, Flames. Make your selection. Oh. Refresh? Does that... Let me see if I can fix this here. 1 second. Refreshing might have ruined it. Oh, refreshing ruined it. No! Why did I do that? It glitched out on my end. No. Why did I refresh? Oh. We can load that up quickly. Yes, that's all. Yeah, it would be great. Let me. What's that? Maybe this works. No, okay. Yeah. Let's start over. I do apologize. We'll pick the same teams. We'll get it going great. You create the session. I will create it. 3 rounds. You just set it to boom. Lottery. Nope. Okay. There we go. On the screen here. Put that in the chat. Boom. Picking Seattle. You can pick Chicago again. We'll load up. Anyone who wants to join, it's in the chat. It's Scouching. Just press this. And then, yeah, load it up from there. Urban's in Chicago. Ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. Alright. Chicago. Select the chase route. Oh, whoa. Verhoff went to the Sharks. We got change. Verhoff went to the Sharks. Stenberg ended up going Carson Carrolls or Caleb Malhotra. If you're Seattle, I think you're going Caleb Malhotra. Yeah, but I can't tuck Carrolls up. Whoa, Malhotra went 10. Novotny went 18. Okay. Villeneuve already went. Morozov, JP Hurlberg. We have another pick. We went Carroll's. I'm gonna go Liam Ruck. Buffalo. Trade with Buffalo. Get Marcus. Chicago's picking. So Liam Ruck, Carson Carrolls. Not too bad. Jackson Rudolph, 12. That's actually realistic. Cover. Bunch of picks. Gotta pull it up. Where does Seattle have a pick next? After Chicago. Then they have traded their third round pick. Okay, it's the last pick, and you know who I'm going. Thomas Renko. Chicago has a bunch of picks, probably. Second round. Only 2 more. I only put 3. Should be at least 3. I think I did put 3. Adam Nemec is available. We got taken. Second round by the Sharks, last pick. I would do Nemec in like the 3rd or 4th. I want to do second round. Alessandro Diorio. That round? Galvis. Ethan McKenzie. There you go. Chicago. Viggo Bork, Alexander Command, Jack Hextall, Becca Hamilton. Okay, so we got Carrolls, Ruck, and Renko. Renko. Any steals? Where'd this go here? Viggo Bork, Carson Carrolls. Kel Malhotra 10. Insane. He's not dropping there. I should have taken Kel Malhotra. So that means these two teams should have. Tyne and Lawrence should be. Viggo Bork first center off the board. Tyne and Lawrence shouldn't be ahead of him. I think Viggo Bork at 4 for Chicago isn't even a bad pick. If Stenbrink and McKenna are gone, maybe you could go Chase Reed, but Viggo Bork's a good pick. Carson Carrolls. All right, we will. So let's move to just me. Actually, pull my nose, so do that. We're going to move in to the franchise mode. I need some water. That is definitely the case. Unite the Bjorks. That would be us, wouldn't it? We have Wilson. Taking Vigo at 3 would be insane, but the kind of insane that might work. I'm gonna load up the franchise modes, and we're gonna do a live episode of the post Quinn Hughes Vancouver Canucks franchise mode, which means I have to intro it. We're gonna do my best 2BC impression because he does them on live. Shout out 2BC. He's the GOAT when it comes to franchise mode content. It was fun. Thank you for bringing this up because this was something that we should do with Nothing Is Perfect and a big creator one. If we could get as many creators on to do one of these, that'd be so fun. But yeah, great idea, Irvin. So, I'm going to go grab some water. I feel dehydrated. Maybe a Gatorade. I don't know. I'm hungry as well, but the lady is making some food, which is really nice. We appreciate her. Big ups. So yeah, we'll be back with an episode of the franchise mode. All right, I think the stream crashed, or my OBS crashed. I do apologize. Got it back up and running. I'm just trying to load up the franchise mode. It crashed again. So, we'll see. Let me figure some stuff out. All right, we're back. Live gaming, stream gaming. Sorry. For the franchise mode. So usually no face cam for the franchise mode is what I usually do, and the goal down there. But since special edition of the franchise mode, iPad install now. Special edition of the franchise mode, the charity edition of the franchise mode. We'll keep everything up. My face cam, that, and if it gets in the way of anything, I'll move it around during this. So, without further ado, if I can start recording as well, that would be great. Sweet. Let's get right into it. All right. Okay, gotta. Oh, my phone, the charger plugged into it, so it wants to move around. Okay. Should be decent. Okay, there we go. Let's get it going here. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the post-Quinn Hughes Vancouver Canucks franchise mode. I believe we are on episode 19 or 18. Not sure which episode it is. Let me go double check. We are live for the Canucks, the creators for BC Children's Hospital charity live stream. We're rocking a live franchise mode for episode 19. So, without further ado, what happened last episode? Well, last episode, we went all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals and lost to the New Jersey Devils in 6 games, beating the likes of the Vegas Golden Knights in the first round, the Edmonton Oilers in 7 in the second round, and the Minnesota Wild in 6 games in the third round, beating our former Canuck, Quinn Hughes, who gave us a bit of a tough ride, but we were able to beat them better than the Edmonton Oilers, or easier than the Edmonton Oilers and the Vegas Golden Knights. We are now entering the draft, and we have some questions. If we go to progress reports, I want to go check out, of course, how our players are progressing. We got, I like what I see so far. Zeev Boyum still up to a 92 overall. We're hoping that he can grow a little bit more. It'd be nice to see Tynan Lawrence, a 90 overall, still at 22, has some years to grow. We'll see what he'll get. Only 20, so Globov is already up to a 90. One of the better defensive defensemen in the NHL. Elias Pettersson, still an 89, still very serviceable and solid. Should be good for us as a first line forward. Probably going to move to a second line role now as we transition out his last year of his contract. We can't see it in this screen, but Alexei Medvedev has moved to an 89 overall at 23 years old. Low franchise. We're hoping that he could grow a little bit more, but also we don't want him to grow too much because he's going to cost a lot of money. Philip Rodick is an 88. Dadonov has moved up to an 88. That's really nice to see. Vilander, Belche at, Vilander has high elite potential now. We don't think he's going to go up to a 90, but possibly. Coots up to an 86, Besser down to an 85, so we're starting to slip a little bit when it comes to Besser. Albert Smith's 85, Ogren 84, Novotny 84, Boetinger 84, Mueller 82, Drake 82, which is nice to see, Nemec 81, Fugleberg 81, Filatov 81, DPD. Rest in the system here. Let's see, Torres, Dahl 80. Torres is more NHL ready. I think Dahl we're going to look to potentially trade because he has a good value probably still. 22 years old. I don't know if he's going to grow on our team. We'll find another place for him. Colin Fitzgerald's up there. I want my chair to move, but it keeps moving back. Lamala grew a little bit, which is nice to see. Sensonen's up there. Zinger growing a good amount. This medium starter growing a decent amount as well. Some prospects growing down here. Let's see, the 2 medium elite prospects going to 66 and 67, which is nice to see. And that's really about it. Another medium elite prospect down here. Right winger. We have 3 of them? I did not know we had 3 of them. We have Henrich. Oh, Henrich is a goaltender. Okay. We have Did he grow up potential? I don't remember having another medium elite goaltender. Nice to see. Henrich growing. Let's move in the question marks. Where was I going to go with this? We got to go to contracts. We need to sign Ethan Belshea and Tyler Lawrence to contracts. We have $17 million in cap space at the moment. We'll have some more cap space with Jonathan Lekermacki opening up a potential extension, but he's going to cost a lot of money. He's going to cost a crap ton of money. Even though they all had down years, hopefully the money drops. Lekermacki at UFA is more of a priority, but there's 2 players that are going to potentially move. Brock Besser and Philip Hronek. Hronek, 2 years left. It'll be 1 year going into next season. And same with Besser at about $7 million, 7.835 and 7.835. Both of them at the same cap hit. Goaltending, I haven't checked that out. Botinger we need to sign, but Medvedev we have locked down for a while at 6.5. Oh, thank God. We'll have Medvedev locked down for a while. That's nice to see. The first thing is we move into the draft. Since our main 2 focuses are RFAs, we can move into the draft. Thank you so much. Mac and cheese delivered live on stream, and we'll be eating mac and cheese as I do the franchise mode. That's so good. She did such a good job with it. So, spicy. It's the Cheetos mac and cheese. It's really spicy. But that's nice for me. Coaching staff I want to go check out. Actually, I want to see where my coaching contracts are at. Do I have to worry about it? Oh, not at all. Perfect. So, yeah, we have to sign those 2 RFAs. Lekermacki will try to get the contract done as quickly as possible. We'll try to drop the cap hit as much as we can. And then we will see what we can do in terms of Belshea, Lawrence, and then possibly I think Hronek is number 1. Hronek is number 1 in terms of who we want to move, because we're pretty dead set on defense. If we go to, I don't think we're able to go to edit lines, so if we go to our defenseman, it will be Boyum, Sloglobov, Vilander, Smits, Drake, and then maybe Pedersen. Maybe we find something else. Hronek 3388, we could be able to ship him off. Should be able to, and get some decent value back as well. So we'll see. We will see. We don't have to do it immediately at the draft, but we can look around at the draft and see what we can get. So let's move into it. Let's move into the draft. It's another fire truck. Passes by, enter NHL into draft. I didn't even see what the pro scout said. Connor McDavid won the Hart and the Art Ross. Detroit has the 2nd overall pick available. Now, the funniest part is a lot of people saying we should trade Philip Hronek for the 2nd overall pick. We have 31. Let's see what this draft class looks like. Hansen, ooh, Lampert, the Canadian. Canadian right winger. Available at the top. A center with 1st overall. Obviously, for Hronek, probably doesn't get it done. He won't want to go there anyway. I feel like since we're winning, he'll most likely really not want to go there. We have Boost and Asplund. Asplund almost gets it done. So, let's see, another team that's willing to trade their pick. The Rangers, 17. Right, we don't really need now. We don't really need everything right now when it comes to it. Some decent picks here, some wingers. A center. Another center. Kind of scares me going later in the draft with how my scouting is. Could potentially lose out on a good player. So it'd be Hronek plot. It would be Hronek not wanting to go to the Rangers as well. Okay. Let's see. Hronek. It shows you which teams they would want to go to. Ducks, Bruins, Flames, Hurricanes, Blackhawks. Ducks, Bruins, Flames, Hurricanes, Blackhawks. Those are the first. That's what we'll do. Ducks would like Hronik. What do they have defensively? Because I want an offensive defenseman. We don't have too many offensive defensemen. Xavier Villeneuve is a offensive defenseman. He plays both sides. Could be put in both ways. Draft picks, they have the 4th overall pick, the 34th overall pick. We could do 34 and 41st. And then going back their way would be Philip Hronik. Now, this looks way overvalued to our side. They're more of a seller, so I don't think they would make this move. So, I would do this in a heartbeat. Getting a young Villeneuve fits the mold. 23 years old. Could move into potentially being one of the better defensemen on our team. Locked down to $2 million for one more season. I think he has a extension. Medium elite Hansen goes first overall. So that's an option. Bruins are a seller. So yet again, another team that probably wouldn't take Hronik on. They have this Hair guy who's probably an offensive defenseman. But he's a prospect. Gonna remove Hronik. Flames. He wants to go there. They have Hunter Brutstevich, who's an offensive defenseman. In terms of points, because the second pair offensive defenseman, I don't know. Brock Cripps, defensive defenseman. We don't need more defensive defensemen. We have a lot. Muse, offensive, but not really putting up too many points. Okay. Is that who I... Rask. I thought I saw Ruck. Carolina. Does he want to go there? Carolina, Chicago, Colorado, Edmonton, LA. Carolina, Chicago, Colorado, Edmonton, LA. Carolina. Bladinka. Defensive defenseman. Yeah, I don't think we're going to find something here. Chicago. They have Dupont, Levshunov, Rinzel and Vlasic. Two-way. Defensive. Two-way. Defensive. So Chicago won't be it. Colorado would like to go to. They have Sandin, who's an offensive defense. Two-way. They have Cale Makar, which obviously won't happen. No. Edmonton is the next team. They have Jugnauth. You wouldn't really want to make a trade with Edmonton. Florida, LA is a team that he wants to go to. Just sort this by overall. No, they don't really have anything. Like Brant Clark would be. Maybe, but I feel like he makes too much. Way too much. Minnesota. I don't know if he wants to go here, but we could get Quinn Hughes back. Just a joke. Spence, Juracek. Aaron Kiviharu. No, I don't want to make Minnesota better, especially since we just faced them all. Faced them in the Western Conference Finals. So let's go back to what Hronik wants. Nashville, Islanders, Senators, Flyers. Nashville, what do you have? Do you have any good defensemen that we could take? Good offensive defenseman that we could take? I see you guys didn't develop Chase Reed. Oh, that's Cameron Reed. Never mind. Molendyke? Maybe? No. What's the cap hit? New Jersey doesn't want to go there. Islanders, he would like to go there. We're not getting Schaefer at $6 million for 4 years. I bet you Detroit. I don't think Herodic wants to go to Detroit. That's the problem. Detroit. Herodic has a 15 team no trade, and I don't think Detroit's on that list. Sadly, Detroit would definitely take him back though. Romanov, defenseman. Schaefer's insane. They wouldn't make this move, would they? They're sellers. They're sellers. It's because we sorted by overall. Asplund. The 31st pick. And our first round pick next year for Matthew Schaefer. Is Schaefer a right side D or a left side D? He plays both sides. So, it would be Sloglobov, Boyum. We don't need Schaefer. No, we don't need Schaefer. The thing is, you would take Schaefer on a heartbeat. At 6.6 mil? You would take Schaefer on a heartbeat. Hockey from Home, thank you for the subscription. As well, I fully appreciate you subscribing. Where we're here for is BC Creators, or Creators for BC Children's Hospital. If you are unable to donate, share the link. And it's down in the description. But if you are able to donate, that would be really appreciated if you can. At all. If not, share the link. Share everything. Would be really appreciated. But thank you for the subscription. Sell the farm for Schaefer might be crazy, like smart. 2 first, Asplund, who's a medium elite prospect. Yeah, Schaefer's such a unicorn, but it's like at the same time, 390 overall defensemen. I feel like we should be merging assets for a forward that's 90 overall plus. It's tough. It's a very tough decision. Let's see. All right, we're going to go look through. We're going to keep that in the back of our mind, but we're going to go look through. Discard trade. Oh, yeah, because Herodic's thing. Vasily Podkolzin, Lucas Reichel is available from Ottawa. We don't want Elias Pettersson. Sadly, we won't be able to move him. Flyers after... Oh, Senators, Flyers, Penguins. Those are the next teams we could look at. Defenseman. Jake Sanderson. I don't think there's anything that we're going to really want from here. Emil Andre. Daxon Rudolph. Here's the thing. He's a two-way defender, but look at how many points he put up this season. Just under 50 points. Plus minus pretty good, but consistent. Like, this is like an up year, but 30-30. Daxon Rudolph for Philip Hronek. Daxon Rudolph, a second round pick, and 2 fourths for Philip Hronek. Too far off. Get rid of one of the fourths. Bit low. Get rid of one of the fourths. Do you think this is worth it? Okay. You know what? I actually really like that. I really like that. Rudolph puts up a lot of points. Now our defense core is this. Why do we get rid of Hronek? Oh, I didn't even think about the contract when it comes to Daxon Rudolph. I didn't even think of the contract when it comes to Daxon Rudolph. Why didn't I look at that? Restricted free agent, though. Oh my god. Thank you. I forgot the extension. I shouldn't have done that, but at the same time, We saved $2 million. Dax and Rudolph on the team now. This is the decor. This is the decor. Look how young and nuts this decor is. Boyam Sluglobov. Boyam's look. Okay, we gotta go back and look. What does it take to move EP40? The problem with EP40 is you have to ask him to waive his no movement. He probably won't. He probably won't. That's the problem. Like, no matter how many times you ask him, he probably won't move it. And it says 2 seasons. But we just have to write out 1 more year of his contract. That's all, really. We have some money freed up. We have a $6 million Dax and Rudolph that we're going to get. 6.235 for 5 seasons with Dax and Rudolph. Very good contract. Yeah. Realistically, I don't mind this. Brock Besser is a question. Novotny, Lekromaki, Snipers. I feel like we can potentially rock a Besser trade. It won't be for that much. I will. Okay, that's a good thing. Yes. When I'm done the stream, I will put timestamps for everything. Besser has a 15-team no trade as well. I'm gonna go look at the Sharks potentially as a move for him. Go this way. San Jose. You don't want to add money because we want to sign those 2 guys. He's not even a 90. It's not even a 90. We're adding capital. So a Besser trade wouldn't be too bad. San Jose will have more than 45, and they'd be over the cap. So San Jose trade probably won't work. Can't go that way. Can't go that way. They want Besser. They have the 36th overall pick for this year. So we get Patton as a contract. We get 36th overall pick, and we're moving Brock Besser out because money. So we move up. We go all the way to Stanley Cup Finals, but we lose Hronik, but we get Dax and Rudolph. We lose Besser, but we gain money. And that's really what's important. So we'll make this move. It won't go through. Okay. I'll switch the 2nd round pick then. That's not what I wanted, just yours. 47th would probably put it through? Yeah, okay. Okay, so we just opened up a lot of money. We've opened up a lot of money. for us this season. We picked up an extra second round pick and a couple. I think we picked up 2 second round picks for this season. So Stanley Cup champions, we move out Besser, we move out Heroic. We have 3 second round picks. For this season. I don't mind it at all. Has our team gotten a little weaker? Offensively? Yes. Defensively? No. We have 30 million cap space now. We got defensemen, Boyum, Siglobov, Vilander, Rudolph, Smits, and Drake. Dahl still has value, so I'm going to go look, see if I can do something around there. Centers, Lawrence Pedersen, Coots, Mueller, Ratu, Torres is almost ready. Then, so wingers is probably where we're lacking a little bit. Left wing, Belshane, Novotny, Ogren. Right wing, Lekermacki, Dadanov. Fiegelberg is pretty much ready. I feel like the Besser trade isn't bad. I feel like these trades will hurt us a little bit now, but help us in the future. So Rudolph plus assets. Apologies, I have to blow my... Rudolph plus assets is great. And then, yeah, so let's sim options. Let's sim. I didn't have to get those done right away, but it's nice to get those done right away. We're in the late first round here. I really like this Froats. If anything, he's going to be a top 6. Top 6, 66 overall. Not a bad pick at all. Center. I saw highly. I want to go through the first round. I just want to see if I missed. No. High elite goalie, 73 overall. That's a pick. That's a pick right there. At 7, too. It's a good pick there. We're in the second round. Sim options. 7 to 47. Let's make this pick as well. You gotta take a shot. Elite low. Low elite 62 overall. A high overall. That's nice to see. LA wants the 53rd pick. We get a 3rd and a 4th for next year. I'm okay. I'm going to call a timeout. And I'm going to go to trades and see if there's a winner. Oh, yeah, the pregame. Oh, the Montreal. That game's on right now. I had this iPad loaded up. I wonder if that's the most up to date. I wanted to watch the game on the iPad, so we'll see. I'm just going to go through to see if there's any potential winners that we can make a big move trying to acquire. They have a 2-2. They have another 2-2. I want to go check out Chicago. They have a lot of assets. Maybe they could move something. Maybe we could be partners in a trade here. Oh my god, they have so much. This Chicago team is insane. They got the 1st overall pick to get Landon DuPont. Then the next season, they got the 1st overall pick to get, or 2nd overall pick to get Maddox Schultz. The year before DuPont, they got Viggo Bjork, Friedel the year before that, Lev Shunov the year before that, and then Bedard the year before that, and they still haven't won a cup. DuPont, they're not going to be able to pay one of these guys. They gave Bjork a 1-year extension. The Flyers pick Oscar Dahl for Anton Frontel, who's 24 now, only 85. Decent. Really good puck skills. Not that great shot. Good offensive awareness. Okay defensively. Not great physically. Okay speed. We gotta go conditioning this year, so his speed will get boosted. I feel like we'll need a little bit more, but we could try this. No. A little bit more. What's the money, though? 6. I think we'll wait. We'll wait on potential Frendel. Let's make these picks. Which means we got to hit on these picks. So we got to be a low elite in the first one. I feel like we could still check those guys later. Low top 6. That's not great. That's not great value. You want to get value out of these picks. LA, we don't want to make a trade. We'll go lid back here. Not great value. Not great value. I keep pressing offer trade. Not great value. Sim options. Sim to the 95th pick. We'll take a shot on Romano. No. Nothing. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you don't. Auto scouting is so hit and miss. Maybe take a starting goaltender, take another fringe starter. Either I'm not picking good or this is not a great draft, and I think it's the former. Seventh round, 6th round. Lowly. There we go. We got a lowly. Boom. Value in the 5th round. We got a lowly. Everyone unknown. We got a low top 6. Alright, not a great draft. Not a great draft at all. But, hey. We made good trades. I think we made good trades. So, we'll see what we can do in the re-sign phase. Yes, the link in the description is the best way to donate as well. I need to add this. If you're able to scan it. The QR code on the screen here as well is goes right to the donation link. But yeah, the link in the description is the best way to donate. If you want to go donate, it would be very much appreciated. We're raising money for BC Children's Hospital. I was formerly a patient at BC Children's Hospital, and so was Sarah Loves Hockey, who was on it earlier. So it's all to a great cause. It goes directly to all the money goes directly to them. So the link in the description is the best way to donate. Which goal update is what we should do. We're at $1,344 of our $750 goal. Thank you all so much. We're doing amazing. I almost swore, but it would have been worth it because we're doing amazing. What is the rest of the schedule today? Do you want a last minute guess? I think I have a spot open, Kempner. I'm unable to check at the moment. The schedule, we're doing franchise mode for a little bit. I think we're going till 5:30 with franchise mode, and then we have some. I was gonna do Hockey Sense Arena. I think I have some stuff that I can move around, Kepner, to get you in. We have Jungle Hockey joining us as well at 7. And then at 8 o'clock we have Swerve and Irvin. And Headspace Hockey Gerald joining us at 8. And then we'll wind down later in the near the end. It'll just be a little bit of wind down because this is a long 12-hour stream. And you know what? We're only 4.5 hours away. We're doing so good. I'm doing good. I've been sitting in this chair for a while. My back hurts. Is there a way you can put timestamps in the description? I will put it in the like when it's done, when I upload it, when the stream is done. I will put the timestamps there. If I do find the time before, I will. I just don't want to take too much time away from the stream doing timestamps, so I will do that afterwards. Let's get into the resign phrase here. Tyler Lawrence, Ethan Belche. The first things that we're going to do immediately, we're going to qualify his restricted free agent clause. And we're going to qualify his restricted free agent clause here. We're going to go to UFAs. Decent amount, not too many. Fitzgerald. Let's see. Vilmer Ulrich said I'd like to keep around. Fitzgerald. Sounds good. Yeah, no worries at all. The Habs game's on as well. If you guys want to go watch the Habs game, go watch it. It's definitely going to be more entertaining than this. But I'm just joking. Let's see. We have to keep Patton. We just traded for him. Riley Patterson. We can keep as well. I want to keep actually as many as we can that are close to the AHL, just because I'm finding that it's hard to keep a lot of guys that are in the AHL. Let's see. You're gone. We'll keep you. Asplin needs to stay. Willis can stay. Oh yeah, Willis definitely. Which ones? I don't want to let the... I mean... Not these bottom ones. Like, these are the unsigned guys. These guys are just cheap no matter what. I don't really mind spending $1 million. It's their contract gets buried on a 2-way. It's not like it's going to cost us too much. Luke Cunningham, I'm going to let go. The fringe AHLers. I mean, the restricted free agent ones, yeah, actually. You're right. Maybe some of these guys I should have. Okay, rookies, yeah. Okay, you meant like Vilmer Alexson, Wilson Bjork, Basil Sensonen. These guys, probably Riley Patterson would be in that list as well. Okay, I get what you mean now. Sounds good. You know, noted. I'm not that big of a... I'm not an in-depth franchise mode guy, so... Any... Ratu? Like, 1.5 for me is not... I like Ratu. He's my 4th line guy. Kirill Kudryavtsev, I will let go. Okay, yeah. Kirill Kudryavtsev, I'm not bringing back. He can go find a spot elsewhere. Ty Mueller, we'll wait on a little bit. Jonathan Leckermack is going to be insanely expensive. Okay, he's dropped his price a little bit. If we go 4 years, doesn't really want it. I think I gotta do negotiations. Yeah. Oh wait, we gotta up this up again. It seems like a lot, but yet again, the cap's going up. I gotta try to expect it here. Okay, goaltending wise, we gotta bring Hitola in. Saray will bring in. The fact that he didn't sign that right away. Same with Henrich. Says yes. Okay. I don't mind if Saray goes away. Henrich I really wanted to keep. Because he's a medium elite. He's got value. Boetinger will qualify. Okay, let's go talk to the two guys that we don't really have to worry about too much in Tynan Lawrence and Ethan Belcher. Lawrence, whoa. Yes. Okay. Yeah. You're right. Lawrence. This seems so worth it for Tynan Lawrence. 22 years old. 90 overall. Yeah, I will say these rosters was very forgiving for goaltenders. Medvedev was a medium elite. I don't think I would have Medvedev as a medium elite in this. Maybe a low elite. Or he might have been, yeah, he was a low elite. Medvedev did grow like crazy. This roster that I picked, a little forgiving for goaltenders. There's way too many good goalies. So Medvedev's like not even like the 15th best goalie. It's crazy. I've been willing to give Tynan Lawrence 10 years, 8 mil, full no move. I don't plan on trading him. I plan on keeping him. My only worry is if he drops an overall. But yet again, 90 overall, 22. I feel like all he could do is grow. But I've had, in last year's mode, where I've had Michael Misa go to like a 91, and then he drops to like an 87. And you sign him to a $11 million deal. Yeah. It does kind of suck, but we have a lot of cap space. It's a move we could definitely make. I don't wanna. Okay, it worked. I always worry about doing this. Okay. We don't have to persuade because we are a contender. We just went to the Stanley Cup final. Is it market? Nah, it didn't work. No. $5 years. Just because it ups the value, improve. It's only 2 years of a no move, right? It's 3 years full. Because he only needs, yeah. I'm totally fine with this. This is actually a really good contract for a 90 overall player. For 5 seasons, we'll have Tynan Lawrence down at 8.5. If he says yes to it. Belcher, like, why do you're 87 overall. Why do you want insane amount of money? Maybe match it up with Lawrence. Maybe it's the ineligible years of being longer, which doesn't make sense. They're drafted the same season. Belcher, man, you're gonna give me trouble. You're gonna give me trouble. All right, let's go back to Lecker and we'll do what you said: no move and no trade. It just feels like 8.5. Like we just got Tyler Lawrence for 8.5. Lecker was 8.8 for 6. 7.5 for 6. I don't mind this. It's not a bad deal as well. He says yes. Title Lawrence says yes. Soraya could go. That's fine. 19 mil we have. Open. My only worry is Sloglobov, but we were losing Pedersen's contract, so it doesn't really hurt me too much to... have to pay Belche. Even then, Albert Smith, Daxon Rudolph, Vilander, one of those guys could go. If we really need to, Liam Ogren make it 7.5. Next year probably won't happen again. Ugh. Okay. Mueller's too valuable to just let walk for me. How much does Harrison, I'm going to win you the series against Vegas, Boettinger want? Like, that's reasonable for 1 year. I'll send him that and see what he says. I don't mind that at all. Saray, we have enough value in our goaltending prospects. It's okay if you head out. Totally fine. I'm just gonna do a check here for donations. Another $10 donation. Thank you so much, Thatcher Demko. Thank you for the donation. T Demko 30 in the chat. Thank you. Where am I going? Oh, I went to go check. Let's go live. I just want to get the stream manager back up. Okay, we're at 7.5 hours of stream so far. Truly crazy that I don't think I've ever done this long of a stream before. So yeah, definitely haven't. I don't know why I don't say. I don't think. I don't like Ogren's contract, but yet again, it just doesn't look good beside Novotny's. And Novotny's contract is very reasonable for the next 2 seasons. I think Ogren was at 86 or an 85 when I signed it though, so not too bad. 2 mil flat for Mueller. Belche's gonna give me trouble, man. Belche is gonna give me trouble. Belche is gonna give me trouble. Here we go. Let's enter negotiation with Belche. He has pretty high. Hurts us a little bit. Boom. Okay. Okay. We'll try this. I don't think it's gonna work. 8 years, 9.6. Mueller says yes. Oh, Belche says yes. Okay. Boetinger took the qualifying offer. That's funny. I think we're all signed up already. We're re-signed players. We still have 10 mil in cap space. And everyone's locked up except for Novotny. Oh, and Sloklopov, but we have 10 mil in cap space still. And we're gonna get an insane amount of cap space next year. Dadonov's at 9 mil. He needs an extension. UFA? RFA? Bunch of RFAs I don't really care about. Oh, let's move to free agency then. Alright. I was way easier than I thought it would be. Maybe Belche was a little too much, 9.6 comparative to Tyler Lawrence, right? But if Tyler Lawrence is going to take a discount to stay, sure. We have to pay. If we have to pay Belche to stay, sure. All right, we're in free agency. Let's check it out. David Pasternak's there is what I thought would happen. I thought Pasti would be there. Ivar Stenberg's there. Who was a Ranger. Forgot. Thought he was a Blue. He was a Ranger. This sucks. Seeing him as a Ranger. Cole Caulfield? Mr. Saturday Night has hit free agency. I've gone way past UFA status. We can't afford him. We can't afford him, sadly. Will Smith? I think his RFA. A lot of these guys are restricted free agents, probably. Yeah, a lot of money going around. A lot of big money going around. In terms of the forward core, what are we looking at here? New contracts. Right, so we got Lawrence, Pedersen, Coots as the centers. Then you can play, it's going to be Lekermacki, Dadonov, Belche, Novotny, and then Ogren with Filatov hopefully growing or Fugelberg growing. It's a solid team. It's a solid team. We're just hoping for a little bit more growth for some of our young guys. Now let's go talk contracts with some of these guys. Elias Pettersson. What would an Elias Pettersson contract extension look like? He still wants 11 for another 4 years. Dadonov. What would a Dadonov contract extension look like? Less money, but it would take him to a UFA. It's only 2 years for an RFA status. Expiry. He wants to go to UFA. Ogren should be cheaper. Oh, wow. Just save $4.5 million on Ogren. Which does worry me, so I'll leave Ogren for a bit. Sloglobov, though, if he wants like 13, I could see it. 7 for 3? How much does he want for 8? Eight by 9 for a 90 overall 20-year-old, medium elite. I give him no movement. I'd give him no movement. We'll try that for Sloglobov. 9 million is not bad at all. Free agency. I feel like we have to go over one player. I feel like we just need one more sniper. maybe a trade would probably be the best thing. Maybe trade him for like a James Haggins. I don't think he's a sniper, but like trading for a guy like James Haggins would probably be the move. Tijaginla, 32 goals last year. Could play alongside the second line, moves Novotny down. You can see. We'll see. He's on Utah, right? Is he still on Utah? Yes. Dahl and a second round pick for next year. We pick up Tijaginla. Boom. Tijaginla, welcome to the team. Since Ogren's contract's expiring, this could kind of be like a half replacement for him. Still an RFA at the end of the contract. 1 year, 7.5. Still an RFA at the end of the contract. We have control, and we can see what we want to do between him and Ogren. So let's see. Does Loglobov say yes? Does Tij say yes? Tij says no. We can give him 8. I don't really care. It's a 1 year deal. Loglobov says yes. That's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's a big, big deal. Alright, let's go and find Tij. One year at 8. Advanced day. Yes, there we go. Let's sim to next season. All right, we'll get over to next season. I'll see you guys at the edit line screen. While we move over there, apologies, I should have swallowed first. A little refresh. We're at $1,355 raised. Thank you to each and every one of you who have donated. As we go to the edit line screen, to the start of next season, Jake DeBrus, do we want him back? No. Thank you. I just wanted to say that. Hopefully Montreal's winning. I don't know. I'm not watching the game. I haven't seen the score. Once we get to the edit line screen, I'll do a wrap up, and we'll finish up the franchise mode, and then we should have some more guests on. Kepner, I don't know if you're still in the stream. I will set that up for you once the franchise mode's done. We'll have you on if you're able to, and we'll also have Jungle Hockey, who are coming on at 7. Some more guests, really fun. We'll get to it once, finally, we get to the end of this franchise, or we get to this next screen. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. You can tell when it gets to the end. Okay. We're here. The cheese off my face. Alright, we're at the edit line screen. Let's check out the roster for this upcoming season. So, Elias Pettersson will be the second line center with Dadonov, and Tij. Coots, Lekermacki. Okay, we'll fix the lines around. So we want to get the chemistry up. That works. This doesn't, sadly. Does Novotny work? No. We'll fix the chemistry. Mueller, Ogren needs to move up. Coots, yeah. Fugelberg, Filatov, Mueller. I kept Rat too. He's going to be in the A. Defensively, oh man, it looks so good. Sloglobov, Boyum. Top pair, +5, 97, 96. +5. Vilander on the right side with Smits. Daxon Rudolph is a two-way defender on the third pair. Goaltending wise, Medvedev, Boetinger went up a little bit. Modine, is this one of our starters? Nice. Lamala, Torres is kind of ready. We'll have one more year in the A for him. And we don't have really big defensive prospects. Like, look at this defense core. It's insane. This D core is crazy. Offensively, we could do a little bit better. I think we need one more star offensive player, but we'd have to move Tij out, possibly. Some good value that we acquired with Tij to possibly move out and try to find a player like that. Yeah. I think we are set to make another big cut. Like, we lose Hronik, but we add Daxon Rudolph. We lose Besser, but we add Tij. And we're able to make it work with the money. Wow. All right. That was some Julian Brisebois type beat. Now, the last order of business. We have to set the captains. We're going to unassign, and unassign. Look, if there's anyone on this team who is ready to become a captain. Can't be a goalie. Can't be Medvedev, can't be Boetinger. Defensively, Zeke Boyum is on that list. Tom Vilander is on that list. Offensively, how's it going, Carol? It's good to see you. Welcome to the stream. We're just finishing up franchise mode, and then we're going to move into possibly some guests. So, Lekermacki, Dadonov, Fugelberg, I'm not sure. I don't think any of those guys are really on my list. Novotny, Ogren, Tij, Belche, not on my list. Filatov, Nemec, Mueller, not on my list. Pedersen, not because I don't really think he's a leader, but also his contract's expiring. The new captain of the Vancouver Canucks, Braden Coots. That's what I'm going to do. Call me crazy. That's what I'm going to do. Assistant captain, Zeev Boyum. The other assistant captain, Tom Vilander. That is the set. That is what I like to see. Coots for captain. Third line center, doesn't matter. He's capper. Coots is ready. And yeah, without further ado, that is it for this franchise mode. So if you enjoyed this video, the charity live stream version of the franchise mode, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Leave a like down below if you're a Canucks fan, you enjoy this kind of content. Hit that subscribe button, leave a like, comment down below. What should we do next? What should we target? How good of a year do you think we're going to have? Are we going to make it back to the Stanley Cup Finals? But without further ado, the video on your right is the video from, the video would be from Friday. The video on your left is the video, no, sorry. I'm all mixed up. This is going to be on Wednesday. The video from Monday. The video on your left, okay, redo it. Without further ado, the video on your right is the video from Monday. The video on your left is the video from Friday. Subscribe right down into there. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alright, franchise mode done. Save and exit. We're going to set it to the break because I do have to blow my nose. And then we'll go to just me. Hello, I'm back. Alright. Get this off. Boom. We can open up the schedule. So, currently, it is 5. So, we're moving into what would be hockey sense. So, Kepner. I will send you. So, we'll move Sporkle up here. And then in chat direction. So let me create a Zoom link. So we could get Kepner on here. He'll be going at, if he's able to, 6. I can move it to 6:30 if needed. So let me DM on Instagram. While we're here, let's just do a little refresh. I think it refreshes automatically when I switch scenes, but let's do a little refresh. $1,355 raised. Really, really appreciate every single one of you. I can move it to 6:30 if need be. Right now, though, I can schedule the 7 o'clock one. I think we could do 7:45. He's save. No. Apologies, just getting everything set up. TikTok. All right. We're pretty much set. Still kind of rocking, setting some stuff up. I'm gonna finish my mac and cheese. I'll go out, take a little break, finish my mac and cheese, and then we'll come back and maybe I'm not sure what we'll do, but I'll have something ready. Alright. I'm gonna try to set this up. The casting's been glitchy. Where it stopped. But we have NHL Sensory. Try it out. Just making sure the casting is still doing well. That's the problem. I could see it glitched out. Like I could kind of see under it. I know it glitched out. But I'm seeing stuff. Which is disappointing. Not sure why it's doing that. Let me go back. Let's make it just me. Do a refresh. Back to gaming. It'll probably glitch out again. Back to just me because I got to type in an email. So bam. Still working. Still working. Oh, I got goalie mode set up. Okay. Still working. Still working. Okay. We are set up. It's all good. I don't know if you guys can hear me from here. Probably less. Of course, it glitched out. Oh, try to grab it. This game is so tough. Glitching out hard. It's glitching out hard. I didn't even pick up the puck yet. Oh, he's doing it. Okay, it's still working, kinda. Oh, come on, hit the chair. Oh, just missed. The wires pulled me. Chair's in the way. Don't, DeBrusque. Oh, off camping. No, Oilers gonna break. Big save, Go. Okay. Oh, I moved it up for them. Big win. All of a sudden, Demko has it. Yeah, that's my way. I'll go Denver. That was ass. I'm getting nauseous. Quinn. Quinn. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, I hit my chair. Oh, off the pad. I almost put it in. I don't know where my computer is. This way? There we go. Got the computer. I'm trying to grab it, guys. Demco, can you just grab it? Bad pass. Come on now. Maybe just chip it up. Oh, Toby. No, I lost it. Hell. Oh no. Big save, Dever. No goals. Surprisingly, mine didn't catch the shot. Can I walk onto the puck? What happened? That's the button. Oh, Skinner. Stop me. I gotta move the chair a little bit. Headspace, how's it going? I'm rocking VR hockey at the moment. It's not going great. It's 0-0 though. Drop the puck. Oh, Skinner. Oh, I keep forgetting to turn my head. That's a bad pass. Good pass save. Beetle, get there first. Go. You can't move fast and lock it on your stick. There it is. What a song. Hopefully that's not copyrighted. Oh, I don't know if you can hear it. Big drumming. Big drumming. Set it up. Oh. Shoot it. No, why would you pass it to me? Come on, come on. Oh. Come on, we gotta score here. Only down one. Oh, 25 seconds to go. Gotta win it right back. Oh, I lost it. Oh, Skinner. What's my headset at? I just want to see what my headset's at. 22. It's not charging at all. Just staying stagnant. Straight back. No, lost the draw. Oh, come on. Oh, the blocker, come on. Why did we move the draws? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, I missed it at my mouth. Oh, we lost. Oh, I'm getting way too nauseous from that. Oh. Whew. I'm closing that down. Oh, that was fun for like 5 seconds. Way too nauseous. Whew. If I had charged my headset a little bit more too, I'd have more space. Oh, man. It's kind of fun. Just makes me too nauseous. Whew. Just me. Oh. Trying actually not to throw up. Alright. I do have to go to the washroom. I will be back quickly. So yeah, I apologize for taking so many breaks. Ooh, I do need to go to the washroom though. Alright, I'm back. Oh, I left my hat somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay. We're back. I played some of the hockey sets. 7 we got jungle hockey, and then we got a break and then headspace. So we're at 6:30 at the moment. I have Sporkle lined up. We can open it. Let's rock some Sporkle. It's really fun. We'll do Canucks Sporkle as well. Are you ready? Oh, I'm about to nail this. This one. Did the Vancouver Canucks championships play quiz? No. No. Boom. Average score 99%. Don't know how you get much better than that. Boom. That was made by an Oilers fan. Canucks in the 2000s. Name one player from 2009, from 99 to 2000 to 2008, 2009. If there's a more recent one, I'd do it. Ooh. How updated is this? 2022. Okay. We'll see if we can do this one. 2022. Lekkeri Mackie. 2019 was Pod Colson. 2018 Hughes. Pedersen. Levy. Besser. Hey, we just went through a lot of these. So McCann, Vertanen. 13. Wasn't one of these guys Gauntz? That was 2012. Schroeder? Yeah, Schroeder. That was 2009. Hodgson. Steen. Linden. Oh, Horvat. That's 2013. Who's the other 2013? We had 2 in 2013? No. I don't know why I said Carols. I think there might have been another Carols. 2011? Oh, who do we pick in 2011? R.I.P. Is it Bourdon? Yeah, Luke Bourdon, alright, rest in peace. I didn't know it'd be worse than this than I thought. Who was Horvat's draft? And then who was 2011? It's a good question. Who was drafted the same year Horvat? And who was drafted in 2011? You know what? I don't think I'm going to go much far past Nick Jensen, Hunter Shinkarik. Can this ad get out of the way? Yep. Corey Schneider was a 2004 pick. Is crazy. Michael Grabner, RJ Umberger. Olin, I probably might. I don't know. Nedved, I should have got actually. Go down. All right. Hey, we did better than average. Single season records for the Canucks. Boom. I spelled Pedersen wrong. I keep accidentally clicking the eye, but really? Insane. Pedersen isn't on this list, surprising to me. Oh, full face cam. Not what we wanted, just me. Jovanovski. Nope. Not Jovo. Assist my defenseman. We have Quinn Hughes. Edler, no. Lim. Erhoff was up at L plus minus. it. That Ultra wasn't for face-off wins, really? I think I'm not gonna find much more. Gino. Come on. Oh. I was just doing it without there. Bertuzzi, Rhoda, Luke Shen, Lapierre, Messier. Sutter. I did just spell Malhotra wrong. Gar Snow, Corey Schneider. Spelled Schneider wrong. Ugh. Alrighty. That wasn't too bad. That was pretty fun. Let's get. Oh, we're below average on that one, though. Canucks captains. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that, actually. $50 points in a season by Canucks. Okay. So Pedersen has a lot. Miller, Hughes, Besser. 23-24. So year prior we had more. Who had 74? Ah. Kuzmenko. That covers a lot of the board. That covers a lot. So we move into there. Morrison, not in there. I spelled his name wrong, probably. Okay, we have a decent amount we can still try to get here. Trying to think back. I feel like I'm getting closer. Carter had to be there. One season with the Cityans. One S. That knocks off a good amount. I feel like that's gonna haunt me. The 53, 53, 50. From 08 to 11. We're 13 away. We could do this. 3? I feel like we should have. No. Come on. We were so close here. We're farther away here in the 90s. Oh my. Who could it be? Mason Raymond's one of them. Higgins. Hanson. Amuse Bieksa, Salo. Oops, knocked that by accident. 50-point seasons. Wait, 2014, 2015. Who would that be? Yeah. 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 I'm gonna do it now. Jelena. Ricky Loom. And dumbass. Andrew Castles. Pavel Dimitra. Christian Ehrenhoff. Verbata. That's who it was. Yes, yes, yes. Still did decently well. Cosplayers who retreat Hart Trophy votes. Okay, well, a lot of them knocked out. Sedin, Hughes, (2020). Who had a good year in 2020? Markstrom. 2011. One of them had to be Kessler. Lou. Lou had to have a bunch. Linden. Bure. Naslund. Messier. No way, Bertuzzi. Had. Wow. This is where I struggle. You get to 96 on. I struggle. I was born in 03, so. If it's not Bure, I don't know. Maybe. Kirk Claim. Richard Berdeur. Come on. We're so close. 4 to go. Who got it 96? Oh. McGillney. Duh. 3-way. And it's 81, 75, and 71. 81, 75, and 71. The fact that I got 82 is pretty impressive. I don't think I'll get any of these. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for me. Tiger Williams, Gary Smith, Orland, and Curtin Beck. Wouldn't have gotten those. I'm too young to get those ones. I still got 90%. The advertisements on this page is crazy. $500 games played, I might be able to do. Okay. First two, Sedins. 2000. Aslan, Linden. I don't think Bure ever got there now. No. Retired 06 2020. Edler? Yeah. To 2017. Burrows. To 2015. To 2022. What's the asterisk? An active player. Oh, okay. Edler isn't active anymore. But okay. Yannick Hansen. No, Higgins didn't hit that. Morrison. To 2010 to 2020. Tanev. 2005, 2015. Yexa. Luongo somewhere. What? Never hit 500? Really? To 2022. So who left after being from 2014 all the way to 2022? Probably like the last big player to be a part of that 2010 team to leave. Which I thought that was Tanev. Who left in 2022? '22 offseason. What was that? Edler was the last one, and it was 2021 he left. Was it not? I don't know. No, not Courtnall. Not Ronning. Um, come on now, come on, you get this, you get this, you get this, you could get this. No. Keep doing the mess up on McGillney. It's not him anyway. No. Man, this is a tough one. Mainly distracted by all the ads, but an active player who left in 2022 who had played 500 games with us. It was not Chris Tanev. Can't be Mark. Markstrom left in 2020. Do they just have to play 500 games in their career? Or 500 games played with the Vancouver Canucks? Yeah. I think it's with the Canucks. That one's gonna haunt me. 2014 to 20. No way it was him. No, it's not for Tannen. Who else was 2013 draft? No. 2012 draft? No. Wow. That one's gonna get me. That one's really gonna get me. Wait. Did we already do Morrison? Yeah, we already did Bertuzzi. Yeah, we already did Naslund. Harry's no. Edler, we did Salo. We did Oland. Man, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. I give up now. I don't think I can do it. Garth Bircher, Lever, Matt Cook, Kirk McLean. I never said Kirk McLean. It's crazy. We have another ad. Bo Horvat. Oh my god. I never even thought to. I was like, oh no, I definitely put Bo Horvat, Stan Smil, Snaps, Kearns, Gradine. It's funny because it's definitely me being like, oh, I already put Horvat. I've definitely already put Horvat. All right, one more, and we'll have Jungle Hockey Pod on joining us. Canucks 30 goal scorers. There we go. Let's go. Let's do this one. Besser, Miller, Pedersen, Kuzmenko, Horvat, Sedins, Burrows, Kessler, Verbata. Who got 30? 2010. Yeah. Try to go through this quickly. No. I feel like that's the goalie. Okay, we got this. Samuelson, that's who it was. Yeah, okay there. Jelena, Carter, Greg Adams, Ad, Gradine, Rhoda, Tanty. Keep forgetting to put Tanty in. Just gotta put Tanty in. Just under average. Okay. Alright. It is 3 minutes until we have Jungle Hockey Pod on. I am, apologies, getting a little tired. I've been streaming for we're 3 hours away, so 9 hours now, pretty much. A pop to celebrate. Hopefully wake me up a little bit. I don't have any coffee, too. That's what sucks. But we'll hop in. We'll get this going here. Let's start this up. Video off. Hello.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Good, you?
Good, man. Good.
Alright, let's just get you set up here.
Sounds good.
Alrighty, sweet. All set up. Everybody joining the live stream is Owen from the Jungle Hockey Podcast. Owen, how are you doing?
Hey, man. I'm doing great. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Oh, I'm getting tired, but we're pushing through. Yeah, we're pushing through. So your podcast mainly covers a lot of junior hockey. I'm not sure if it's specifically BC. Do you cover throughout the whole country?
I mean, for the most part, it's BC. I mean, even more specifically, the PJHL, the KIJHL, and the VIJHL. We talk about lots, and we interview players. Like we've interviewed quite a few players from Saskatchewan, Alberta, that kind of thing. Guys playing in those leagues as well.
Yeah.
Had a couple NHL players too. So it's been pretty cool. But yeah, it's mostly what we discuss is junior hockey in British Columbia. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm very familiar with the pitch. I mean, I obviously you played in it. I never played in it. I wasn't good enough, but I followed it closely, especially this season with the great season the Mission Outlaws went on. Especially for Coach Hack. It was really awesome to see. What did you think about that season? I mean, it was true. It felt like it was truly special.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely incredible. Obviously, I think my brother was the captain of the team.
Yes.
So, and I played with quite a few of those guys. I mean, I was 20 when I played with most of them. There was, I think, one guy I played with in prior years, and that was about it. So
Yeah.
they were a young team, and like you said, like obviously with their coach Martin Hack, who I never really got to know personally. I briefly saw him a couple times, met him a couple times, but I think the reaction of kind of the whole BC hockey community speaks for itself. I mean, there was a massive ceremony in Ridge. I've never seen that many people in that rink in my life. Same thing in Mission. And just the support online you saw was absolutely incredible. So it just speaks to who he was as a person.
Yeah.
I had a lot of people reach out who knew him well too, who had nothing but incredible things to say. So I mean, I know that the boys really rallied around that, and that was their entire goal the whole season was to do it for him. Richard Kimber as well came back in as the head coach. He was the head coach of my 20-year-old season, and they lost the first couple games after, and then they went on a 15-game winning streak.
Yeah.
And they were like under 500, and the end of the season, I mean, they ended up losing a few by the end of the season, but they finished third, and it was just incredible. You could tell that they were legit. White Rock, the first place team and the team that ended up winning the whole thing, they had beat them 4 times in the regular season. So they were confident, and the playoff run was just incredible. They were down 3-1 in the second round to Surrey, came back and won in Game 7 overtime. It was just so incredible. And then I mean, White Rock, what a team they are.
Yeah.
And the coaching staff too. Their whole staff got hired by the Surrey Eagles for next season, and a lot of their top players. I mean, their captain committed to college, so they deserved it. They were unreal too. But yeah, mission season was just so fun to watch. I went to pretty much every playoff game, and it was such a blast to get to cover that as part of the pod, as well as just as a fan, a former player, and having my brother on the team too.
Yeah, no, it was truly special. That White Rock team, though, I did catch a couple of the games on Flow Hockey because I got a subscription with the Abbey Canucks, and that White Rock team really gave them a run for their money. That one game I watched where I think Mission went up 2-0, and White Rock was able to come back and beat them 3-2 in White Rock. Like, the crowd just got behind them. It was truly a special season. It sucks the way it ended, but they should all truly be proud of themselves. But we're also here to talk a little Vancouver Canucks because I think you are a Canucks fan at the end of the day. So what do you think about the hires for the Vancouver Canucks?
Oh man. Okay, well, real quick, I gotta say I am honestly a Pittsburgh Penguins fan, but
Yeah.
I obviously still support the Canucks, and I'm probably even more dialed into the Canucks just because we're in Vancouver.
Yeah.
I probably know a bit more. I mean, I love my Penguins. Obviously, it's because of Sidney Crosby.
Yeah.
Russell too is one of my favorite players as well. The hires. I mean, I love seeing the Sedins get a shot at president. I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
And I think they. It seems in a way like they're really trying to just get the fans back on their side by hiring them.
Yeah.
Obviously, nostalgia and everyone loves the Sedins. So I think there's that side to it where it's really good for publicity, but I still like the hire as well. And
Yeah.
Ryan Johnson. I mean, I don't really fully understand what goes into being an AHL general manager, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine it's easy.
No.
And I think he's obviously did an incredible job with the Abbotsford Canucks in their championship season. So, and a guy he was a journeyman in the NHL and a guy who played hard, knows what it takes. So I think it's good to see him get a chance, and I like that they're promoting from within, as well as going with fresh hires and not recycling old ones. But yeah, I mean, well, the results will speak for itself. They have an insane amount of work to do. So
Yeah, no, I agree. Like the Sedins does seem like a bit of the publicity where you're just trying to save face, get the fans on your side, but also at the same time, I feel like they could really do a lot. Culture is a big thing that they brought up. With immediately that's what they want to establish. The Sedins, Ryan Johnson, a good culture. It's definitely been missing in Vancouver for a while. Pittsburgh definitely has a great culture. Sidney Crosby being that. Do you think that's a perfect route for them to go right away? Is just straight for attack the culture and then build the team from the ground up after that?
yeah, I mean, I think hopefully the Sedins have a good feel for the locker room, and I think that's awesome, and that they'll hopefully be able to build connections with those guys, especially having a lot of Swedish players and young Swedish players. I think that's super important for those guys. I don't really know going forward. Yeah, like you said, like building from the ground up is probably what they're gonna have to end up doing. And the Sedins, they talked in their interview about getting way more involved in the community. They said they want to be the most involved team, and I absolutely love that.
Yeah.
It's massive. I don't think they do a poor job of it, to be completely honest. I feel like I hear about lots of Canucks events and things like that. But I mean, you look at Pittsburgh, you look at the things Crosby's always doing.
Yeah.
And you see how the results pay off, and just like you want to set an example for the future generations. And obviously there's, especially the past few years with like Hockey Canada, there's been some negative examples that you don't want the whole sport getting a reputation because of a few people making poor choices. So I think it's extremely important that they get involved in the community and try to build a culture from the ground up. What I'm unsure of is who the leaders are for the next wave of this team, because I don't know. I mean, I assume they keep Besser at this point for a while, and probably make him the captain. Hronik as well. He could be the captain too, but I don't know what they do with Pedersen. I don't know what they do with all of their kind of middle-aged players.
Yeah.
Are solid, but I don't know. I like all their young talent, but they're almost too young. They don't really have anyone who I think is at that age where they're also in a leadership role yet, unless
Yeah.
Pedersen figures it out.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like the guys like Boyum and Vilander shown some qualities of being potential leaders, especially even a guy like Braden Coots, but they're just way too young at the moment for you to like push them into a role like that. You talk about community. That's a thing that bleeds down a lot throughout. You see the Canucks do it. It bleeds down to minor hockey and into the juniors. I know the Pidge does a good amount, like the individual teams try to do a good amount of community stuff. Do you think that the not their lack thereof, you said that it's still pretty decent, but how it's definitely gone down for the Vancouver Canucks, maybe if they bring it back up, it might push it a little bit more in those organizations?
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, it would be pretty awesome if the Canucks tried to get involved or something with more of these local leagues, especially now with the BCHC being formed and a new junior A league that's sanctioned within Hockey Canada for them to collaborate with. I think could be really cool.
Uh-huh.
Um, I think, yeah, I think to be completely honest, these junior teams really lack it. Not all of them. Some of them do a great job, but I think a lot of them severely lack that.
Yeah.
And I think that, the Canucks setting an example would be great. And hopefully, whether it's with direct involvement or just by setting an example, that can bleed down further and further all the way down to minor hockey as well.
Yeah, it's really good for the younger kids to learn it as you're going up through hockey, just doing it as much as you can. So the fact that the Vancouver Canucks want to set a precedent for it could definitely bleed down and really create a good future, like a solid community building future for hockey when it comes to those leagues. Let's move over to the Pittsburgh Penguins. You said you're a fan of the Pittsburgh Penguins. They made it to the first round. I was hoping they would make it to the second round. Unfortunately, they fell to Philly. What was your thoughts on the season overall and the playoffs?
Well, I mean, the regular season was everything you could have dreamed for as a Penguins fan. I think anyone could agree with that. Evgeny Malkin was a point per game player. Sidney Crosby was incredible. Unfortunately, the injuries, they struggled a lot when he was hurt.
Yeah.
He was able to play enough to get them into that second spot in the Metro. And, I mean, you look at the work Kyle Dubas did. I mean, I can't believe he didn't get nominated for the General Manager of the Year. They have the most draft picks they've ever had. They have a solid prospect pool. You look at guys like Will Horkoff in the NCAA.
Yeah.
Harrison Brunick in the AHL. He played in Kamloops with a dub.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be a great defensive defenseman. And there's lots more that I just can't think of right now. And then you look at the trades like Chinikov coming in. He was on I think on a 38 goal pace or something as a Pittsburgh Penguin. He was incredible with Malkin. Mantha, 30 goal scorer, 60 points out of nowhere. I think it was Kyle Dubas acquired 90 goals for under $7 million or something between 5 of those players. And, you're seeing the youth get more of an opportunity. I mean, Dan Muse is head coach as well. Unbelievable job. I think in the first round of playoffs, his inexperience showed in the first couple games, especially going against Rick Tocchet. I mean, I don't think Tocchet was the greatest fit for Vancouver when he was here, to be completely honest. But I do think he's a great coach for a certain type of team, and I think Philly fits the bill perfectly for his style. So yeah, obviously an extremely disappointing playoffs. You were so excited on the regular season and just thinking maybe there's a chance. Erik Karlsson too, Penguins MVP this year. And the Tristan Jarry trade, getting that contract. Sorry, I just want to make incredible that Dubas made, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Disappointing playoffs, but credit to Philly, man. They were incredible. I never expected that. I mean, they were the best team in the NHL after January or something. That whole 3.8% thing they were talking about. So, it's tough. I'm glad they fought hard. I mean, they outplayed the shit out of them
No, it's all good.
They outplayed them severely in Game 6, in my opinion, especially in overtime, and it's
just unlucky, yeah.
From York that wins it, but it's unlucky, and at the end of the day, when you look at how well they played, Bulgar also incredible for Philly. I think Pittsburgh would have put up a better fight against Carolina, to be perfectly honest. I don't think they were getting swept, but Philly was just they were completely out of gas, but kudos to them, and yeah, I'm pretty satisfied as a Penguins fan. Obviously, it'd be nice to get a higher draft pick or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan of tanking, and I think Dubas has stockpiled enough assets and drafted well enough so far that they're on the right track. I mean, Ben Kindle at 11th overall.
Yeah, that was a great pick.
Or 12th maybe, but incredible. Yeah, I'm very happy as a Penguins fan.
Yeah, that's Ben Kendall was a great pick. Another great trade they made was the Kulak deal to get Gerard and a second round pick for Brett Kulak. They turned Jari basically into 2 second round picks and Stuart Skinner. A trade that probably went under the radar in the offseason, but definitely helped out the Pittsburgh Penguins, and he really stood out in the playoffs when they switched him out for Skinner, was Archer Shilovs. I mean, incredible season in Abbotsford last year, winning the Calder Cup, and then he goes to Pittsburgh and he does pretty good. I mean, it wasn't like over the top, but definitely better than like a Demko or an Alankinen, but he was solid enough to keep Pittsburgh in it, and he definitely showed that he could be that type of goalie in the playoffs. What did you think of his season overall?
Yeah, I mean, he in the playoffs he was incredible.
Uh-huh.
Zero complaints. I like he was great all the way until the end. That York shot's not his fault. Um, yeah, I have nothing but good things to say about Silas in the playoffs. Regular season he was inconsistent, but he got handed like a pretty heavy task.
Uh-huh.
And I think he did a good job. He wasn't amazing, but I think he did a good job, and I think he showed improvement. I don't think he's ready to be a full-time starter this season, but I think Pittsburgh, hopefully Skinner walks. I didn't hate him. He played fine, but we just don't need him. We got Sergei Miroshov in the minors, who I would love to see splitting with Shilovs next year. And then whoever the better one is, make him a starter in the future. Because Miroshov is one of the top prospects, I think, in the whole NHL, not even just among goalies.
Uh-huh.
I think he's that good. And then Joel Blomqvist is another goalie in the Penguin system who is actually really good. So I assume they're going to end up trading him. They have so many options. But yeah, I was really happy with Seelovs overall.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, it's really nice to see him shine elsewhere. You know, he couldn't really do it in Vancouver. He definitely got more of a load in Pittsburgh, and the fact that he kept like pretty okay stats and pretty decent stats. It's really nice to see, especially because I really liked him in Abbotsford. He was really fun. Let's go local with this question here. We spent, I don't know about you, definitely you. Like I spent a lot of time checking up on Abram Weeb and how he was doing in North Dakota. I'm sure you did as well. You're way closer to him than I am. I only did some power skating. I knew his parents. But he made his NHL debut this year. I watched it. You were there live. What was that like? Seeing someone so close to you play in the NHL?
Yeah, man. I mean, just briefly before that, like Gage Gonsalves from Mission 2.
Uh-huh.
I'm not like super close with him or anything, but I trained it with him and Abram, all three of us, and a couple other guys at the fitness lab for a few years. So I got to know him a bit, and just like another unreal guy who seeing make the NHL was just so surreal.
Uh-huh.
And I got to see him play for the first time this year, Vancouver, Tampa, which was really, really cool. And Tampa slaughtered them in that one. That was a
Yeah.
tough game to watch.
Yeah.
But it was really cool to see Gage play. And then, yeah, Abram, I mean, I've known Abram since I was 4 years old. We played hockey together from hockey 1 until, I mean, he played up like 1 year during PB, but pretty much all the way every year until second year Bantam. And then yeah, we've just always been close friends. Obviously, you play together with a guy that long, and he was always a very good player, like one of the top players. Always made A1 as a first year.
Uh-huh.
Like I said, he played when he was in second year. Adam, I think he played PB. Like he was always a great player, but you never ever expected this.
Yeah.
You thought he'd be a good junior A player.
Yeah.
Honestly. And he got completely overlooked for the WHL draft. He got completely overlooked for the BC Cup, which is insane. That's like the top 140 kids in BC of your age group, and he got overlooked for it.
Uh-huh.
And to end up getting in on Chilliwack as a somewhat local kid, becoming the captain there, getting drafted to the NHL. Like I remember I was at work with a few other like Dockrell and Chase Newman, like guys from Mission that grew up playing with them, and
Uh-huh.
and we were like refreshing our phones during the draft because he told me the day before it was like a 50-50 chance, and seeing him go was just so crazy. Like you're just so happy for him. The genuinely, like, people say this about a lot of people, but just the best guy in the world.
Uh-huh.
The
Yeah.
nicest kid you'll ever meet, the most humble. You would never know that he just played in the NHL. Like,
Uh-huh.
nicest kid in the world. Like, treats his friends and family so good. Like, he's just such a great guy. And then yeah, like when he got traded to Calgary, I texted him and I was like, "How you feeling?" And he was like, "Oh, like you know, like I feel like, you know, I might get a good opportunity there. And I was like, that's awesome, man. Like,
Uh-huh.
I can't wait. And then after he got traded, he started lighting it. Like, he's having a good year at North Dakota, but he started lighting it up.
Uh-huh.
And you know, he won like defenseman of the week 3 weeks in a row, then defenseman of the month, and then he finished pretty close to point per game.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. And then towards the end of the year, I started texting him because I was looking at like how when the NCAA championship was, the Frozen Four, and then when Calgary's last games were, and I think there was 3 games left after.
Yeah.
In Calgary. So I was starting to text him and be like, oh, I'm gonna have to book a flight to Calgary soon. And she was like, oh, ha ha ha. Yeah, as soon as they lost to Quinnipiac in the semifinals of the national championship, he texted me, and I had no idea they were playing in Seattle. I thought he was texting me to be like, hey, like I'm playing in Calgary.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, he's like, yeah, Seattle tomorrow. And I'm like, oh my God. Okay. And then so, you know, me, or myself, my dad, and my buddy Braden Grease, who also played with Abram for a long time, drove down to Seattle. Accidentally ran into like a 50-person watch party with all his family and friends at a bar, and then ended up kind of joining them. It was really funny. We just went there to go kill time before the game because we got there super early so we could be there for his rookie lap.
Yeah.
And I went to go look for a washroom, and I walked around his corner, and his brothers were there and like saw me and like pointing at me and stuff, and his mom came flying over, and yeah, it was really cool. Like, also just like the best family.
Yeah.
Like, such good people, and it was it was such a cool experience to see them. And then once he gets on the ice for the rookie lap, like being right up against the glass, I've never seen anything like it. Like, you're so happy for the guy, and I was so happy to get to be there. And just nobody more deserving. It was one of the coolest days of my life. And I was just living through him. So
yeah.
And then like after the game, like I said, probably 50 people there specifically for him, and he had like a section where his family and friends could all go after the game to greet him quick, and he had to get on a plane to Calgary, so he's running around hugging like 50 people saying thank you real quick, and it was so funny. But and then, you know, his debut, like, he just played against Quinnipiac.
Yeah.
Probably dead tired.
Yeah.
He's in the NHL, hasn't practiced. Second game the next day, still hasn't practiced.
Yeah.
Plays pretty well in his second game. The first game, it was his debut.
Yeah.
Whatever. He wasn't a minus or anything.
No, yeah, no.
And, his third game against Colorado, he was incredible. He was all over the place. He was forechecking. He was creating chances, and his last game, he got to play in Andrzej Kopitar's last ever game and greet him on his way off the ice.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't even know that.
To him about
yeah.
And you know, he's been on the podcast before. He'll come on again this summer, I'm sure, now that he's played in the NHL. And I was just talking to him today, trying to set up a day for us to go golf or something. So I can't wait to see him, and that was so cool. He's just so deserving of it.
Yeah, no, truly. Like, I barely met him. I did power skating with him. He was always like 5 levels ahead of me. I was trying to catch him. I wasn't able to catch him. I coached his little brother, so I got to meet his parents. Really, really nice people, and I was just so happy for him, seeing him. Like, I watched it from my TV, and I was loading up YouTube, finding all the little clips and stuff like that they were posting. It was so awesome to see. Gage as well. I mean, Gage is lighting it up with Tampa, like, way better than I thought for a second-round pick, yeah. The year prior, I think he had, 20 points in 60 games. This year, he had a good year. He looked dangerous in that.
I think he had, like, 35 and 70 this year, or something like that. But, like, yeah, he was also an overager when he got drafted.
Yeah.
Second-round pick. So, yeah, like, that's not, like, the greatest odds, but he's a top 6 forward pretty much all year, and had the OT winner against Montreal.
Yeah.
Bell Center in the playoffs. So, yeah, he's doing incredible. I think he's going to get a nice extension after next year.
Yeah, no. I texted my buddy who's a Habs fan. He just got Gonzalez after he scored that OT winner. It was really fun to see. Shifting gears back, let's go to the draft. Have you been keeping up with a lot of the draft prospects as of recent? The Canucks have the 3rd overall pick. We're going to go through. I want you to give me your top 3. So who do you think is going to go 1, 2, and 3? So first, go go with the Leafs. Who's gonna pick? Who are they gonna take?
Okay. Like gun to my head, who I think they're gonna take.
Yes.
Okay. I was with Joe all day today. He just got back from Missouri, and we were chatting about this quite a bit. I definitely think that the Leafs are gonna take Gavin McKenna.
Yeah.
I hope they don't.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I don't really care. I just want one of those guys to be available for Vancouver personally. I genuinely believe they'll take Gavin McKenna. San Jose, it's like I have no idea what they're gonna do. You have Will Smith, Macklin Celebrini, Will Eklund, Chernisov, Musty.
Yeah, they have a lot of good forwards.
I'm forgetting good Misa. Oh
Yeah.
goodness. And I feel like I'm forgetting one or two other guys that are under 23 years old and going to be top 6 forwards for a long time. So I personally would take Stenberg if I were them. I think you take the best player available and you figure it out later.
Uh-huh.
I think they're going to take Chase Reed.
You think they're gonna take Chase Reed? Yeah.
I think they're going to take Chase Reed second overall. I mean, maybe not, but I think they do. They really do lack the prospects. I mean, Sam Dickinson looks good. Maybe not great defensively, but he's young still, so I hate when guys count out young defensemen that aren't good defensively yet.
Yeah.
Some time. But I don't think there's a lot else back there. I think Luca Cagnoni's pretty good too, but he's getting a bit older now, and again, an undersized guy, so I think they need a little more back there. I think Chase Reed fits the bill, and I think that's who they're going to end up taking too.
Uh-huh. So then 3 would be Stenberg, of course.
Well, here's the thing: is I am terrified that Vancouver is going to take Caleb Malhotra no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he looks incredible. He looks great. I think he has a really, really high floor.
Uh-huh.
I don't think his ceiling is the same. I think he should be going like 10th overall personally.
Yeah.
I just don't think he belongs, and this could be totally wrong, and I hope it is no matter what. Even if he goes 10th, I hope he ends up being great. Like I have no ill will. I love Manny Malhotra too.
Yeah.
So nothing negative there, but I just don't think he is at the level of some of these other guys.
Yeah, I think it's.
I'm terrified they do it, but I think if it's Stenberg, they take Stenberg.
Uh-huh.
I really do think they will.
I think it's kind of crazy how he went from 26 points in 44 games with the Chilliwack Chiefs the year prior to 84 points in 67 with Brantford. It does concern me a little bit, though, as well, with that point jump where it could be, especially with how ransacked the OHL and all the CHL was because of the NCAA. Let's move over to a more local kid, again out of Prince George, Carson Carrolls. Are you as high on him as me? Because I think that potentially, even if you take him at 3, bit of a reach, but it might be a good pick. I feel like he has a really good potential upside.
I'm with you. There's a few guys that I'd still be okay with Vancouver taking at 3 that aren't Like, if Stenberg's there and they don't take him, I think that's ridiculous. But if they take Carrolls, Veerhoff, Reed, I think all the top defensemen in this class are so good. I'd be fine with any of them. Even Veerhoff, I think he's getting a bit underrated right now. He had a tough end of the year at North Dakota, but that college, I think people are underrating how good the NCAA was this year.
Yeah.
The Spengler Cup All-Star team, from the NCAA, almost won the whole thing. Davos.
Yeah.
Like, that Davos would beat AHL teams. That's insane.
Yeah, no, the NCAA was stacked.
It's insane. I think people really don't realize the jump the NCAA has made in the last year or two. It's not the same as it was. When people, like McKenna too, I think he's better than people think because you look at the league 2 years ago when Celebrini was playing and the points he had, and you look at how much better the league is now. Forget McKenna's 8-point game because that kind of inflates it.
Yeah.
Pretend that was a 2-point game or something. He still had a great year, but it just shows how much better it is, I think. And so I think Veerhoff's getting underrated too, but I think do you say Carrolls or Carrolls?
I think it's Carrolls. But I think
that sounds way better.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Carrolls. I would be fine with that. I love his attitude. I love the look that he's playing here in PG, and I think I'd be totally fine with that pick.
What about Nux Memes floated this out earlier today on the stream. What about Vigio Bjork at 3?
Yeah, Nux Memes is a beauty. Look, I'm also super high on him.
Uh-huh.
I think higher than a lot of people. I think 3's too high.
You think it's too high?
Too much there.
Yeah.
I think there's just too much there's gonna be too much talent there at 3. I wouldn't like be like choked about it. I would rather him than Malhotra.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because Bjork plays center and wing, I think.
Yeah.
So I would have him as my number 1 center in the draft.
Uh-huh.
I would prefer him to Malhotra personally, but I don't. That wouldn't be who I would want if I were making the pick.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. I was just looking at this too. I'm at the Tankathon thing, and it shows who's committed to which colleges. Here's Michigan State's commits in this draft: Chase Reed, Ethan Belche, Nikita Klepov, Jack Hextall. Is he elsewhere? No, there. Yeah, Jack Hextall, Tommy Blale, and Brooks Rogowski. Like top 1, 2, 3,
ridiculous.
4, 5, 6 picks in the top 41 of Tankathon's list is committed to Michigan State next season. BU has 2 of Tynan Lawrence, who's there currently, and Caleb Malhotra is going there as well. Yeah, the NCAA.
That's insane. I mean, yeah, the NCAA is crazy. I don't love all the NIL. I love the guys are getting paid. I don't love all the crazy transferring and being able to just basically buy players.
Yeah.
I don't love that part. I want to see guys get money, but I don't think the school should be able to pay guys. I think all money should have to come from outside sponsorships. School can hook you up with them. I guess maybe that kind of is how it works, but like
yeah.
I don't know. I think some schools just straight up pay guys.
Yeah.
But the league's incredible. It's just going to keep getting better. I mean, those guys you listed all on one team. That's insane. I don't think they're going to win with all those guys. The young teams just don't ever seem to be able to get it done who load up on the high picks. You see the winners every year. Quinnipiac a few years ago. Oh my goodness, it's slipping my mind who it was this year. Not Wisconsin. Who they lose to in the final?
Wisconsin lost
Denver.
to. Yeah.
Again, Denver. Like they don't have any super high picks really, and like Zam Plant's unreal, but he wasn't a super high pick. Like they had Booyam the year before, and I think lost in the finals, and then they won the year before that too. They were a dynasty, and they never have a bunch of high end picks carrying the team, and I think that's what you can't like. I'm not saying you're gonna lose if you have a bunch of young high picks. You need some of your top guys to be those vets and those older guys who are gonna be able to get the job done at the end of the season. And I think that's you see these teams get close with all the draft picks, or sometimes you see them get upset early because they're just run out of gas or they can't play the playoff game as well as some of these older teams can.
Speaking of potential Flames teammates who also play at North Dakota with Abram Weeb, not only could Keaton Verhoff fall to 6, go to Calgary, Cole Rezny, who was a part of the Calgary Flames, I was really high on him going into the draft. I think he had a really, really good year at North Dakota. Do you think that the Flames got a really sneaky pick with Cole Rezny?
Yeah, I thought he was probably going to go like more like the 10 range, like plus or minus 2. So yeah, would they get him like 17?
Yeah, I think it was like a couple picks after the Canucks picked Coots.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that was a great pick. I think I probably would have preferred him to Coots. Yeah. Not that I don't dislike the Coots pick a lot or anything like that, but yeah, I think. Yeah, I think it's a great pick personally. I think he's got a lot of potential. He looked like he had a great year in North Dakota. I like to see him score a bit more.
Yeah.
Shoot a bit more, probably. But he's an unreal playmaker, and I think he'd look good at the World Juniors too, even though the World Juniors have been a bit of a struggle the last couple years for Canada. So yeah, I think the Flames got a solid one there.
Yeah, he got 4 goals, 1 assist in 7 games at the World Juniors, and he had 35 points in 36 games, but 29 assists. He went 18th overall, so he went after the 2 picks the Islanders had, where they got the Noah Dobson trade, where they picked up Eklund and Aitchison. So I want to talk about the Penticton Vs. What a story, going from the BCHL all the way to the WHL. Not only that, dominating in the WHL. What did you think about Penticton's season this year?
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you go from the BCHL to the WHL, I mean, first of all, the BCHL is, I think, maybe not this year, but the year before, I think, was pretty close to the Q in terms of talent.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Insanely high level of play. even this year, it's still great. It's not major junior level yet.
Yeah.
But it's incredible the level of talent they have there. They got so many players from so many different countries now. Only 25% players from BC, so they should probably change the name. I don't love that they're not developing the BC kids as much, but at the same time, for what they are, they're an incredible league. Oh man, I forget what we were talking about now.
Penticton.
That rabbit hole for a second. Penticton, of course, yeah, man. So, I mean, it just shows what a strong organization they have. Obviously, they're well funded. They get an incredible crowd, incredible atmosphere, facilities. Why would you not want to go play in Penticton?
Yeah.
They're clearly so well run. They dominated the BCHL for so long. I'm not surprised at all they dominated the WHL this year in their first year. They only kept a few players from the BCHL team, obviously, jumping to major junior, but it's still like making that jump, even as an organization, is incredible how well they did. I think they sacrificed a bit of their future to to try to create that buzz, and I have no problem with that. I think that's great. So hopefully they don't have to pay for it over the next couple of years here. I bet you they're managed so well that they won't actually have to, regardless.
Yeah.
Incredible season from the Bees.
And then we'll go right to the WHL finals. Like, what did you think of Landon DuPont and the Everett Silvertips finally pulling it off? So many years where they could have. Gage Gonzalez years as well where they didn't win it. They finally do after 20 years. What did you think of that fight? Did you catch any of the games?
Yeah, I didn't watch any of the games. I watched the clips and all that. When Gage was there, COVID was the year where I really thought they were going to win. Unfortunately, they had an incredible team that year. That was a shame. Zellweger that was the year he got drafted. He was really coming into his own. Bryce Kindop was a beast in the WHL, if anyone remembers him, when he was playing. I think he played for Washington and Anaheim, or maybe Anaheim.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
Anyways, yeah. So, I mean, this year, before Landon DuPont, I want to talk about Matias Uyeda. Shout out to him. He started the season on the Richmond Sockeyes in the PJHL. He's 19. You never see guys make a jump at 19 to Junior A, much less to the WHL. I think he had 50 points in 24 games as a defenseman in the PJHL.
That's crazy.
At Christmas. And he scored the first goal of the game in the finals, as well as the first goal of the playoffs for Everett. He was a key piece. Played incredible for them, fit right in, and I can't believe he was playing this was going to be his third year in the PJHL. I can't believe that.
Yeah.
And I know he dominated, but it's still a testament to the PJHL being a good league and a place that can develop players. The year before, he was a point per game defenseman, but he was a point per game defenseman like 2 years in a row. His stats didn't really change. And then all of a sudden, this year, just an explosion. He was incredible. So shout out to him, making that jump and getting it done. Mem Cup in Kelowna is going to be incredible. DuPont, ridiculous. I can't wait to see what he does next year. I hope that we see him take another step. He's already incredible, but I would love to see another gear. I want to see, be sure that he is going to be like a franchise player. I think that would be so awesome to get another young franchise defenseman in the NHL. Imagine how bad teams would be wanting to draft him. So, he's going to be highly touted, probably go number 1 overall no matter what. But I would love to see him take another step next year. He was unbelievable this year.
Yeah, it was just insane to watch his highlights. Thomas Strant saying that he might be a better prospect than Connor McDavid, which is high praise. But he is just that good. Do you think he commits? Do you think he goes to a college, or do you think he sticks in Everett? No?
I guess he's allowed to next year, hey? Maybe he will then. He should.
Yeah? Which school do you think he should go to?
He's accomplished everything in the Western League. I think he should go to a school that has a lot of older guys that can stick up for him and watch out for him, where he doesn't have to be the number 1 guy, to be honest. I would love to see him at Denver.
Yeah.
I think that would be an unreal spot. Obviously, it's going to be a top school. I think Denver would be a great spot for him, actually. Even like a Quinnipiac type of place. I think that would be another really good one. Western Michigan.
Yeah.
Somewhere like that, where these teams are, maybe not as well funded or well known, but at least for hockey, but managing to just get it done in the last few years. So I think those would be a really good spot for him if he were to commit.
Yeah, like
Or honestly, Nodak.
yeah.
Obviously an incredible spot.
Ben Macbeth and Ryan Lynn are committed to Denver. That clogs up some defensive young guys there. Like Ryan Lynn, I feel like Ryan Lynn might come into the NHL insane if he goes to Denver. I feel like a good like see how Boyum was. Yeah, like and he's just
I love Ryan Lynn as a prospect.
yeah.
He played one game in the PJHL too for the Richmond Sockeyes. His brother was the captain for a couple years there. But yeah, had to throw that in.
All right, yeah. Owen, thank you so much for coming on. It's a pleasure having you here. It's really cool that someone I know also does content around here, so it's really nice. Sadly, we couldn't get Joe on as well. We'll have to next time. I'm open invitation if you guys want to come on my podcast. Thank you for coming on, and thank you for being a part of this.
Awesome, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you reaching out and reach out to Joe as well. He just got home from Missouri yesterday, so he's absolutely gassed. We worked today, but yeah, man, this is such a great cause. Like I know how close this cause is to you, and you know what the BC Children's Hospital has done for you, and so I was absolutely happy to be a part of it. It was awesome to be here and get to chat. Thank you so much. It's not like often I'm usually the one getting interviewed, so it was kind of cool to be on that end as well. And like the content you make as well, like aside from this awesome fundraiser, like just your typical content's incredible. Like looking at your page, you do an excellent job. So keep it up, and yeah, man, I hope to see your page continue to grow because you absolutely deserve it. And yeah, thanks a ton for having me on, buddy. It was great to chat with you.
Same with you guys. You guys do a lot of great stuff as well. Owen, thank you for being on. We'll talk to you later. Bye.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks. Have a good one.
You as well. We got Owen from the Jungle Hockey Podcast. I will find the time to put all their links down below. Make sure to go check them out. They cover junior hockey throughout all BC, as you heard him say. Yeah, it's truly. We need to put it's nice putting spotlight on the junior hockey scene around here, especially because, you know, the BCHL, they're doing a great job developing talent. Guys like Abram Weeb, who we know, Caleb Malhotra went through the BCHL, the Penticton V's who came up from the BCHL to move into the WHL, and there's the Pidge as well that has some great stories, especially with the one that hits close to home, literally just down the road over here with the great run they went on for Coach Hack. So go check out the Jungle Hockey Podcast. I will find the time to put all their links into the description. But yeah, that was truly awesome. Thanks, Owen, for being on. And we got a donation, so we get to update. I see that the donation goal has gone up a little bit. So let's refresh the page here. And let's see. Russell Holiday, thank you. Nothing is perfect. $52 donation. Thank you so much. Truly, truly appreciate it. We're at $1,406. Oh man, we're almost double our goal. We're almost double our goal, man. I truly, truly appreciate each and every single one of you who have donated. Yeah, truly, truly special what we're doing here. So we got 20 minutes until we'll have the Headspace Hockey crew on here. We'll have Gerald and Swerve and Irvin on here. We're gonna have a nice conversation, and then I will just double check because the time kind of flying a little crazily here. We might be changing the schedule a little bit. So we're at 7:30. We passed. We're at chat interaction now where we're at, and then we'll have Headspace Hockey on 9 o'clock. I will see if I'll set a meeting for him as we get a loud noise outside. I'll set a meeting for it. Schedule 9 o'clock. I got my energy back a little bit. It was really nice. I got my energy back. Segment. Just to see if I'm able to get him on for 9. And then we'll see here. So set that out. We'll see how that goes here. And catch up here. We're at 9 hours. Sure will. Okay. We're at, what are we at here? I want to go double check where we're at. So, no, don't save the changes. We're at 9 hours and 42 minutes. And so when it hits 8 o'clock, we'll only have 2 more hours to go. We are getting there. The home stretch. We're getting there. We're close. I don't want this to end. I truly am having a great time. This is like a special thing that we're doing. I got 2 pieces of cantaloupe left. I'm going to finish those off real quick. As I yap. I don't even know what to yap about. Maybe we'll go back to Sporkle. Have some fun doing that. I was having a lot of fun doing Sporkle, actually. Let's go back here. Sporkle. 2 pieces of cantaloupe left. Should take bites. 100 career goals, Canucks. Canucks point leaders. Is that each season? You know what? Let's do this one. Irvin, you have a question? Let her rip. I'll wait to start the quiz. Take my headphones off because it's a little hot here. So this only goes up to 0809. I want to do that. Draw the Canucks logo. Name me a Canucks prospect that you swore would blossom into a legend and completely flopped. Mine is Cody Hodgson and Jordan Schroeder. Okay. I gotta go to my head for this one. I thought now. Yeah, so okay. If I say I thought this guy would become like a good top 4 Canucks legend, does that count? Or do you want it to be like a legend, like an all-star player? Because if so, I'll find both. I'll say the other one. But if you want it like a legend player, then I will bring one up as well. Because I have one who would more be like I have one that would more be like a local legend. But if you mean like a overall legend, I'll try to think. Because I'm trying to think of someone who just didn't live up to the hype. See, I'll say one, but I don't think it's like kind of the Jet Wu. He was a 2nd round pick, but a lot of hype around him. So that one, kind of, I would say Jet Wu. I'm very recent when it comes to it. Let me go to Canucks drafts again. Oh my god, I gotta relive this. I want to say one person, but I also don't want to say it because I don't know. Let's go down to a little lower here. There's got to be one where I'm like, oh yeah, I thought it would be. I just got to remind myself. Jet Wu is a good one because it was a 2nd round pick. We thought he would be like a solid player, but yeah, he didn't really turn into that at all. I feel like I'm going to have to say. It. Jake Virtanen. I'm younger, so I don't really have that many. It's got to be Jake Virtanen. 6th overall. Maybe a bit of a reach. But it has to be Jake Virtanen. I don't think there's really anyone else that I could say because how young I am. I feel like Jake Virtanen is the only one. I think one of these more recent picks will probably end up being that. But Jake Virtanen's the only real one I could say. Maybe Podkolzin. Maybe Podkolzin. I thought Podkolzin would be better than he ended up being on Vancouver, but I also feel like we gave up on him a little too early. Yeah, if you're talking about JetBlue, we drafted him the same year we drafted Quinn. So yeah, he did kind of get clogged up on the right side. A little bit. Let's grab a player's names from the 2011. Let's see if we can do this one actually. Yeah. Virtanen had a lot of hype, and so yeah. That's the only one I could really say. Because I really thought he was going to be that guy. Really thought he was going to be that guy. I don't know if this brother still works there, but I'm not going to say the exact place. But my parents bought our truck. We didn't buy it off, but one of this car salesmen at the place that we bought the truck from was Jake Virtanen's brother. All right, I'm doing this real quick, so we'll just do this quickly before we have them on. I see Burrows. So he's got unscrambled the name. I see Rome. Aaron Rome. This has to be Sedin. This is Hoff. Wow, this is actually, well, Elder. I feel like they could have scrambled that one a little better. Edler. This is Luongo. Oh yeah, where's Glass? Slags, yeah. Raymond. Is there a Y anywhere? Where's Hogson? Where's Cody? I see it. Hogson. Lapierre? Oh. Lapierre. It's just gotta find, it's just up to finding them. Where's Lapierre? No? This one's Schneider, I just don't know how to spell his name. Resort. Oh, okay. Torres. Higgins. This is Sallow. I don't know how I didn't get that one. Perlier. Bieksa. That's Hanson. Oh wow, that's a crazy find. That's a crazy find. We didn't have a Bolduc on this team. Oh, maybe spell it right. We did have a Bolduc. Okay. I don't have enough time. Schneider, Tanev. Oh, another Sedin. How did I miss the Sedins? I thought there would just be one. Samuelson, Raymond was that one. Ballard. Yeah, you got that one. Orasevich, Alberts, Malhotra, Hamius, Tambellini. Need more time, some of these. Above average. Above average is the important thing. All right, if I can find a small one, Event Tanev, yeah. If I can find a small one. Oh, by year, though, so it's an insane amount. Sounds good. If they're going to the Zoom waiting room. All right, we'll quickly get this one. Oh, you gotta do it by thing. No, I'm not doing it that way. Better career goals. Pedersen, Miller, Besser, Burrows, Sedin, Kessler, Hansen, Higgins, no. I'm to 2023. Guilty. We already said Kessler. No. Morrison. I just spelled Morrison wrong. I did one R, two S's, which is not how you're supposed to spell it. All right. Let's get her going soon. All right. So in a little bit, I'm gonna go for a stretch for a tiny bit, but we'll have Headspace Hockey on for a talking segment. We'll have Headspace Hockey, and then we will also have after that chat wind down, maybe an extra guest. We will see. Chat interaction will wind down, and I'll do my donation of $150 that I did pledge that I would do at the end of the stream. So I'm just gonna go have a little bit of a stretch. We're gonna go check the total, still the same. So I'll be right back. We'll go to the guest. Not this one. There we go. Let me
checked, it was a 6-3. Yeah, it wasn't looking good. They pulled Dobesh. Yeah. Oh, okay. Are you using OBS? I see. I mean, it's all right. It's decent. Good hospitality, but obviously very disappointing the way it all broke down. Yeah, I mean, it was decent. Like, I just wish the result would have been different. Yeah, I'm not even disappointed. Like the player we're gonna get, how that is all gonna play out is gonna be the next 5 to 10 years. I just really wanted to. I just really wanted to win something. Right? Yeah. I just is sharing is sharing enabled? Okay. I do just have, if you don't mind, I have some slideshow on. It's my for about Children's Hospital. This is very short. It's up to you. Yeah, you're running the show, man. Sure, we could get it out of the way first. Yeah. What's showing it? Understandable. It is a bit of an art. Yeah, and then he farms content off of the streams and then posts them as videos. But yeah, like what he and Clay do in terms of like they try to entertain people while managing the stream and interacting with it. It's a lot. He just texted. He said he's coming, like literally a minute ago. So. Okay. Yeah, I was surprised, man, because like when I saw your channel, I was like, oh, he doesn't do a lot of streams, and then it's going 12 hours for this one. It's for obviously for good Close enough. Okay. Right on. Yeah, for sure. I've only been there once, and that was when they were still Abbotsford Heat. I did. Got to see Sergei Shirokov score an OT winner, 4-3. Yeah. Byron Bitz is one of the all-time Sedin line legends. He had one hot week, and before Twitter was really took off, there was and Reddit, there was forums on the Canucks.com website, which is kind of wild. Just that the people used to hang out on there, and it was the same thing. The armchair GMs being like, "Oh man, like we have this Bits guy, so we could just like trade Burrows, and then like that'll bring back a haul, and we'll have a cup winning team." Like, yeah. He got greedy. He just left in free agency. Yeah, I'm a bit up there in age. See, I was like 9 when the Canucks went to the Stanley Cup Final in '94, but I wasn't a hockey fan. And then I didn't come around to the sport until '06, '07. And then by that time, Linden was still on the team, so it was like a bit of a nostalgia thing for me. And then I just, I just from then I was just obsessed with it. Yeah, totally. Mm. Oh man, totally. Yeah, for me, I've been Vancouver born and raised, and so that's what I'll always identify with. Um, yeah, I don't understand the second team thing, or people who are like, "Oh, I'll cheer for the team that beat my team," or even like even the last 2 years with all the you have to cheer for Canada's team. I'm like, what? Like the more people told me I have to, I was like, no, absolutely not. Or like when you see like between two teams, the ones you rather have. Like I remember the 2013 final. It was for Canucks fans. It was like, oh, you got to watch Blackhawks and Bruins slug it out. And then for me, I was like, fine, Blackhawks. Sweet. What's up, G?
Hey, man.
We can't see you though. Ooh, Gerald's gone.
I'll be right back.
Man, you guys have jerseys on. I look like an Asian Steve Jobs right now. Like,
Sounds about right. You know, are we on live right now? No. You're live, but we're not.
Gee, he's using OBS.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not as we have the easy life. We're on StreamYard.
Well, Irvin knows why my camera's off. You can probably hear it. Because on our stream the other day, I was caught doing something and I had to like edit out the beginning of the video.
What were you pouring?
Just wait a sec.
Me. How's it going, everybody? We are back, and right now we are joined by both the Headspace Hockey crew. It took me a bit to set up the screen, but we are getting it going here. How's it going, guys? Welcome to the stream.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks.
Uh,
Yeah, we're
yeah. All right. So before we start, Irvin was telling me you guys have a slideshow prepared, so I will switch it over to the gaming one, which will give you, if you share your screen, hopefully it should go up bigger.
Oh, sorry. Are you for me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just do it right now.
And then I'll try to figure it out on my side if it's all messed up. I know where to go in terms. Okay, perfect. That worked out.
Is it showing?
Yes, it is showing. Let me switch it to this one. Okay.
Okay. Just thumbs up when we're ready to go.
Yeah, we're good to go here.
Okay, awesome. I just I was when we were approached to join this stream, I was really excited about it because of the cause that it was for. My experience with Children's Hospital personally, my daughter was born in 2009, and everything was pretty normal to begin with until we found out that she had a minor cleft palate in the back of her mouth. You can't really see it. It's not a very prevalent one, but it was one that caused her to not be able to swallow properly, and that's why she had to have special kind of squeeze bottles for the first 9 months of her life. And yeah, 9 months is when she had her surgery, as a reparative surgery at Children's Hospital. The operator was his name was Dr. Cordamon. She's actually a world-renowned cleft palate surgeon. He has a charity that they go overseas to countries that can't really afford healthcare, but also that need the cleft palate surgery. And yeah, it was obviously a very scary thing to have to send your little defenseless child to the hospital, and to know that they're going to go under the knife and not really know what's going to happen. Everything was okay. As you can see in the picture there, she's got a straight jacket on, because little ones, they tend to get things into their mouth, and the worry there is that obviously that she was going to damage the surgery. And but in the end, everything was perfectly fine. It was no cost to our family, and even past that, all throughout the years, like we were covered in terms of follow-up appointments and orthodontics, and now she is this bright, beautiful 17-year-old you see. Do you want to say hi? No. Okay, that's okay. She's back there. she's um
I was crawling.
Okay. Thank you.
Because I don't want to get in the way of your important
Yes, yes, honey.
Wow. Oh.
And yeah, I really appreciate you letting me share that.
Yeah, no worries, man. That's an awesome story. It's really nice to see how much BC Children's Hospital has really done for a lot of people. Like, when my mom would do bottle drives, we would go pick up bottles, and sometimes we would pick up bottles, and the people would come out and greet us, and they would have a story from BC Children's Hospital, and they do great work. They do great things, and it's really nice to see. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Thank you so much for your donation and all the things you've contributed to this month. It's truly special. But without further ado, do you want to get into the hockey side of things?
I just want to say I have all these donations throughout the year.
Awesome.
So, I mean, our family's always been backing Children's Hospital because it actually means a lot. I mean, there's a song about it, like children are our future.
Uh-huh.
If you look in the back, I don't know how far you can see, but here, I'll bring it up. So every year, Children's Hospital actually comes out with these little dolls, and yeah. So every year we pretty much grab something from them, and hopefully it helps out. Yeah, it was just there set up for you guys today. Even the Beanie Babies, that was from a long time ago.
Yeah.
If whoever's watching this stream, it's a great cause, and you should definitely support Canucks Land, because without BC Children's Hospital, we wouldn't have the likes of Canucks Land, we wouldn't have Irvin's daughter without their help. And any little bit can help, even if it's just like a $5 like for a coffee kind of thing. Like every little thing goes into it, and it provides services for all children, not just for BC. It's up in Yukon also, I believe, and it's one of the biggest hubs in North America. So really just wanted to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just also do a little update. Our goal was 750. It was originally 500. I'd up it to 750 if we hit it before the first 2 weeks, and we are at $1,406 raised. We're almost double our goal. So thank you all very much. All right, now without further ado, are we ready to get into the hockey side of stuff?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. So, the big thing. This is the first question I think I've asked everybody. What is your thoughts on the new co-po-hos and the new GM, Ryan Johnson?
I mean, glad it's co-po-hos and not hosts from Poco.
Wow.
That was a good one.
This is a family show.
This is a good one. No, it's okay.
I've been waiting to say that all day. No, these guys, for once, we have guys who bleed the crest, bleed the colors, understand the market. I understand there's trepidation because these guys are quote unquote rookies.
Yeah.
We still have to see how they're going to do. They haven't made a trade yet. They haven't made a draft yet. And that's all really the meat and potatoes of doing the job. But as far as likability, which is probably a big thing for them and for the perception of the team, it's just kind of changed everything.
Yeah, I think with the new Toho, so Twins of Hockey Operation.
I like
Twins. I didn't coin that. It was a fellow named Hugh. Hugh that brought that up on Clay's stream, and I really liked it. So I'm just obviously giving him credit, but it was
I didn't come up with the co-po-hos as well. That was all Halford and Bruff.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, even before everything was set in stone a couple days ago or a few days ago.
Mhm.
During the search, there was Shane Doan that was in there. So I mean, the CSC is actually looking at bringing people that are likable, like
Mhm.
what Irvin was just saying, and the Twins. You know, who is more likable than the Twins? I mean,
Yeah.
the first pair of twins that were inducted to the Hall of Fame had pretty much identical stat lines, and respected across the league.
Mhm.
So with how Francesco Aquilini has been with the Canucks, it's been said around the league that not a lot of people like dealing with the Canucks because of that.
Uh-huh.
But if you have full autonomy by the Twins, Ryan Johnson, I think it's definitely a new chapter, like a new breath of fresh air, I would say. And teams were probably more willing to listen and do trades or whatnot. So I think it's a good move on the PR side of things. And in terms of the operational side of things, I think Ryan Johnson, yeah, I mean he's been through it. Like all three of these guys, you know, started from the bottom and worked themselves up. And they've been with the Sedins obviously since '99,
Mhm.
but with Ryan Johnson, 13 years.
Yeah.
It's not a short period of time. Gone through all the regimes, gone through what works and what doesn't work. So
Mhm.
hopefully he can take all that into his little book when he does things. And yeah, we just have to believe and sort of like the Canucks are trying to sell hope because
Yeah.
there's this new management team, right? So
If
Uh-huh.
I could add just one thing about the Ryan Johnson promotion, a lot of people have criticized the fact that he's right there. He's been in the organization for years, and he's so obvious. But I think, if anything, with the interview process of them bringing all of these outside people in, at the very least, they've gone on a bit of a fact-finding mission to talk to people and ask them, what do you really think of our team? What do we need? Um, as opposed to just jumping at the first person and hearing whatever, like that interviewee saying what they think Francesco Aquilini wants to hear, because we've had that in the past.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, that's why I brought that point up earlier. And with Clay, it's just like the information gathering was a really nice thing that they were going out and they made this whole process. Because before, I mean, with Rutherford and Alvin, it was kind of just like, hey, there's the guys. They didn't really go out and I mean, at least publicly, like they did. Sedins and Ryan Johnson came out in their first press conference and they really pushed culture and really getting back to the community. What do you guys think about that message? Do you think that that's the perfect thing to start with this rebuild?
yeah, I think it's obvious.
Uh-huh.
It's very obvious for all fans. Seeing this goes all the way back with this jersey, this player right here,
Uh-huh.
slamming a stick on the net, you know, yelling at players. It had to be something had to be done,
Uh-huh.
and for them to have that focus on it was something I think that the fans have been wanting to hear. It's about players sticking up for each other, playing for one another, just kind of like how the Abbey Canucks played when they went on that wonderful, miraculous Calder Cup run.
Uh-huh.
And the big club is definitely missing some of that. And if they can instill it into the big club, that'd be amazing because who better than the Canucks to do this?
Uh-huh.
It's the team mentality. They're still there. I mean, the Canucks, the Twins themselves did the grouse grind with the prospects every year,
Uh-huh.
which also shows, you know, the commitment to this team, right? So if they can be leading examples of what it should look like, I think it should be good.
Uh-huh. Yeah, definitely.
and they have to be saying that right off the bat, because it's for this team that basically has nothing. It's back to basics. You know, because other than that, they're not gonna trade their way into being contender. They're not gonna sign their way into being contender. You could airdrop Prime Gretzky onto this team, and it still wouldn't matter, because if you have dysfunction on a player level, and what we saw last season with the coach disagreeing with the GM, you got nothing.
Uh-huh. Yeah, definitely. What do you guys think about the community part? Do you think that You know, it has been lacking as of recently, like them getting out into the not only just like the other like the community in general, but like BC Children's Hospital. Apparently, like when they would send players to BC Children's Hospital, it would only be like a couple players. It wouldn't be like Quinn Hughes or Elias Pettersson. Do you think that's a big thing to instill into this new core?
G, go ahead.
Yeah, I definitely think it's been missing the last while. I, you know, even when Bo Horvat was here, when he was a rookie, he was brought into doing a lot of the community service,
Mhm.
and I think a lot of the FaceTime brings good press for the team. And for some odd reason, I think if you've read in the room, or I mean in the news, the community page for the Canucks actually the community page for the Canucks was actually taken down when Alvin and Rutherford came.
Mhm.
So it's a little odd why that happened, because when you think of the Canucks, you obviously think of Canuck Place,
Mhm.
and then you also think of BC Children's Hospital,
Mhm.
right? And you haven't seen that type of news the last handful of years.
Mhm.
And it's definitely something that they should be pushing on because, you know, kids are our future no matter what it is. They're the new generation of fans
Mhm.
that you're trying to work on, right? Like from a business side of things.
Mhm.
Doing community service also allows the Canucks to get some good faith,
Mhm.
right? So going forward, if they can commit to that, you have Daniel and Henrik doing it. The guys donated 1.5 million anonymously and it somehow leaked out. So these are great ambassadors that you have right now. So I think with them saying it, they're the ones that say it and do it. They
Mhm.
walk the walk, they talk the talk and walk the walk. So yeah, I'm excited for this to happen.
Mhm.
And I think there's going to be a knock-on effect if they really instill this into the players, because what I see when I look at that, what was that presser with Pedersen, and he was very short with the media. He looked like he hated life. Um, you know, those are like, but at the end of the day, he's in the NHL. He's playing a kid's game. He's being paid millions of dollars. It's a good problem to have, and I understand that. You know, it's fair to say that, you know, this is going to affect his mental health, but there in life are way bigger problems than what he has. And when the players go to places to visit kids in Children's Hospital, it puts all of that in perspective, right? You look at the St. Louis Blues with their 2019 Stanley Cup run. What was their biggest inspiration? I forget the girl's name, but you guys know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
They awarded her a ring. She went to every game. She was like their soul. So, yeah, I think it's going to be really beneficial for the players.
Mhm. Uh, Moving into the other side of things in terms of their rules, what do you think about not only their strengths, development wise? Obviously, they've done a great job in Abbotsford with development, but their weaknesses as well. Do you think that they'll be able to find people to help fill out their weaknesses, whether that's analytical or scouting or you know, maybe some advisors? We heard that Jim Rutherford is moving to special advisor in terms of like trades and signings. Do you trust them to be able to fill out those roles?
Um, Trusting them when you see how things have gone in the past 50 years, and just for me watching the team in the past 20, it's hard to say I trust it.
Uh-huh.
You'd like to be optimistic. You just try to, with anything, you just try to um, expect the best, prepare for the worst
Uh-huh.
in your mind. Obviously, as a fan, you have no control of it. So,
Yeah, same. I think I'm on board with Irvin on this one too. It's more of, you know, I'll believe it when I see it kind of thing. And hopefully, like my hope is for the Sedins and Ryan Johnson to have full autonomy, do it their way, but there's someone guiding them. But obviously they make the final call, final say, and and build a team that they believe in. I can't remember what. I think it was Chris Higgins there was an interview. I don't know if you guys listened to it.
650.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
listened to that one.
So let's not talk about the player he was talking about, but let's talk about the type of players he's thinking of bringing. You know, those ones that have the killer instinct, that predator kind of look. And Sedins have played their entire career against players like that, right? So even with Henrik, like you can see in his eyes, you know, during that magical run when Daniel was injured and he took the team on his back and just got there, right? So to have these two look for players like that, especially in the draft, I think it will be a new start, a new era, something that they can start fresh. Not saying that the players that we have right now aren't great, but they need more homegrown talent that are drafted, that have that instinct, or go out and find someone that's in free agency that has it. And with that said, I think Vancouver was a very desirable place to play, and then it just fell off the cliff the last few years. But with the Sedins at the helm, I think it'll bring more players because of the respect people have for them. They'll be like, oh, I wanna go there because the Sedins are there, right? So hopefully that changes everything for this whole organization, and we can finally move forward with a good rebuild.
All right, let's move on. Obviously, the draft is a huge thing. You guys were at the draft lottery party, and where we fell, sadly, to third overall. With that third overall pick, though, is there anyone specifically that you're looking at for the Canucks to take?
Oh, Gerald and I agree or disagree greatly
on
where to go with this one. It's really all going to depend on how the first two play out. We don't know. In most people's eyes, it's a slam dunk Gavin McKenna first overall, but there seems to be something in the air saying that, well, the Swedish guy working in Toronto is going to pick a Swedish guy, and then you don't know with San Jose. I tend to believe in pick the best player available and don't pick for position. And then yet everyone says that San Jose is going to go for a D-man. So we'll see. If it's, to me, there's a high likelihood that it's going to be Gavin McKenna number one. When we get to number three, if it's Stenberg, take him and run. And then if it's not Stenberg, it's really kind of a pick 'em. I think if you believe that Chase Reed is the best one, that you go for it and not necessarily Caleb Malhotra. Not because Caleb Malhotra is a bad player, but if Chase Reed's better, you shouldn't leave him on the table and just go for a position. Yeah.
Well, I think I mean Irvin and I don't disagree on everything. I mean, there's one thing that we agree on is obviously pick the best player available at the spot that you're at. But with what Irvin just said, if you know you're at 3 and McKenna and Stenberg are gone, then you make an executive decision. Like, who is on your list? Who is on the Canucks list that are there, and you compare it to what other GMs might be thinking. Obviously, they'll have some sort of GM meetings before this. I think they'll have a sense, a feel of everything. Right? And if that's the case, why not trade down? I've been advocating for this to trade down for the longest time. Like I was saying before the draft lottery that if they somehow get the third, I would trade it, because ironically, it's Irvin's a fan of farming picks. So if you're able to get more assets out of it, so say you get from 3, you drop down to within top 10, you get an extra prospect or a pick within the same draft, why not go for it? Because it's like a grab bag. But if you stay at third, and who knows, like whatever player that they have, you pick the best available. It could be Chase Reed, it could be Verhoff. It's fine, even if it's a defenseman. Because next season the draft is even heavier on forwards. So you can always go for that next year as opposed to this year. Ideally, what you can do is, in the first round, if you have the 2 first-round picks, somehow if you're able to get 3, then you draft a D-man, a forward, and whatever you want, kind of thing. But right now with the 2 picks, I would definitely go for a D-man and a forward, preferably right-hand shot players, and just go from there. Yeah.
So I'll float an idea for you since you're a big trade down guy. I also think that there's one position where I would trade down is if the way that Tankathon has it right now. So it'd be McKenna, Stenberg, Reed, top 3, Malhotra 4, Keaton Verhoff 5. I would trade down with Calgary to get 6th overall, and you would also pick up either the 28th overall pick or one of the 35th, 36th, and maybe a late round pick. Would you be open to that idea?
Oh, 100%. I
Uh-huh.
mean, back in the day when the Sedins were drafted that year, Brian Burke got the 1st overall, and it was their 1st and 2 third round picks, right? So if Calgary's willing to do it, why not? I mean, Calgary's sort of in that mushy like rebuild mode. I mean, they started last year. If they want it, cool. We get an extra prospect. It's more about an extra shot, like Irvin would say. You have an extra player that you can develop and see if they turn out to be who they are, as opposed to just having that one and you're focusing on them. Right? So yeah, definitely. If you drop to 6, who knows? Maybe Malhotra is there still. Or maybe Verhoff is there.
Another
then you
good one is Carson Carrolls as well, who looks very good out of Prince George.
Carrolls is good, but also in a different league, right? And you don't know how to sort of rate these players that are from the CHL, the QJ, right? So yeah, it's like from basically 3 until I would say 12, you have a grab bag of players that are good. It's not going to make a huge difference. So if you trade down, get extra prospect, an extra pick, you have a chance at getting 2 players as opposed to 1 with the same qualities. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hard to gauge this year because of exactly what G was saying, like with the flood of elite talent going to the college ranks and causing the OHL to be a little bit diluted, and then you have these really good players from the OHL going to the NCAA, and then they're kind of caught as like a small fish in a big pond. Yeah, it's really hard. Like you could see the same thing with McKenna earlier in the year. He struggled mightily.
Yeah, I just had Owen from the Jungle Hockey podcast. He does focus a lot on junior hockey, and he was talking like the college scene. It's dominated by more like the 21-year-olds, and like usually the teams that do better are the teams with the overagers, and they really like take advantage of those younger kids who are out there, and it's diluted. Like the OHL, the WHL, like it's weaker than it was before. The Q is weaker, and the Q is usually the weakest out of the 3 leagues. I totally I get that point where it's just really hard to tell nowadays with how the landscape of junior hockey has changed throughout it. So you're I'm trying to point. You're a trade down. You're Stenberg or Reed.
I'm just for
best player
keeping the most high end pick available too.
Yeah.
I don't really want to downgrade it, but Gerald's not wrong with the rankings from 3 to 10. If you ask 5 different prospect analysts, you're gonna get 5 different rankings.
Is there any prospects in this draft, let's say outside the top 5, that you've paid attention to a lot, that you're really hyped on, that might be a potential either steal or just a really good value pick?
I don't know about you, but I'm generally not really a prospect guy. I know the top 10 or so, just because they're name brand names. But as far as their playing style, I don't really know. And it's hard to say how it's going to turn out. It's like your question back to the new management. You don't know until we know.
Yeah.
I think in terms of the prospects, two that have floated up and have been talked about for the last 3-4 months are the Ruck twins. So, with that trade that you proposed, if they were to get the extra picks, like if they're gonna get the 28th,
Uh-huh.
it would work in their favor.
Yeah.
If Marcus is there, you definitely draft Marcus,
Uh-huh.
and then hopefully the next pick, given if it's 33rd, or because right now the Minnesota pick is 24th, right?
Uh-huh.
So it'd be 24th, 28th. But do you draft Liam that high at 28?
Liam
So
is
I was always
Liam's pretty up there. Like he could
sorry. I mean Marcus.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Marcus. Yeah. But if you're able to, let's say, somehow solidify Liam at 24 or whatever pick that they get, and wait down the road for that second round pick, and pick up Marcus, then you're good to go, right? But the ideal situation before the draft lottery, we were saying if Canucks get first overall, somehow if they can trade the Minnesota pick and get two picks that are very close to each other, if not back to back, and draft the Twins. You have McKenna and the Twins who played together last year. That's a line that'd be amazing, right? I mean, even if it's an Abby, give them a few reps and then slowly bring them up. There's no rush right now. It's a rebuild, and yeah, that would be ideal. But if you don't get McKenna, then getting the Rucks ain't too shabby either.
In terms of management, they've done a lot of talking as of late and telling us what their plan is. This is a question I've asked almost everybody as well. What's the thing that the management can do to show you that what they're saying is actually what they would want to do? Like, take the first steps into showing you what their plan is. They'll actually do what their plan is.
Irvin, you want to go? Or
they said a lot about hard decisions, and I think we know which ones those are. And talk is cheap, right? And just to be clear, I'm talking about the big money guys, big money veteran guys. So that's guys like Pedersen, DeBrusk, Hronek. Not to just cast them off, but if you're trying to turn this team over, those are the guys that you want to ship out. Especially Hronek, because his value is so high right now, and the age that he's at, I don't see his career trajectory going any higher than it is now. It could only really go down. And DeBrusk too, especially coming off of the year he had with the power play goals. So yeah, it's got to do something. Otherwise, you're just essentially running it back with different management.
Yeah, I'm on the same page with Irvin on this front. If they make those hard decisions like DeBrusk trading him out, Petey, I don't know, they're saying giving him the summer to improve himself in preparation and all of that. I don't know if he has that, because it's, what year is it? He's not a rookie anymore. Like, he should know how to prepare for the offseason, like what Chris Higgins said, right? Witten from Nux 101, the newest hockey news feature writer. Him and I discussed this a few weeks ago, and we're thinking, if he proposed, he's like, what would you do at the draft? And now I'm saying, if they can move out DeBrusk and get a second overall, a second round pick, then you somehow you can get a first round for PD, or you package that second round for DeBrusk and PD to get a high top 10 pick. Then that proves everything. That proves like, hey, we're ready to do a rebuild. We're ready to move on from the veterans, and cap is managed, right? If they don't do something that big, it's gonna take some time for us to actually see, what they're promising. I mean, not saying that the Twins and Ryan Johnson is not credible. Like when I saw the press conference, I saw sincerity. It was pretty genuine, as opposed to someone new that's not from the organization that comes in, like Jim Rutherford or Patrick Alvin, and saying, "Oh, we're gonna make this a playoff team in 2 years." You know, the Twins aren't promising anything. They're working on a rebuild. They're saying they won't even give a timeline, so which is good, because it's not going to come back and bite them in the ass. But secondly, it's showing that they can make those hard choices and get those hard conversations out of the way and do it by the draft. That would be number one. If in the middle of, like at the beginning of the season, if they can somehow make a good decision on the coaching staff, like Adam Foote or Manny Malhotra or whoever, that would also show, you know, some sort of forward-moving process. Yeah.
So a lot of people went straight to firing Adam Foote and bringing Manny Malhotra in. You're thinking more of just like, you need to show that you're willing to make the cutthroat moves in terms of team front, instead of just other front office moves as well.
Firing Adam Foote is the easy thing.
Yeah.
I think if we hadn't fired Alvin, and if Rutherford hadn't have stepped aside, that probably would have happened anyways. It's just a slam dunk, right?
Yeah.
We're Gerald and I are pretty lockstep that Adam Foote coaching the team this year was pretty harmful, especially when you look at the development of the young D-man. Remember it was late in the season, Gerald, we were watching that game, and Kudryavtsev came up, and we were watching him like, this guy hasn't spent a lot of time with Adam Foote. He looks pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Adam Foote's coaching is kind of like this. You know, I don't know if you've seen this popcorn bag. It's kind of like, what name's here? Let me throw them on the ice. Here, how about this one? Instead of, like, the deployment hasn't been great.
Yeah.
And you know, keeping Kane, DeBrusque, and Petey on the same line for pretty much the latter half of the season, if not longer, is detrimental to the team. Like, why are you giving these guys like Evander Kane top ice minutes when you know he's not able to do anything? Yeah, it's a great, you know, story, homecoming for hometown boy, etc. But you know, come on, man. Yeah.
Right.
It just it's terrible for the development of the kids, the new prospects. And I've said this many times, and Irvin's probably sick and tired of hearing me say it, is why the hell would you bench Lekaramaki? Like, I'm holding on to this for some reason. I don't know if you know that game. He scored a goal. The game got tied. They went into overtime. He was benched in the third and overtime because of the defensive lap. Yeah, given, you know, they weren't bottomed out at that time, but still, why would you have players worry about making mistakes and then getting benched? So you're hindering their development, because if they don't make that mistake, they're not going to know next time I shouldn't be doing this, right? So you need a coach that is firm, but also giving them a chance to develop, right? Don't worry about making mistakes. It will happen. You're still young. And just play it, and he'll continue to play them. You know, maybe lessen his time, not bench the kid for the whole rest of the game. So if you have a coach that's there doing that, it's gonna be a terrible season, unless they're trying to do the whole tank again. I don't see Adam Foote staying. I mean, he might be a great guy. He was an amazing defenseman, but great players might not be great coaches. I mean, Gretzky's a great example right there.
Yeah, watching Jonathan Leckernacki in Abbotsford this season, and the way Manny would
Lit it
deploy.
up.
I know, like, I was there for a lot of the games. There's just some goals where he would just go, you know, he's skating, he's looking like at the half wall, the net's on the other side of the shoulder, and he just turns and he rips it top corner the other side. And it's just like the deployment that he would be used with, Manny, like the excitement around, like you could hear it in my voice a little bit, just how excited I was watching that. But that's Manny. That's what Manny was telling him, to go out there and be like that. And they also say the whole thing of like, oh, he's not ready for the physicality of the NHL. Well, if you don't play him, if you bring him up for 5 games, I play him like 4 minutes a night, sit him, and then I'm sure it's more than 4 minutes, but play him a little, sit him, and then send him down. He's not going to get used to the physicality if you're not, pushing him in the NHL and actually putting him in the NHL where he'll get used to it. Like the coaching was just so strange this year. Overall, yeah, I think that that's a given. I really like that point there. That it's not really a first step. It's kind of just it's something they should do. They should know that they have to do is make a decision like that, especially with what they've seen.
Yeah, and there's another thing, and Irvin was talking about the other day. I'll pass this over to him. But when I say Lucas Reichel, how was he deployed?
Oh.
Irvin, you want to take over this?
Oh gosh, I mean, first of all, it's a horrible situation because we had just lost Philip Hedl and Teddy Bluger, and so that just gutted our center depth. And then we brought in this guy who we were warned about many times by another Blackhawks fan.
Nick.
And he had never played center, and they just shoehorned him in there. He showed that he had good speed and that he was like strong on the puck and entering the zones. But as far as results, it just wasn't there at all. And then that led us to, root around for David Kempf, which wasn't any better. And then they had him all year up until the trade deadline. I'm talking about Lucas Reichel. And they never once thought to try him out at wing. And I believe they did in Abbotsford.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he played, and he started to play really good when he got moved to the wing.
And then they just shipped him off. Like, I mean, that already explains like the coaching up in the big club and the coaching down in Abbey, the difference.
Yeah.
So if you just look at that point itself, like why would Adam Foote deserve to stay here? I mean, I understand he was there were a lot of injuries for the big club. There were injuries for Abbey too. First 21 games. If you clear out the first 21 games, Abbey would be a playoff team. And given like Manny's job was even harder than Adam Foote's job because a lot of his good players were pulled up to the big club. So given that sort of evaluation for the two coaches, who would you pick? Right?
Yeah.
So it's pretty simple. It's as simple as that. Ryan Johnson was just being nice at the press conference.
Yeah.
He was saying the right things like, oh, it's unfair to evaluate Adam on the past season and this and that. How about Manny, man? What are you talking about? Manny did it he had an even harder job. So
all right. Before we get into the big bold take, I just wanted to turn it to you guys. If you have any questions for me, maybe Canucks related, other stuff related, the floor is open to you guys if you want to ask any questions.
Ooh, I hadn't thought about that.
I'll go first.
Okay.
So I understand you went through everything with Children's Hospital, and you were told you wouldn't be able to play hockey. What made you want to play hockey? Like, did you grow up watching hockey and saying, "Hey, I want to play hockey as a kid"? And then how did you fall in love with the Canucks?
Well, I was born into a Vancouver Canucks family. I have pictures of me in the hospital when I was 2 days old. The TV's over here. My head's obviously I'm a baby. I'm not watching the TV. I could barely see shapes, but my head's turned towards the TV. I've been a Canucks fan my whole life, and it's just the one thing I wanted to do was play hockey. It's the only, you put that drive I had to play hockey into someone who actually has the Macklin Celebrini type effort, like that drive would have pushed me to the NHL. I didn't have the effort that Macklin Celebrini had, but the drive to just want to do something that I truly love was what pushed me to want to do it. And they told me no for years, and I ended up joining late. You start hockey 1, 2, 3. I started hockey 4. They finally said yes, and I was able to join it, and it was awesome. Best experience ever.
like that's very inspiring
Uh huh.
because it's a passion, a love for something, and that's what drove you to try to get better and work with the staff at Children's Hospital, and it's more of the, I would say, the willpower to get better, because that itself doctors can't help you with.
Uh huh.
It's that mindset, that mentality that you have that, got you to the point where you can actually play hockey
Uh huh.
and now doing content creation.
Uh huh.
So, kudos to that.
Uh huh. Thank you.
M-
Yeah.
my question is actually about content creation. Now your channel's been around for a year, and ours is pretty much in its infancy, more or less. Um, and you're at over 400 subscribers. We just cracked 100 a couple weeks ago. My question is, what is something you wish you had known earlier in the process about content creation?
Man, that's a tough one. I'm gonna have to think. You're making me think here. Um, you know, something that when I got into it was I was really caring about the numbers. You know, I was always looking. Like I still kind of look consistently. Like I'll go check. Oh, how's it? How's it doing? How's it doing? How's it doing? You can't get wrapped up in all that because then you'll get a little bit more greedy when it comes to it. And you'll start thinking more of like, oh, I deserve. You don't deserve, you earn. And I really
Well said.
started to turn that in my head. I'd say in the summer of last year when I started making the Don't Give Up on videos and I started putting a lot more effort into my content. It was like, I put so much effort into those videos. I earned what, um, more subscribers, more views. It's like you don't deserve it. You have to go out and earn it. And that's something that I wish that I had earlier because I feel like, I had a goal of playing higher up hockey, and I never was able to achieve that goal. But I didn't have the mindset of you have to earn it. You don't have to feel like you deserve it. So that's a big thing I've learned from content creation.
That's well said.
I'm just gonna tag on a little bit on Irvin's question. Is Do you find that, as much as you grind,
Uh-huh.
you need to find that right niche or
Yeah.
that right formula on what people want to view, want to watch, right?
Uh-huh.
And in what point from the start until now was there this aha moment where I was like, hey, I should be doing this? And what I did before, even though I was working hard, putting a lot of effort into it, I didn't get that sort of earned, views or likes or whatever.
Uh-huh.
Was there a point where it was like, I tried this, and then all of a sudden the views started piling up a little bit more and a little bit more? Was there that aha moment for you?
It's gonna sound very basic, and it's gonna make me sound a little dumb, but research and preparation. A lot of people think that they could just sit down and talk, and they'll be able to delve into a bunch of things. But if you sit down and talk, you'll forget a bunch of stuff. Like I made a video about the top three prospects back when it was Verhoff, Stenberg, and McKenna, and I said McKenna was a center. He's a left winger. So taking that tiny, tiny bit of time to, and I think it was a reading thing because I had elite prospects pulled up, I had a bunch of names, but I could have put down on a sheet, Gavin McKenna's a left winger, stuck it in my head before, and that would have changed that video completely. And in terms of your thing of the formula to try to create stuff, don't try to force what you want to do into what you should be doing. Like I find that a lot of the videos that do well for me are videos that sometimes I just like, oh, I don't know if I should make this video. I get very hesitant about it. I'm like, I don't know if this video will do well. I make the video. It's prepared well. I just don't know if it's going to do well, and it does great. And then there's the franchise mode videos where it's like, I really like playing franchise mode. I've always wanted to do franchise mode series out on YouTube. It doesn't really get received as good as like the other videos where maybe I'm not so happy, not like happy about making them, but just a little more hesitant about making them. You can't force the content that you want to put out there. You have to find the right area to where it's like enjoyment and also a bit of work. Maybe you have to sacrifice a little bit of what you want to do to be able to grow.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, what I admire about you, after, because you reached out to us on Instagram,
Mm-hmm.
and then I went back and watched some of your videos, especially some of your game breakdowns and all of that, and it's enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's something that, I mean, I wish we could sort of do too,
Mm-hmm.
but that's not really our niche. But what I admire about you is you going and trying different things,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to being stuck on one thing. This is what I'm doing, and that's that.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's other content creators that might be longer that have done this longer than you,
Mm-hmm.
but have been sort of stuck in that mushy middle, like the Canucks,
Mm-hmm.
where they're always just, man, are they going to make the playoffs or not, and
Yeah.
that kind of thing. It's the willingness to try new things,
Mm-hmm.
because if something's you're doing and you're consistent at doing it and you're grinding and it continues to give you that kind of viewership,
Mm-hmm.
then maybe try something else.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't hurt, right? And what you're doing is great, and I hope that people appreciate what you do, especially this 12-hour live stream.
Mm-hmm.
I think aside from Clay, I haven't seen anyone do this.
Mm-hmm.
So props to you on doing this, and I'm super happy. Yeah, I'm super happy that you're doing this for a good cause, and you're also trying out something new. Because for us, we've tried to put in new stuff or new segments or whatever into our shows,
Mm-hmm.
and try to gauge to see how people like it or not. And it's been okay so far,
Mm-hmm.
I would say. But with you, like, respect, because
Yeah.
you have that willingness and you have that willpower, especially what you did getting to this point right now, from your childhood until now, and then now also trying new things. It's, you guys, if you haven't given him a like, give him a like right now. If you're here because of us or because of other content creators, give him a sub. Canucks Land deserves it. You have to give some respect for this guy right here.
Thank you so much. That truly means a lot. And also reciprocated towards you guys. I've been very, 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 very busy moving. So I've been like, moving, work, content creation. So I haven't had a lot of free time. So I'll definitely start. I checked out a little bit of your stuff originally before, but I will start checking it out. But even without checking it out, go give you guys some. This whole segment was truly awesome. One last thing before we go, because I kind of, no apologies, I do try to want to keep it going. I might have Kempner on for 9 o'clock. One last thing, the last question I like to do, one bold take for the Vancouver Canucks, whether it's 5 years down the line, a week down the line. What bold take do you have for the Vancouver Canucks?
I mean, I don't know if it's bold, but and if it comes true or not, we'll see. I'll say the next time the Canucks are a contender, Dax Aquilini will be at the helm of ownership, because I don't like everyone says sell the team. I don't see it leaving the family, but I do see maybe perhaps Francesco getting older and slowly giving Dax more responsibility. We're hearing about him more and more since last year. I first heard about him as the head of Vancouver Warriors lacrosse team, and all positive things, saying he's a bright young entrepreneur, and definitely it sounds like he's his own voice. Like, he didn't want the Sedins, he wanted Evan Gold. So that's my prediction.
Before Gerald, you jump in, or yeah, before you say yours, I'll just jump in real quick. I went to a Vancouver Warriors game. It was their last regular season game. Presentation was awesome. The team is very good. Like, if he's the head of that, what he's doing, truly terrific with the NLL, the Vancouver Warriors over there. Gerald, I'll turn it over to you. What is your bold take for the Vancouver Canucks?
Well, first off, I want to agree with Irvin and yourself, because I've been to a few Warriors games, and the in-house, the in-arena entertainment's definitely a lot better than what the Canucks are are giving us right now,
Mhm.
especially with the pricing of tickets and being a season ticket member, it's very hard to just accept like this is the same thing the last few years. And you need to make an adjustment. Like giving us a taste of the Warriors and then coming back to the Canucks, it's just like, come on, man. Like if you
Mhm.
can do it for the Warriors, why can't you do it for the Canucks, right? My bold take, I think, would be, you know what? I'm gonna go out there. The Canucks will do well next season.
Okay.
Okay. If this is a big if Manny is hired as head coach, I wouldn't see the Canucks bottoming out. And it's not even like, I would see the Canucks still be in the lottery at next year. But yeah, they're close to making the playoffs, but they'll miss it by a little bit. And somehow they'll move up in the playoffs for the first, or sorry, move up in the draft lottery for the first time next year.
Mhm. So like
That's my hot take.
just being like more competitive, like because this year we were back from second last by so much. Just being in the mushy middle, but just more competitive, right?
And
Yeah, I mean,
competing and
yeah.
rebuilding are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
To steal the words of Francesco Aquilini, I know that was a canned speech, but he's spot on. Like I know Gerald will tell you we didn't have to tank. When you look at the teams that moved up in the draft this year, like what was the point in us bottoming out the way we did, right?
I mean, there's some people that argue us saying that we didn't have to tank. Apparently, I was like the commander or the leader of anti-tanking, and it wasn't about that. It's about the effort. It's about team mentality, playing as a team, competing every night, and showing the effort. If that product is there on the ice, I'm pretty sure not this many season ticket members would opt out, right? So if you have a great product on the ice, and somehow are inching close to a playoff spot, that's fine. It's part of the rebuild. It's going to take a few years. If they don't make it, great. But at least you can say, we're not the last team in the league. There's history. Like last year, it was Islanders moving up 10 spots. This year, it was the Sharks moving up 9 spots. So why can't you have a product on the team on the ice with a team that is gelling, has chemistry, and working towards building a future, and missing the playoffs is fine, and still be in the lottery? I think it's something that needs to be done, right? And hopefully, those ping pong balls roll towards Vancouver next time around. And even if they don't get DuPont, that's fine. There's a great selection of forwards for next season, and as long as the team is competing night in and night out on the ice, I think fans will be happy because it's just part of the rebuild, right? We don't need to be a playoff team next year.
All right. Well, I just want to say thank you guys so much for hopping on and being a part of this. I want to thank Irvin for sharing that wonderful story. Any last words that you want to say before heading out?
Just that this 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 is an absolutely wonderful cause. Give this man a like. It doesn't cost you anything, but if you can, please donate to BC Children's Hospital. No amount is too small, and it goes to families in need. So, G.
And I wanted to say all that too, but I'll be a little selfish for us. I mean, we came on to help out Matthew Canucksland, because we believe in the cause. So if you're able to donate any amount is appreciated. But if you also haven't followed us, and if you like this interaction with Canucksland, come over to Headspace Hockey on YouTube, Instagram, X, Threads. Give us a follow. We focus on mental health and hockey, a bit more on the Canucks than anything else, but we wanted to do something for mental health, especially this month right now because it's Mental Health Awareness Month. Mental health is real, and you don't know if someone around you is having it, but just make sure to be more caring, sympathetic, empathetic, and help those in need. All it takes is one message just to say hi, how they're and check how they're doing, right? Because if someone's in need and is scared to reach out to someone, your first message will make a difference for them. So
yeah, their links, I'll add it at some point. It will either be in the playback or the late part of the live. All your links are connected on YouTube.
yes.
Okay, so I'll throw
everything is Headspace Hockey.
Okay, I'll throw your YouTube down there, and you can go find the rest of their links there as well. Thank you guys for coming on. It was truly a pleasure. It'd be nice to have you guys on the podcast as well. And if you guys ever have a spot open on your show, I'd be willing to hop on.
Oh, we'll definitely have you. But thank you for having us. It was a pleasure, and you know, it was a lot of fun chatting with you. So thank you.
All right, likewise. All right, see you guys later.
Great to meet you, man.
All right, Headspace Hockey on there. We have a 9 o'clock meeting. I'm going to go check to see. Apologies if the person who would be in the 9 o'clock meeting is there. Does not look like it. I'll just do a little text to Rue. Just to see. Keep that open. All right, well, I'll keep it open and we'll see. But we're into the last 50 minutes of this live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come a long way, and we are winding down the clock to the end of this live stream, which to me is a little sad because I did have a lot of fun doing this. Apologies, my camera. You can unplug it for the last little bit. It'll last for 50 minutes. There we go. It'll be all fixed. It's just the charger was pulling it down. We got 50 minutes, so we're doing some Sporkle. I think I'll do one more, and then I'm going to move over back to Be a Pro, because I was having some fun doing Be a Pro, and I want to do some Be a Pro. So, top 25 single season leaders. Yeah, no, that's going to take too long. It's going to take too long. Oh, here we go. Post-COVID roster. So, let's do this one. 10 minutes to get 24 players. Let's see if we'll get it here. That one is Miller, Pedersen, Besser, Pearson. That's Horvat. 36. That's not Hansen. Ooh, I'm having trouble with this one already. 36 left wing. 96 center. Oh man. Oh wow. I actually thought I would have less trouble with this one. Is this? It's not Hoglander. Ooh, Hoglander might have been a different number. It is Hoglander. Okay, let's go to defense because this one will be easy. Hughes. 27. Is that Hamadic? Can't find the C. 48. Ooh, this one's not Tanev. No. Oh, I don't even have it up. My bad. There we go. There we go. We got this thing. Go in here. This one's Demko. This one's Holtby. Vertanen wasn't on the team? Or is he this one? Vertanen was 18. Is this Granlund? No. 64. I like how I'm having trouble with this already. This one's Myers. Not Shen. Oh no. Why am I having trouble? 83. 20. right wing and center. Is that Sutter? Berchi. What did? No, I don't think Berchi was around still. Nate Schmidt there. 48. No. Not Rathbone. This was so long ago. Roussel Gaudet is 96. Modder. I should have got Modder. Beagle, McEwen, Louis Erickson, Edler. 20. Oh, I didn't even see that one. Olio Levy. Jordy Van Jaden Chatfield. Carolina Hurricane. Is this the one I wanted to do? This one will take probably way too long. Is there 2020? No, there's no 2025. Oh. Miller. Pedersen. Horvat. Nope. Besser. Obviously. Boom. Sedin's knock out a lot. Linden. Bure. Not sure. Bure. What else would we have here? Nasland. Tuesday. Morrison. 2 R's, 1 S. No. Bure, we did put Bure down. 107. Oh, 107, that was McGillney. Kessler. Is Burrows on this list? He is. Smeal. Good shout. Smeal's on this list a lot. This, yeah, you're definitely gonna help me with the older ones because I'm maxing out. Even 03 is decent. Um. 57 out of 121 so far. Pretty good. We're almost halfway. What is this? Vancouver got most points in a season. Oh, it's just most points in a season. Okay. Really? Horvat wasn't on this list? I find that strange. Raymond? Did he make this list at all? I know he had a 150-point season. Could easily check down there. Courtnall is a good shout. Jeff Courtnall, Russ Courtnall as well. Ronnie definitely has to be on this list. Yeah, we right at the same time. We're thinking of Ronnie right at the same time. I put McGillney down. Is he who shall not be named on this list? Thank God. 23-24, 92 points. 23-24, 92 points. And I haven't said him already? Oh. Hughes. Hughes. 83-84. Now that one I'll have a bit trouble with. Bomesso. No. Unless I spelt it wrong here. Momesso. No. Gradine. No. Oh, Tanty. Williams. Yes. I've seen his name a lot when doing this. Williams on this list. Missing a lot of 74, 75. Missing a lot of 80s. We got 10203 here. A lot of 80s. 22-23. 74 points in... Yeah, that's been a couple times. It's a couple times that I've been having that one where I forget Kuzi had an insane amount of points that one season. 90 is a lot of. Good. I'm missing the stuff that I would probably miss, which is nice. I'm getting a lot of the stuff that I would hit. We got Smeal, Gradine, Dale Talon isn't on this list. Kurtenbach. Oh, wow. No. Kurtenbach is not on this list. Really? Let me just... Oh, there's a 2014, 2015? Where's that one? Maybe it was Samuelson. No. Castles. Sporkle's so fun. Where is that 2014, 15 year that I'm missing here? So if I see the points, it might help me. I put Castles in. I got Andrew Castles here. Try to get here. If you just put the names in, it automatically fills it out. Under Gradine on the right column. Okay, 63 points in 2014. Oh, it's Verbata. It's Radim Verbata. Yes, most points in a single season by a Vancouver Canuck. So, not like most points in individual years, just most points in a single season, all time. And I don't know how many are 120. The top 120 point seasons for the Vancouver Canucks. A lot of these are 70s and 80s. Some 92, 93. And I'm not really good with 70s and 80s. I think I did one earlier where I had Verbata. I missed it. I think I put Morrison in. Nope, I spelt it wrong. Okay, we got Morrison. Couple of them. I think I did one where I missed Verbata earlier, and it was like top 5 points each year, something like most 50 point seasons. So it was like each season and which players got 50 points. And Verbata was on that list for one of them. That's why it came to me so quickly. 80s players. Come on. I know. I had a thing on my wall. The Sedin twins were so good. It's so funny. You can put for both of them. You just put Sedin and it fills it out. And it's just insane how much it does fill out. We put Burrows. We put Kessler. Is there anyone else from that? No, there's not. I don't think there's really much 2011. Here. It's just remembering 80s names that I'm forgetting. Darcy Rhoda has to be on this list. Boom. Oh, there's one. Is Kearns on this list? It's not how you spell it. We got Morrison for a couple of them. Morrison's here. Yeah. Is it Dennis Kearns? Is that how you say it? Is that how you spell it? Or is it just this? No. I could be wrong. We got 2 minutes. 85 is really good. McDonald. No. Yeah, I am spelling it right. Yes. Is there anyone else from the 90s era? McGillany, Messier. Thank God he's not on this list. This 91 from... Like, Neely wasn't that good with us, right? Yeah. Or did he even play? I don't know. Nedved. Yes, Nedved is there. We did do Naslund. Just double check. We did do Naslund. We already put Smeal in. He's in a couple places. Oh, you know what? We're not even thinking defensemen. I don't think a lot of them have that really good points. We got Nedved in. Nedved, 71 points. I don't know if he was elsewhere. Linden, Naslund, Nedved. What else? I'm trying to think. I have a really bad time. Bure's in there. I have a really bad time with these 80s players because I don't know a lot of them. Jovanovski, I don't know if he had. No, Jovanovski never had a year like that. Like, okay, Loom didn't have a year like that. Salo, no. Adler, no. Got McGillney. Got Bure. I'm just going back to McGillney for some reason. 30 seconds. I'm gonna let this one run out. Usually, oh, maybe Oland might have had a... No, Oland never had that kind of season. You gotta try. We did do Williams. We got Dave Williams. So I'll try. What are we looking for right now? A lot of 80s and 70s. We got 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. We'll see. Here we go. Patrick Sundstrom. Dre's. Martin Gelinas. That's one I should have had. That's what I should have had. A lot. Greg Adams. Oh, that's a big name. I forgot. Igor Larionov. Oh, how did I miss Larionov? I don't think. Oh yeah, Barry Peterson. Yeah. Doug Lidster. Some good names we missed, but we did really good. 72%, just above average. Yeah, Adams, Barry Peterson, Larionov. I keep forgetting he played for the Canucks. And Martin Gelinas, we should have had as well. Oh. All right. I think we might be able to do, take a little bit to load it. We should be able to. So. We're all set up. We go to just me. I think we have some time. This is Sporkle. So Sporcl. Sporkle. You just go up, you search Canucks, and they have a bunch of people just go and make these, which is really cool. They have a bunch. Goal scoring leaders. And we get sent to a census thing. Goal scoring leaders. Like, active. Who's that? Denotes active player. I feel like this was made a bit ago. Definitely made a bit ago. Unless that's like an insane name, I don't know. It can't be. Is it? I'm just gonna test it. Burroughs is on this list, but Sedin's not on this list? Ah. They did it smartly. Okay, I wanted to get franchise mode set up, so just me. I was just showing off the site. Let's load it. Hopefully it doesn't crash my stream. It has multiple times so far where I've gone to load something. I'm not on a break. I'm just blowing my nose. Be a pro. Boom. I don't think we're making the playoffs next year. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I also move back to gaming. Boom. Alright, let's play one Memorial Cup game. We gotta play a game with Coots. We'll do 10-minute periods. Hopefully it's able to end. I don't think that we're making the playoffs next season. I hope that we don't. It's the goal. It's an active goal. We're playing Rizmuski here in the Memorial Cup. Game 1 of the MEM, which is going to be a fun tournament this season. Take these headphones off. It gets way too loud. Let's just refresh the browser real quick. There we go. Alright. Gonna sim the next shift. We are T-minus 30 minutes to the end of the stream. We're at 11 hours. And 11 and a half hours. I'm gonna turn this on and get some light in here for you guys so you can see me. Boom. Okay, we lose the draw. We've been doing that consistently. I was gonna say, if they just walk in and score, that'd be crazy. Charco. I don't think we'll end up playing with Braden Coots. He's probably first line. And same thing where centers. So. Oh, he took it out of the zone. Come on, man. Icing. Will we get to play with We could probably get to play with Mirka, though, who would be a fun player to play with. Seattle. I wonder where we'll end up going. We're probably going to go first overall, too. I think I might. I kind of opened it up to, like, where I did it as Canucks Land, to potentially open up continuing it on the channel. Currently, though, I have the franchise mode for the Vancouver Canucks going, which does 1 episode a week. We did an episode on this stream as well. I think I might keep the Be a Pro going. I just don't know in what fashion. Whether I have to add another upload branch for it or switch something out. I might turn into I don't want to turn into primarily gaming, but if I end up doing the series and it gets good reception, I might do franchise mode, Be a Pro, and then when the franchise mode ends, put Be a Pro in as the main one and go back to 2 videos. So I've been finding it hard to come up with 2 videos a week talking about the Vancouver Canucks, especially recently with me trying to stay away from not legitimate news when it comes to the GM search, because there's been a lot of news when it comes to it, but a lot of it you don't really know if it's legit. Oh, I'll try first tip there. I would definitely enjoy doing one of these. Maybe a live stream thing every once in a while, where I hop on live and I do a Be a Pro would be cool. It's all about finding the time for it. Saturdays are usually open. And Saturdays have been taken up with the charity, because I do the Sunday videos. Oh, how did that not go in? Bagley, what a chance. Or is it Badgley? I don't know. A good chance. That was a great chance there for our line. But yeah, with the charity opening up potential time on the weekend to do something, maybe a live streams on Saturdays would be cool. And start doing a little bit more live streams. Oh, don't want to be offside. Be a Pro has gotten better this year. I don't want to start one too late, too. Maybe I'll wait for next chell, but that feels like so long. It's going to fly by, though. There's Coots. Oh, Coots, what are you doing? I gotta get a change as I ice the puck. Oh. All right, we're already 4 minutes left in the first. We should be doing it. Oh, William LaSalle is their goalie. Oh, LaSalle's a good goalie. But boom, big draw win. Get off the ice. I think that's it for our first period. Yes, Levesque. Good chance to start it. No goals. Still 0-0. In terms of Rizmiski and Seattle. Hoping to add one here in the second. Coots gets a hit to start the game, and we're out here. Oh, I was holding my stick wrong. And I went for the face-off too early. Coughlin. Moves it up. We just gotta play back. Oh, I guess we should have been the forechecker. Can't afford. Bad pass. Charco picks it up. Charco gets bumped. Bagley. Backhand. Boom! What a goal. We find it. I hate these celebrations. I miss the old ones. Just do like the big celebration with the wide cam. That's how it is. Able to move it. Bagley finds me. Boom. Defense. Don't know what they're doing. Backhand goal. Boom. Big face-off win. Let's get another one. Charco tries to find Bagley. Even though I was right beside him. I guess, yeah, if he had to pass it, I'm right beside him. Thanks, Retzlaff. Oh, I was going to say I don't want to talk about it, so I went silent. I mean, I didn't really do anything wrong. For the last 5 hours, I haven't dropped a frame. Wow. Oh, I went way too early. Big block. Ryan Johnson level block. Right there. Come on, boys. We gotta get it up. Oh, come on. Put that in. You just had to tap it in the open net, man. Oh, I tried to drag it around him. And I didn't do the toe drag. Oh, I hit the wrong guy. I hit the wrong guy. Interference call. We're going to the box. We pick up a goal and a penalty. Oh, they don't score on it, but Daxon Rudolph. Oh, no, not Daxon Rudolph. Sorry, I saw Rudolph. Thought it was Daxon. Got a penalty. You got 12 seconds? We can wait it. Cause some havoc. Now we gotta get back. Coach, we can play PK, you know it. Martka gets it down. You know, Coach, we can play PK. Great defensive play. Bad breakout. Offside. I wanted to shoot it at their goalie. 9:39. We got another one. Loveson got it. No Sawyer video. So he's not happy. He likes to throw it up there. Whoop. 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 Oh, I should have risked it. Glove side. I'm surprised I'm not good. I've never tried be a pro goalie. But I have tried goalie before on like other modes. I'm not great at it. I'm not good at it at all. I feel like that would be a good one to do. If I start this be a pro and the next shell comes out, I'll do a goalie be a pro. Oh, big block. Bagley. Backhand. Boom! We don't get an assist. I am very bad at goalie in this game. But it would be a fun learning experience. Probably get sent down to the AHL and get stuck there, though. Like, even as a forward, which is, like, I'm really good at. I mean, not really good, but we got a break. Oh, I just pulled it too much forehand. Where's Rev Trev? I sent him the link. I went onto the Zoom, and he wasn't there. There's a lot of miscommunication today as a last second. It was kind of a last second thing, so we just weren't able to get it going. Boom! Watching the computers play does suck. Unless you have good settings. I watch the computer play in franchise mode as like when it goes to overtime. So yeah. But yeah. Rev Trev, it was just we weren't able to line it up, sadly. I was just trying to see if he was on because I did schedule a thing for him at 9 and sent him the link. Unfortunately, I would love to, but the live stream will be ending. I'm on side from that? Okay. In 18 minutes. And I have a whole... I don't really have... Okay. I have to do a whole outro thing. Because I still haven't donated. Your boy has to donate at the end of this live stream. He promised he would. And he will. And in terms of the link, I'm not sure what it is. I will contact them just to see, like, is the link going to close or not? I might have to archive it myself, but I'll keep it up at least for tomorrow. Because it's officially, like, the event is a... That was mean. That was gross. The event officially ends tomorrow for the hat trick. 59 seconds left of the second. Just look at this. Just look at this. Seeing where I need a bang. Boom. Seeing where... Hey, can I pass it over here? Can I pass it over here? Top shelf. 5-0 Seattle and Rizbuski. I think that's how it was. I think Rizbuski was... That was a gross goal. Rizbuski wasn't that good last year in the man. Oh, they're able to get it up. Merca. You know who to give it to. Oh. Offensive turnovers. Thank God. I thought that's an interference penalty. Oh. Bad call for pass. He could have at least passed it in a good direction. Alright. We're up 5-0. Just shut him down. Or score 400 more goals. Do I need 3 points in this game? 3 points? I got 3 goals. So we got our goal for this game. Covered. Oh. Almost got a 4th point there. We might have 4. No. No, we only have 3. We had a Drance appearance on this live stream as well. For those of you thinking Thomas Drance was a guest, that is incorrect. Thomas Drance is the interview voice in Be a Pro. We haven't had a Satyr Shaw appearance on the stream yet, as Sat is like the in-menu person who's talking. I guess they ransacked Sportsnet 650 for some guys when EA was making the game. So they had Drancer and Sat do it. I think I heard Reach as well, but I could be wrong. And for those of you saying Reach isn't with 650 anymore, this game came out when he still was there. Oh my god, I got sandwiched. Oh, that would have been an insane goal. And we block our teammate's shot. No! Imagine I spin out, got around the other guy. Just imagine. Yeah, we're not winning that race. Oh, I missed the hit. I can't hit anybody in this one. World Juniors are throwing some good hits. Oh, nice chance. Oh, that was a bad pass. That was a bad goal from the goaltender. Missed team 1040. I'm really new to the sports radio, so I don't know that much. Isn't team 1040 that was with Don Taylor? Am I wrong in that? Or am I right? I don't know. I'm pretty sure Don Taylor was on that. I really like the radio we have around here. Canucks Talk's really good. Halford and Bruff. Canucks Central. It's just oversaturized because of how much stuff they have to do. There's only so much you can talk about. Right? So you find yourself getting bored of the conversations they have sometimes, just based on of the amount of stuff. He gave me the whole net. Yes, Don Taylor. Yes. Okay. Correct. Before he eventually left that and started Donnie and Dolly. Big hit. We are very spoiled with Canucks coverage. But then again, you get a bunch of different opinions about it, which is nice. The oversaturation of Canucks content is there in terms of the radio, but at least you're getting different opinions. You're not just getting... I mean, yeah. So it is at least a little fresh. But they're all great. Alfred and Bruff, so good. I like that they cover other sports too. Like the big thing right now, I wish that I could do coverage about it. I probably could, but I'm a hockey channel. And I barely follow soccer, so I'm not going to be too well versed in it. But the Whitecaps need to stay in Vancouver. That was a weird goal. But the Whitecaps need to stay in Vancouver. And that's a story I wish I could cover. Very much so. Wish that I could cover that story. Yes, different opinions and different personalities. I do agree. It's really nice. It's a wide variety. You get a bunch of different stuff from the show. That's why I like Canucks Talk. Is way more analytical. Trance is very good at that kind of stuff. Then you got Halford and Bruff, who they're more fans. So I really like the opinion of that. They're also, they could be decently analytical, but they're more of the fan voice in terms of it than Canucks Central. I do need to find, that's a good thing, good shout. Just find a guest. If I bring someone on, it gives me a reason to talk Whitecaps. And I'll get to learn a little bit more. Because I don't know too much. I know Thomas Mueller. I'm forgetting the other names. I'm learning a little bit with Halford, but I really wanted to go to a Whitecaps game this year. Oh, I should be able to after the World Cup. I wanted to go to the one before the World Cup, that last one where they did the Save the Whitecaps. But I feel also that'd be a little disingenuous to join the Save the Whitecaps thing. I haven't supported the Whitecaps at all. Kind of taking tickets away from people who could have been, longtime Whitecaps supporters who... Oh, the sell and I save. He's very much, yeah, a lot of people don't like that he shills for player agents, but I don't. My opposite of that is, so you want people shilling for the owners? Like, I would much rather someone talk about the players' opinions. Like, I mean, it's a difference of millionaires and billionaires, so it's not that big of a deal. We pick up a win, 6-1. But it's like, would you rather listen to the opinions of millionaires or billionaires? I could care less. But I like hearing the other side of it. Because I think owners and... What a shot. That was gross. The owners, that side of it, it's just... We hear it so much. We hear it so much. 4 points. We can pick it up. So I will make an executive decision about this, Be a Pro. And what we'll do with it. We'll see. I don't know. All right. Without further ado, it is time. I love Yannick Hansen on there. Great. Very good guest for them to have on. Very fun. Really good for player perspective, I do agree. Moncton was there last year. Eh? Forgot that. Caleb Danaway was in the mem. Okay. Is this PlayStation 5 or is this? Okay, perfect. Let's get this all loaded up. So 10 minutes to go in the live stream. Very proud of what we've done here. Truly. I'm not going to get into the thank yous quite yet. But we will... I missed some. Oh, I do apologize. I missed some. Shirley Larson, thank you for your $52. Brian Choi, thank you for your 200. Update it right now here. Refresh. Thank you for your $258 donation. Keep it up. Keep up the good work as a fellow former Children's Hospital patient. Love from Brian. Thank you so much. And Steve Foster, thank you for your $33. Thank you so much. Yeah, we were at $1,749 raised. We're $1,000. Well, we're $1. We're $999 away from $1,000, and it's time for me to do something. It's time for your boy to do something. I'm gonna do my donation. I like that. Here's the thing. I can't donate mine because it's only $14. So it's too little. I mean, a good amount is like, but for like the main creator is what I mean. Like I need to main creator donation. In terms of anything, $1 is totally amount, but for me, a little bit more than 14. You gotta set the tone. You gotta set the tone. I'm trying to figure this stuff out real quick. One sec. Oh, I'm forgetting. Just gonna use my old one. Moved recently, so. We're almost there. We are 7 minutes away from the end of the stream. Canucks land. Next. Okay. All right. It is official. Canucks Land has donated his $150 and added the little tip to cover the fees. Boom. It didn't update. It didn't update. Did it update? It might have. I don't think it updated. I'm trying to get it to update. I apologize. For some reason it's not updating. Let's go back. Let's go to mine. There we go. It's updated on my thing. It's updated on my thing. But it's not updated here for some reason. Okay. So then we'll show it on my thing then. Go to game in here. Our total raised. Now, I think this link is open. Do you think I should get a Dylan Gunther jersey just for the memes? A Dylan Gunther Canucks jersey or a Dylan Gunther Utah jersey? Because if it's a Utah jersey, yes. Not even for the memes. It's a beautiful jersey. For a Canucks, though, yes. All right, our total raised. I think that it should be open tomorrow, and I'll contact I'll contact BC, the BC Children's Hospital Foundation, and ask them about this. But yeah, our total. Oh, Kachina? Yes, the Kachina would be fire. Our total throughout it is $1,853 raised. Thank you so much. Truly. I set the goal at $500 with the thinking that $750, I was just like, hey, maybe we might hit $750. And I know I said this a lot, but the fact that we've raised over our goal by so much truly, truly means the world. I want to thank each and every one of you, everyone who joined the stream, everyone who watched the stream, people who commented, people who were here, had a laugh. Thank you to each and every one of you. This month has been truly special. Everyone who's involved in the videos. And yeah. So, we still got 3 minutes.